Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Awakening and Unlocking Two Talent. Hidden Leaf Village. Year 29. In a quiet courtyard within the Uchiha clan's estate, inside a modest room, swish. A thin and frail 6-year-old boy named Kaito Uchiha suddenly sat upright, his eyes snapping open just as he successfully extracted his first strand of chakra. This is... At that moment, a torrent of unfamiliar yet oddly familiar memories surged into his mind. For a long while, Kaito remained stunned, slowly processing the flood of memories while glancing around his surroundings. His thoughts raced. Did I just transmigrate? I didn't expect to awaken memories of my past life only now. And to think, I've ended up in the Naruto world of all places. After much effort, he finally digested the chaotic recollections of his past life. And then, a voice echoed faintly within his mind: upon first contact with extraordinary power, insight awakens. Two innate talents have been unlocked, space-time gate and heaven rewards diligence. This message reverberated through Kaito's consciousness, followed by a sudden influx of information, details about his two newly unlocked talents, their capabilities, and how to use them. At the same time, within his sea of consciousness, two mysterious runes began to form. One appeared as a profound and ancient portal, while the other took the shape of a 12-sided crystalline structure. They hovered in his mind's eye, perfectly balanced and facing each other. Hiss. When the rush of knowledge finally settled, Kaito's eyes lit up. He gasped softly and thought with excitement, did I just get my cheat powers? This is amazing. The abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Space-time gate talent. He starts with a small intermediary gate, a 10-kilometer wide dimension connected to the One Piece world. With this gate, Kaito can freely travel between the worlds of Naruto and One Piece. Furthermore, anyone with an affinity score of 80 or above toward him can be bound to the space-time gate, gaining the ability to traverse between the two worlds. Kaito, however, retains absolute authority over the gate. If someone bound to the gate betrays him, their connection to the gate will be severed, and they will lose all memories and benefits associated with it. Affinity score ranges: 0 to 9 stranger, 10 to 29 friendly, 30 to 59 close friend, 60 to 79 confidant, 80 to 89 trusted ally, 90 to 99 life companion, 100 devotion to death. Heaven rewards diligence talent. With this talent, any effort or training yields rewards and progress. When pushed to the limit, Kaito can gain enlightenment and develop superior techniques, skills, or abilities. The more preparation and experience accumulated in similar areas, the more powerful the breakthroughs will be. With these two talents, I finally have a real shot at the future. Kaito thought with relief. If it weren't for this, my frail, sickly body and the burden of being Uchiha might have meant an early death, but now everything will change. After calming down, Kaito focused his thoughts, and an attribute panel, visible only to him, appeared in his mind. Kaito Uchiha, talents, space-time gate, heaven rewards diligence, lifespan, 6 months, chakra attributes, water, wind, fire, earth, yin, skills, Uchiha chakra refinement jutsu, 1 out of 100, beginner, traditional medicine, 2,314 out of 10,000, proficient, live force jutsu, 1 out of 5,000, small success, skill mastery levels, beginner, skilled, proficient, small success, great success, mastery. 6 months. The moment Kaito noticed his lifespan, his joy vanished, replaced by a deep frown. I knew this body was weak, but I didn't realize it was this bad. He muttered. I'll need to find a way to improve my health and extend my lifespan first. Otherwise, no matter how powerful my talents are, they'll be wasted. His gaze shifted to the skill panel, specifically the life force jutsu. This skill, along with his knowledge of traditional medicine, was a gift from his past life, a memory of a desperate battle against terminal illness. As a medical expert, he had developed the life force jutsu to extend his life past his original prognosis of 20 years, ultimately surviving until 30. Let's see if the life force jutsu still works in this life. Determined, Kaito began to practice the familiar movements of the technique. Despite feeling slightly tired afterward, He also sensed a faint improvement in his body. Then, a notification popped up. You practiced the Life Force Jutsu once. Proficiency +1. Lifespan +1 day, it works. Kaido exclaimed in delight, noticing his lifespan increase by 1 day on the panel. If I can gain a day for every session, I'll just practice it several times daily to buy myself more time. With a plan in mind, he calmed down and shifted focus to his broader health concerns. My next steps should be to fully restore my body. I'll combine my medical knowledge with resources from both worlds to address my congenital issues and build a strong foundation for training. Without that, becoming stronger is impossible. At this point, Kaido's thoughts turned to his mother, Naru-Uchiha, the Uchiha clan's great elder, renowned for creating forbidden techniques like Izanami, one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate jutsu. Her health had also been deteriorating over the years, and without proper treatment, she might not have much time left. Mother is crucial to my plans. Kaido thought. She can help stabilize the clan and assist me in the One Piece world while I'm still weak. I'll need her support to survive and gather resources there. With this resolve, Kaido decided to reveal his talents to her and figure out a way to prolong her life as well. He stepped out of his room and into the living room. Nori, who had been waiting for him, turned and smiled warmly. You're done already. Congratulations, Kaido. You've successfully extracted chakra. Her joy was evident, but there was also a hint of worry in her eyes. She had always been aware of her son's determination to grow stronger, despite his frail health. Little did she know, Kaido was no longer the same boy she had known. He was now armed with talents and knowledge that would change both their fates forever. Chapter 2, Naru-Uchiha. Thank you, Mom. Kaido Uchiha replied with a warm smile and sat down opposite Naru-Uchiha. His expression turned serious as he looked at his mother earnestly and asked, Mom, do you trust me? Huh? Naru-Uchiha was taken aback at first, but then she smiled gently, reaching out to pat Kaido's head. What kind of silly question is that? Of course, Mom will always trust you. So, is there something you want to tell me? Just say it. She could sense her son's sincerity. Although she felt a little puzzled, her trust in Kaido was unconditional. Thank you, Mom. Kaido's face lit up with a smile. Then, under Nori's astonished gaze, he concentrated his thoughts. A mysterious rune emerged from his forehead and floated before her. He spoke seriously, Mom, please touch this mark and choose to agree in your heart. If you have questions, I'll explain after. Is that okay? Rather than explaining everything up front, he decided to bind his mother to his space-time gate talent first. This would make everything clearer afterward. As he had predicted, from the moment he saw his mother, his innate talent had confirmed her maximum affinity toward him, a perfect score of 100, she was indeed his mother. She met all the requirements for binding. No need for unnecessary complications, direct action was best. Oh? Nori examined the mysterious mark, then glanced at her son's solemn face. After a moment's thought, she nodded. All right. The next second, she reached out and touched the mark. Instantly, information surged into her mind. She realized that the mark represented a contract. By binding with Kaido, she would gain immense benefits but also be somewhat tied to him. Although surprised that her son had gained such a peculiar ability, her trust in him outweighed any doubts. Without hesitation, Naru-Uchiha mentally agreed. The rune transformed into a streak of light, entering her body and settling in her mind. Within moments, it formed into a gate-shaped symbol in the center of her consciousness. Information about the mark's functions and restrictions flooded her thoughts. This. A gate to other worlds? Processing the information, Nori's face shifted to astonishment. She looked at Kaido and asked, Kaido, what is going on here? Kaido smiled slightly and explained, it's nothing much. When I first successfully extracted chakra, I suddenly awakened this talent. Along with it, I received a mysterious inheritance containing knowledge about our world, this space-time gate ability, and information about other worlds. Inheritance? Talent? Nori frowned slightly. Such things are unheard of, it's incredibly mysterious. Kaido, could this be the legendary sage's inheritance? As the elder of the Uchiha clan, Nori had read numerous historical records, including some detailing the possible existence of the Sage of Six Paths beyond myth. A sage's inheritance? Perhaps. Kaido shrugged noncommittally. His tone turned serious. Mom, that doesn't matter now. What's important is that this is a huge opportunity for us. The key is to use this inheritance and the resources from other worlds to restore our health, extend our lives, and then consider other matters. Don't you think so? I've received medical knowledge from the inheritance. I can see that your health isn't in great condition either. If we don't address this, nothing else will matter. Hearing this, Nori's eyes brightened. She asked hopefully, Does that mean the inheritance has a way to cure your congenital weakness? Yes. Kaito nodded firmly. It includes a life force technique that can regulate the body and improve health. I've already tried it, and it works. Although the effects aren't immediate, with long-term practice, it will definitely prolong life. This is what my talent tells me. Oh? Naori smiled knowingly, thinking, it seems my little Kaito has some secrets, but that's fine. As long as it doesn't harm him, I don't need to dig deeper. A mother doesn't need to know every detail, ensuring her child's safety is enough. Mom, I'll teach you the life force technique now. Try practicing it and see if it helps you. Without waiting for her response, Kaito stood up and began demonstrating while meticulously explaining each step. Naori didn't reject her son's goodwill. She listened attentively, activating her Sharingan to record his movements precisely. You practiced the life force jutsu once, proficiency +1, lifespan +1 day. How was it, Mom? Did you get it all? Kaito asked eagerly after finishing his demonstration. Sweat glistened on his brow. Got it. Naori nodded confidently, standing up. I'll try it once. Watch to see if I'm doing it correctly. Although she didn't hold high hopes for the technique's effectiveness, she cherished her son's thoughtfulness. If possible, she wanted to live longer, to protect him and ensure his happiness. Ever since the death of the second Hokage, Senju-Uchiha, the Sarutobi-led faction has increased its hostility toward the Uchiha. Even Kagami Uchiha has fallen victim to their schemes. Though Naori lacked concrete evidence, the circumstances surrounding Kagami's death convinced her it was the work of Denzo and his group. Now, her presence deterred them from outright moves against the clan. But her poor health gave them room for small, covert actions. If she were to die prematurely, the consequences for the Uchiha, and for Kaito, would be dire. She couldn't allow that to happen. With such thoughts, Naori began practicing the technique. For her, it wasn't difficult. Even without the Sharingan, her genius-level intellect made it easy to master. Under Kaito's watchful eyes, she flawlessly completed the first practice round. Mom, you're amazing. You mastered it in one go. How do you feel? Does it work? Kaito clapped and cheered. Ah. Naori exhaled a deep breath, carefully sensing her body's changes. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she turned to Kaito. It works. The effects aren't dramatic, but I can feel a slight relief from my chronic ailments and a lightness in my body. With consistent practice, I believe I can recover some lost vitality and extend my life. My dear Kaito, you truly are my good fortune. She wasn't exaggerating. Her precise understanding of her body confirmed the technique's benefits. Combined with proper nutrition and medicinal support, it could heal old wounds, restore vitality, and even reverse some damage. Realizing this, Naori felt a rare sense of joy and hope. Chapter 3, First Travel into the Pirate World. Phew. Did it work? It works. That's what matters. Kaito Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his mother's confident response. A wide smile spread across his face. If that's the case, Mom, you and I can keep going strong. Also, Mom, didn't I gain a wealth of knowledge and experience in medicine from the inheritance? Wait for me to check your condition. I'll craft a prescription tailored to you to help restore your health and speed up your recovery. Of course, I'll need to take care of myself too. If Naori Uchiha's health could be restored and her lifespan extended, the path ahead would be much smoother. Oh? Naori Uchiha raised an eyebrow at his words. You even got knowledge of medical books? This sage inheritance really is comprehensive. In that case, Kaito, start by taking a good look at Mom's condition. As for the medicinal herbs, leave it to me. Our family isn't short on money. Alright. Without hesitation, Kaito Uchiha began examining his mother's health. Before long, he pulled his hand back from her wrist, frowning deeply, his expression grave. Your condition is far worse than I imagined. Besides the various internal injuries, your cells have suffered severe damage over the years from repeatedly extracting chakra. Your vitality and cellular regeneration have been greatly diminished, significantly affecting your lifespan. But that's not even the most critical issue. At this point, Kaito looked up at his mother, his expression heavy, as his gaze lingered on her right eye, now dim and lifeless. The real problem is that when you used Izanami, it not only left your right eye completely blind but also drained a significant amount of your life essence and soul energy. That's the real danger. He had assumed the forbidden technique only caused blindness. He hadn't expected this. Noticing the thoughts on Kaito's face, Naori Uchiha smiled gently. I didn't realize the medical inheritance you received was so profound, it can even detect such things. And to think, it even recognizes Izanami, the forbidden technique. It seems your knowledge of two world secrets and information is much more than just surface level. However, your assessment isn't entirely accurate. The primary reason for the depletion of my soul and life essence isn't Izanami itself. After perfecting the technique, it no longer carries such side effects when properly used. The only cost truly is the blindness of a Sharingan. But back then, I was developing Izanami on my own to prevent a civil war within the Uchiha clan. Trial and error in the process was inevitable. That's why my soul and life essence were depleted so abnormally. It couldn't have been helped. Creating such a groundbreaking forbidden technique single-handedly was already a miracle. The fact that she hadn't died during the process was a testament to her defiance of fate and sheer luck. I see. Kaito nodded in realization and gave his mother a thumbs up. Mom, you're incredible. To think you could pull off something like that. However, he frowned, to make up for your lost lifespan, merely healing your body and removing internal injuries won't be enough. We'll have to restore the essence of your soul and life itself. Isn't congenital weakness essentially a form of life essence deficiency? And for that, the medical knowledge I currently possess isn't sufficient. Perhaps we need to head to the pirate world through the dimensional gate to find a solution. Of course, if he could enhance his traditional medicine skills to mastery or even perfection through his heaven rewards the diligent talent, he might find a way. But that would take time. He might be able to wait, relying on his health regimen and talent, but his mother might not have the luxury. Besides, the ninja world was too dangerous. Restoring both his and his mother's health and increasing their strength as soon as possible was the key. Time was of the essence. Oh? Naori was slightly surprised. Are there doctors in that world capable of solving our health problems? If so, that would be fantastic. Possibly. Kaito nodded hesitantly. That world has its own wonders. He then briefly explained the basics of the pirate world to his mother, including devil fruits and their abilities. Among the devil fruits, the heal fruit and hormone fruit, for instance, might have the potential to treat our problems. Of course, they won't be easy to find. But we can visit Drum Island and seek out Dr. Kira. She not only possesses extraordinary medical skills but is rumored to have knowledge of a longevity medicine. Even if she can't completely cure us, she should be able to significantly improve our conditions, extending our lifespans and buying us more time to find a permanent solution. The best part is that she's relatively easy to locate. Turning to his mother, Kaito said, So, Mom, we should plan to visit the pirate world as soon as possible and find Dr. Kira to help us. All right. After a moment of thought, Naori nodded in agreement. She then asked, But how long do you think it will take us there? I'll need to arrange matters within the clan beforehand. Kaito hesitated. I'm not sure about that yet. I don't know where we'll end up on the other side. Why don't we go there together now to get a sense of our location, then return? He also needed to confirm the timeline of events in that world. Hopefully, the plot hasn't started yet. He thought to himself. Sounds good. Naori didn't object. I'm free today anyway. Shall we head there now? Do I need to prepare anything? No need. Kaito shook his head. We can come back anytime, so there's no need for additional preparations. But I'm not sure how safe it will be there, so please keep an eye out for me. I'm still pretty weak. It would be a disaster if I got wiped out right after arriving. Leave it to me. Naori smiled and playfully waved a fist. Your mom's pretty strong, you know. Got it. Kaito smiled back, grabbing Naori's hand. With a thought, he activated the dimensional gate rune in his mind. The next moment, he and Naori vanished from the room. Pirate World, Grand Line. In a place between Waters 7 and the Sabati Archipelago in a certain stretch of sea, two pirate crews were locked in a fierce battle. On one side was the fleet from Amazon Lily, while the other was the Frenzy Shark slaver crew, infamous for their human trafficking. Get us closer. Capture them. Those women warriors from Amazon Lily are premium goods, we'll make a fortune selling them. Hi ha ha ha. Leave it to us, boss. Attack. The battle had only lasted 10 minutes, but the Kuja pirates were already at a clear disadvantage, being pushed back and forced into defensive positions. Big sister, what do we do? Everyone's in danger. Sonia clung to her elder sister with a look of terror. Yeah, big sis. Should we step in and help? Marigold asked anxiously. Chapter 4, The Power of Uchiha. 12-year-old Hancock began to speak but suddenly froze. Her expression changed drastically as she whipped her head toward the ship's cabin. Instinctively, she pushed her two younger sisters behind her and shouted toward the cabin, Who's there? Come out. Her heart raced as she thought, could an enemy have already infiltrated the ship? At that moment, a voice came from inside, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Relax. We're not your enemies, just accidental intruders. Could you tell us where we are? Soon, two figures, a woman and a boy, emerged from the cabin. The newcomers were Naori Uchiha and Kaito Uchiha. Neither had expected their first teleportation to place them directly on a ship. As soon as Kaito stepped out, he surveyed the surroundings. Spotting the two massive serpents coiled on the ship, he immediately recognized it as one of Amazon Lily's vessels. Then his eyes fell on the three young sisters. Based on their appearance and the ship, he speculated, are these the Hancock sisters? Does this mean the timeline is before Hancock was enslaved? This realization brought him a sliver of relief. She's so beautiful. The three Hancock sisters stared at Naori Uchiha, unable to suppress their admiration. Naori's beauty was breathtaking, but it was her composed and gentle demeanor that captivated them. Despite this, Hancock quickly shook off the moment of awe. Although the newcomers didn't seem hostile, she remained cautious and asked, "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" "Relax." Naori, noticing their wariness and taking stock of the situation, spoke softly. "My name is Naori Uchiha, and this is my son, Kaito Uchiha. We're here seeking medical treatment, and our arrival here was accidental." She gestured toward the distant commotion and added, "It seems you're under attack. If you allow it, I can help eliminate your enemies. In return, I'd only ask that you tell us where we are and later take us to Drum Island." "What do you say?" "Huh?" Hancock was momentarily stunned. "Medical treatment? Drum Island? You will really help us?" "Ha ha ha ha." Before Hancock could respond, a grating laugh echoed from afar, drawing everyone's attention. A hulking pirate, over 2 meters tall with a rugged and grotesque appearance, emerged with a sneer. His greedy gaze swept over Naori and the sisters as he taunted, "Well, what do we have here? Not just 3 little beauties, but also a stunning older beauty and a pale, frail boy. Such a pity, though, he looks like he won't last long. Otherwise, he might have fetched a good price." Kaito glared silently, thinking, if I weren't so weak right now, you'd already be dead. Less than 1 second as it should. Give up and surrender quietly, and you might suffer less. The pirate threatened with a wicked grin. Naori paid him no mind, instead turning back to Hancock. "Wait a moment. Let me deal with this trash first." "You dare?" The pirate, incensed, raised his massive blade to strike. Before he could act, Naori locked eyes with him. Her left Sharingan spun, morphing into a unique Mangekyō pattern. Ganjutsu, Sharingan. The pirate froze mid-motion, his body stiff as a board. With a flicker of movement, Naori dashed past him. Moments later, blood spurted from his neck, and his severed head hit the deck, his lifeless eyes wide open in disbelief. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Chlorid Jutsu. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Wind style, Vacuum Blade. One jutsu after another erupted from Naori as she unleashed her arsenal against the invading pirates. The battlefield transformed into Naori's personal stage. Her efficiency in eliminating enemies was terrifying. The remaining pirates, already shaken by the swift deaths of their leaders, fled in disarray. Within minutes, the fight was over. Of the 100 or so enemies, only a dozen managed to escape, while the rest lay defeated by Naori's hand. "Your mother is amazing." The Hancock sisters had watched the entire spectacle, their eyes sparkling with admiration as Hancock turned to Kaito. "Of course," Kaito replied with a proud smile. "She's Naori Uchiha, after all. Thank you so much for saving us." The leader of the Kuja pirates, though wounded, approached Naori with gratitude. "May I ask who you are?" "We're just passing through." "No need to make a big deal of it." Naori replied with a warm smile as she walked back toward Kaito and the sisters. Then she addressed Hancock. "I've held up my end. Now, would you mind taking us to Drum Island?" Hancock hesitated, glancing toward the leader for guidance. The leader, understanding the situation, nodded and said, "Drum Island? You mean the one known for its advanced medicine? Of course, we'll take you there. Your kindness is something we'll never forget. However, many of us are injured, and we've already sent a request for reinforcements to our former captain. We'll need to stop at Sabati Archipelago for repairs and recovery first. Once we're ready, we'll escort you to Drum Island. Would that be acceptable?" Naori turned to Kaito. "What do you think?" "That's fine," Kaito said with a nod. "This will give us a chance to meet Shakayaku and Rayleigh. Then it's settled." Naori replied, smiling. "Thank you for your help." The leader heaved a sigh of relief and immediately arranged for Hancock to prepare quarters for the mother and son. Meanwhile, the Kuja pirates began tending to their wounded, repairing the ship, and cleaning up the battlefield. Chapter 5, Pirate World Wonders. Does this room suit you? Would you like me to arrange 2 separate rooms? Hancock led Kaito Uchiha to a spacious and elegant cabin, pausing to ask her question with some politeness. "This is fine. 1 room will suffice." Naori Uchiha replied with a glance around, nodding approvingly. She then added, "By the way, how long will it take to reach the Sabati Archipelago from here?" Hancock hesitated for a moment before responding, "It'll probably take another day or 2. Is there a problem?" Hancock held a favorable impression of Naori and Kaido. Without their intervention, she and her sisters would have likely been captured and sold as slaves. No, it's nothing. Just curious. Naori said with a dismissive wave of her hand. You should go, your companions still need your help. Once you're done, feel free to come back. You can bring us some food later. Understood. Thank you again. I'll check on them and return shortly with something for you to eat. Hancock replied earnestly before hurrying off. Once alone, Naori closed the door and turned to Kaido. It seems like you know quite a bit about young Hancock and this pirate crew. Care to share with me? Of course. Kaido agreed readily, recounting what he knew in detail. Oh? Naori listened intently, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. An all-female warrior tribe from Amazon Lily, many of whom have mastered armament hockey, and some even observation hockey. A faction with dual hockey expertise? Fascinating. It does remind me of Nagekyō village back in the shinobi world. She mused, a place also populated entirely by women. Kaido immediately thought of Jiraiya and his dubious ties to that village, which even managed to drag Naruto into the mess. So, what do you think about asking for their dual hockey training methods as a reward? Would that work? Naori asked. She was clearly intrigued by this world's power systems and wanted to delve deeper into them. From what she had seen in battle and heard from Kaido, both observation and armament hockey held immense potential. I wouldn't recommend it. Kaido responded, shaking his head. Hockey is integral to Amazon Lily's heritage. Asking for that could easily offend them, even if they owe us a favor. It's not worth the risk. They're about to meet their former captain, Shaki, who also happens to be Amazon Lily's previous empress. Shaki is a master of dual hockey and has incredible intelligence networks. Not to mention her partner, Silver's Rayleigh, the former right-hand man of the Pirate King. Rayleigh is a peak-level master of all three forms of hockey. In terms of raw power, he's likely stronger than most Kage-level shinobi, and only legends like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha could beat him. Kaido's tone carried both admiration and anticipation. We can ask for Rayleigh or Shaki's insights into mastering all three forms of hockey, as well as the Marine Six Styles techniques and life return. These are not tied to Amazon Lily's traditions, and they'll find it hard to refuse such a reasonable request from their benefactors. That does sound more appropriate. Naori agreed thoughtfully. But are you certain they'd agree? Insights from someone on that Rayleigh's level must be incredibly valuable. Absolutely. Kaido replied confidently. Shaki and Rayleigh aren't petty people. They value honor and gratitude. If necessary, I can even offer them exclusive information they can't refuse in exchange. Either way, I won't leave this world without those techniques. Naori nodded, smiling at her son's determination. If you're this confident, I'll support your plan. By the way, what exactly are Marine Six Styles and Life Return? They sound intriguing. They are. Kaido confirmed. Marine Six Styles is a set of superhuman physical techniques developed by the world government. It focuses on unlocking the body's potential and greatly enhancing physical capabilities. In fact, Marine Six Styles is often a precursor to mastering observation and armament hockey. And Life Return? That's the pinnacle of body control. It allows a practitioner to regulate every cell, enhance digestion, accelerate recovery, and even convert consumed food directly into life energy. Imagine how much that could help us recover and strengthen ourselves. Kaido's eyes gleamed as he elaborated. Think about it, combining Life Return with our own training techniques and chakra systems could significantly enhance our recovery and even restore lost vitality. After hearing his detailed explanation, Naori's eyes widened in understanding. Controlling every part of the body. Accelerating recovery. That could have immense implications for chakra regeneration as well. This is indeed a rare and powerful skill. Yes, but mastering it isn't easy. Kaido cautioned. Even in this world, only a handful of geniuses have managed it. Among the CP9, for example, only someone named Rob Lucci is known to have achieved it. Difficulty isn't an issue. Naori said confidently. If we have the training methods, I'll master it. After all, I'm a genius too. Kaido chuckled at her self-assurance. Of course, Mom. You're amazing. By the way, Kaido continued, have you noticed how much stronger the people of this world are compared to those in the shinobi world? I have. Naori replied, nodding. The sheer vitality and resilience of their bodies are remarkable. It's likely due to the environment here. The oceans are teeming with massive, powerful creatures, some stretching thousands of meters long. She added thoughtfully, if the creatures on land are anything like that, it's no wonder the people here have such incredible physiques. Exactly. Kaido agreed. That's why I suggest we regularly hunt sea kings and other beasts for their meat. Consuming such nutrient-dense food while training could significantly accelerate our recovery and strengthen our bodies. An excellent idea. Naori said with approval, her gaze determined. Chapter 6, Future Uchiha Leader. I agree. Naori Uchiha nodded with certainty. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was already planning to do this. Such a valuable resource for strengthening the body cannot be wasted. In the future, we can even consider providing seeking meat to loyal and reliable clan members. Strengthening their power will ultimately benefit you when the Uchiha clan's future falls into your hands. Unfortunately, not everyone meets the requirements for a summoning contract. Otherwise, we could send people here to establish a stable base and hunt sea kings and beasts long term. That way, I wouldn't have to personally get involved. Pausing, Naori turned to Kaido Uchiha. Once your health improves and your strength grows, I'll help you gradually build your reputation within the clan. I'll arrange for some children from the clan to follow you, learn from you, and grow close to you. That way, it'll be easier for you to earn their loyalty and contract them later. What do you think? It was clear that Naori had been planning meticulously since discovering her son's unique abilities. She had arranged everything perfectly, ensuring Kaido wouldn't need to overthink or worry about such matters. Originally, Naori had considered supporting Fugaku Uchiha, the third elder's son, as the next clan leader. But now, her thoughts had changed. Her son was the better choice. Fugaku lacked the decisiveness and resilience needed for leadership. Naturally, Kaito saw no reason to refuse. Alright, I'll follow your lead, Mom. Having such a capable mother saved him countless headaches. Kaito felt lucky he had bonded with her first. By the way, Naori said, breaking the momentary silence, what do you think about me leaving a shadow clone in the ninja world, or here? If we stagger the timing, could it last? If it works, it would make things much more convenient. Otherwise, the time spent traveling back and forth could disrupt her ability to manage matters in the ninja world. Initially, she hadn't planned to stay long. This trip was meant to explore the area, but their unexpected landing on a pirate ship and subsequent rescue of the Kuja pirates had forced her to change her plans. We could try. Maybe. It's possible? Kaido replied, though not entirely confident. Then let's give it a shot. They immediately conducted an experiment. To their surprise, it worked flawlessly. A shadow clone could remain active in either the ninja world or the One Piece world, even while the original body was in the other. Moreover, Kaido discovered he could establish markers at any location he had visited and teleport to those points, even onto people or objects like ships. This revelation was groundbreaking. It meant he could freely teleport between places he had been before, not just in the One Piece world but likely in the ninja world as well. If not for his current lack of strength and the timing being inappropriate, he would have already begun exploring other maps. With this ability, we could even temporarily return home to rest for a few days. Kaito suggested. Once the ship reaches Sabiti Archipelago, we can teleport back. What do you think, Mom? Naori pondered for a moment. It's better for us to stay here, just in case something goes wrong or someone detects the shadow clone. After all, we don't yet fully understand whether observation haki can distinguish shadow clones. Then, she smirked and playfully pinched Kaido's cheek. And did you forget you've only just extracted a small amount of chakra? You haven't even mastered the shadow clone jutsu yet. And with your current condition, it's not suitable to extract more chakra or practice such techniques. Kaido froze, realizing his oversight. I totally forgot. Looks like I need to speed up my recovery. Don't rush. Naori said with a light chuckle. She patted his head gently, offering reassurance. Take it slow. You'll get better soon. Okay, Mom. I'll continue practicing the life force jutsu. I don't think I've hit today's limit yet. With that, Kaito stood and began training again, eager to test his current limits. Alright, I'll join you. Let's work on restoring our bodies together. Naori smiled warmly and followed suit, beginning her own training alongside him. You have practiced the life force jutsu once. Proficiency +1. Lifespan +1 day, you have practiced the life force jutsu once. Proficiency +1. Lifespan +1 day. After 2 rounds, can't keep going. Kaido collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. Wiping the sweat from his face, he decided to stop. His body was sore all over, and a strong hunger gnawed at him. Even with the life force jutsu, his body required sufficient energy and nutrition to sustain further training. Naori, however, was far from reaching her limit. Seeing her son's exhaustion, she continued her training while offering encouragement. If you've hit your limit, rest for now. I'll keep training. I need to regain my peak strength as soon as possible. Her strength had significantly waned over the years due to her health issues. In such a dangerous world, she needed to restore herself quickly. Alright. I'll work on refining medicinal recipes to restore our bodies. At the same time, I'll copy some medical texts to offer as compensation to Dr. Kira. She's not easy to deal with without proper payment. The infamous Witch of Drum Island wasn't known for her generosity. You've thought everything through. Go ahead with your plans. Naori replied, pleased with his maturity. Kaido didn't know his mother had already deduced so much from his subtle behaviors. She had connected his urgency and crisis mindset to the potential dangers looming over their clan's future. It seems like our clan and the Uchiha's future must be facing grave challenges. Naori thought while training, her heart heavy with concern. Meanwhile, Kaido returned briefly to the ninja world to gather blank paper. Back on the ship, he copied medical books and devised personalized prescriptions to aid both his and Naori's recovery. Time passed quickly. After dozens of rounds of the life force jutsu, Naori finally paused her training. Chapter 7, Restoration of Life Essence. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking and Hancock's cheerful voice came from outside. Miss Naori, may I come in? It's time to eat. Come out and join us for dinner. With a creak, Naori Uchiha opened the cabin door and greeted Hancock with a warm smile. Have you eaten yet? Thank you for letting us know. Please, lead the way. She turned to glance back at Kaido, motioning for him to follow as she walked out with Hancock. Kaido put down his pen and quickly got up to join them. Before long, they arrived at a large dining hall. Lady Naori, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for saving us earlier, Lady Naori. Expressions of gratitude and admiration echoed from the Kuja warriors gathered there, their eyes filled with respect and awe. It was clear that a strong female leader like Naori struck a chord with the warriors of Amazon Lily. Of course, some of the more playful warriors couldn't resist teasing Kaido, which left him exasperated. What's with these people? He thought, his face darkened in embarrassment. Alright, now that Lady Naori has arrived, let's eat. The leader of the group announced. She gestured to Naori and Kaido to take seats at the head of the table. Once they started eating, the others followed suit. Naori took her first bite of the meat and immediately paused. This meat. Warmth spread from her stomach to her entire body, and a stream of vitality coursed through her veins. Her eyes lit up in surprise. This was no ordinary food. The meat was rich with vitality and nutrients, comparable to rare medicinal treasures in the ninja world. Is this seeking meat? She asked the leader beside her, keeping her expression composed despite her astonishment. Yes, Lady Naori. The leader replied with a smile. It's a meat from an ordinary seeking just about 100 meters long. Does it suit your taste? Naori nodded with a polite smile, though her thoughts raced. If meat from 100-meter-long seeking has such an effect, what about several hundred or even 1,000 meters long? She could already feel her body greedily absorbing the energy. Years of damage from over-extracting chakra and the loss of life force were being visibly reversed, her complexion becoming healthier and more vibrant. Meanwhile, Kaido wasn't faring as well. He struggled to digest even a small piece of the meat, his weak stomach overwhelmed. The nutrients and vitality seeped into his system at a snail's pace. Still, the gradual absorption brought warmth to his body, soothing the fatigue and soreness from earlier training. My digestive system is this weak? He thought grimly. After a few more cautious bites, Kaido decided to stop. He addressed his mother and the leader. Mom, I think I've had enough for now. I'll take some of this back to the room and eat later. Naori glanced at him, reading the exhaustion in his expression. Understanding his unspoken concerns, she nodded. All right. Take care of yourself. Turning to the leader, she added, I'm sorry for the trouble. My son's health is still very fragile. No trouble at all. The leader said with a reassuring smile. We hope he recovers soon. Don't worry, we'll get you to Drum Island for treatment as soon as possible. Then she turned to Hancock. Hancock, escort Kaido back to his room. All right. Hancock replied reluctantly, setting aside her food. She motioned for Kaido to follow her as he carried a large plate of meat back to the room. On the way back, Hancock glanced at him sympathetically. You're really sick, aren't you? I hope you get better soon. I will. Kaido replied with a faint smile. Checking her affection level through his unique ability, he noted that Hancock's favorability had reached 52, a respectable level. If I were strong enough to save the three sisters myself, instead of relying on my mother, their goodwill might have already reached the threshold for forming bonds. He thought regretfully. Soon, Hancock left him alone in the room. After setting down the plate, Kaido stretched and felt his body loosening up. The rest he'd gotten and the nourishment from the seeking meat had done wonders for his soreness and fatigue. He started practicing the life force jutsu. As he moved through the forms, he could feel the seeking meat in his stomach digesting faster. Warmth radiated from his core, spreading throughout his body. You practiced the life force jutsu with seeking meat as support, proficiency +3, lifespan plus 3 days, life essence plus 0.01, whoa. Not only did my lifespan gains increased 3 times, but it's even restoring my life essence. The restoration of life essence directly addressed the root of his congenital deficiencies. Could I fully heal myself just by eating seeking meat and practicing the life force technique? Kaido's excitement grew. He had clearly underestimated the benefits of seeking meat for a ninja like him. Meanwhile, Naori remained in the dining hall, continuing to eat and practice. As her body soaked in the vitality, she felt her strength gradually returning. Her years of decline were being reversed bit by bit. Her thoughts turned to the life force technique. The seeking meat combined with practicing. Perhaps this truly is a miracle remedy for us. We may recover sooner than I hoped. Chapter 8, Full Recovery. Let's keep going. With such impressive results and the evident ability of the life force jutsu to accelerate the digestion of seeking meat, why stop? Even better, with the assistance of seeking meat, Kaido Uchiha felt little fatigue or soreness. Instead, he found himself in an increasingly better state. Determined, he resumed practicing the technique over and over. You practiced the life force jutsu with seeking meat, proficiency plus 3, lifespan plus 3 days, life essence plus 0.01. You practiced the life force jutsu with seeking meat, proficiency plus 3, lifespan plus 3 days, life essence plus 0.01. As the seeking meat in his stomach rapidly digested, its vitality and nutrients were absorbed, visibly improving his body. His complexion, once pale and sickly, took on a faint rosy hue, making him look significantly healthier. After practicing the technique over 10 times, Kaido finally felt the limits of his physical stamina. Most of the seeking meat in his stomach had been consumed, and he decided to stop. Exhaling deeply, he wiped the sweat from his face. Although his body was tired and sore, he felt as though a massive weight had been lifted. A new energy coursed through him. He sat at the table, gazing at the remaining seeking meat. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand and stored it in the space of the dimensional gate. Within this space, he designated a specific area and froze its time flow to preserve food and prevent spoilage. Thanks to his complete control over the dimensional gate's powers, such a feat was simple. Curious about his progress, Kaido opened his status panel to check. Lifespan, 7 months, 12 days, congenital deficiency, life essence, 3.43 out of 10, seeing the updates, his eyes brightened. Not only had his lifespan increased by over a month, but the status now displayed his life essence, revealing just how depleted it had been. For a healthy 6-year-old, life essence should be around 10. Mine's ridiculously low, no wonder my lifespan was so short. With the current method, I can recover 0.01 life essence per cycle of training with seeking meat. Right now, my daily limit is about 15 cycles, but as my life essence and body improve, I'll definitely be able to train more each day. At this rate, without relying on any additional treatments, it'll take roughly 60 days, 2 months, to fully restore my life essence and overcome my congenital deficiencies. His heart soared with excitement. 2 months to full recovery. That's way shorter than I expected. Amazing. For a moment, Kaido allowed himself to daydream about restoring his health, mastering his talents, growing stronger, unifying the ninja world, and dominating the pirate world. That day isn't far off, he declared, clenching his fists confidently. What isn't far off? The voice of Naori Uchiha came from the doorway, followed by the sound of it opening. She entered and immediately noticed the change in her son. His vitality was markedly improved, and he looked healthier than before. In an instant, she appeared in front of him, her eyes wide with excitement. Grasping his hand, she used her chakra to sense his physical condition. When her observations confirmed her suspicions, she gazed at him with joy and surprise. How did you recover so much, so quickly? Is this the effect of the seeking meat? Yes. Kaido nodded, pointing toward the door to indicate they should speak privately. Understanding, Naori waved her hand, using chakra threads to close the door before turning back to him. Kaido began explaining. It's the combination of seeking meat and the life force jutsu. When I realized my digestion was too weak to handle the meat effectively, I decided to try using the technique to aid the process. The results were beyond my expectations. The combination not only doubled the effectiveness of my training but also significantly reduced fatigue and soreness, allowing me to train more. Most importantly, he continued, my natural talent confirmed that this method actively restores my life essence. If I keep this up, I estimate it'll take less than 2 months to fully recover from my congenital deficiencies and gain a truly healthy body. And if we add some tailored medicinal treatments, it'll be even faster. Really? Naori's voice trembled with excitement. This method can truly heal your congenital deficiencies? Yes, absolutely. Kaido confirmed with a nod. And I believe it can also help restore your lost life essence. You should practice the technique with me using this method. With your physique and digestion, you'll likely recover much faster than I will. Of course, you'll also need to improve your mastery of the life force jutsu for the best results. Kaido's own mastery of the technique was at an intermediate level, far exceeding Naori's beginner proficiency. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Naori's eyes softened as she lovingly stroked her son's face before moving to a corner of the room to begin her own training. Kaido returned to his work, continuing to copy medical texts while occasionally glancing at his mother's progress, offering pointers when necessary. Thanks to her natural talent, Naori's proficiency with the life force jutsu improved rapidly, progressing to an intermediate level after just a dozen cycles of training. When the seeking meat in her stomach was fully digested, she stopped and returned to her son. Kaido, she said with a bright smile, sitting across from him. I feel like I'm regaining my peak condition. The training not only healed many of my hidden injuries but also restored a significant portion of my life essence. With this method, I believe my life essence will be fully restored in just over 20 days. She sighed wistfully. If only soul essence were as easy to recover. I might have been able to fully regain my peak strength in no time. Still, recovering her life essence alone would vastly improve her lifespan, allowing her to live decades longer. Over time, her restored vitality might naturally nourish her soul and gradually repair the damage. Still, it seemed the possibility of reclaiming her peak strength was no longer a distant dream. Who would have thought that a simple meal of seeking meat combined with the life force jutsu could produce such miraculous results? Even her blind right eye felt warm, as if beginning to heal. Chapter 9, Soul Recovery. That's great. Congratulations, Mom. Kaito Uchiha smiled brightly upon hearing the news. This was the best outcome he could hope for. As for the issue with the soul's essence, we can figure that out later. By the way, Mom, does the clan have any meditation techniques to enhance mental or spiritual strength? Even yin release techniques would work. Kaito Uchiha asked this earnestly. With his heaven rewards diligence talent, even if the current ninja world and the One Piece world lacked complete methods for spiritual cultivation, he was confident. As long as he had even partial or flawed techniques, he believed he could break through limits and innovate a genuine method for cultivating spiritual and soul strength. If that happened, restoring Naori Uchiha's damaged soul essence wouldn't be a problem anymore. Not at all. He might even use this to optimize the Sharingan awakening process, or perhaps even develop complete training methods for the Mangekyō Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. About that, Naori Uchiha frowned slightly. There are indeed meditation techniques for improving mental strength and practicing yin release, but the effects aren't particularly impressive. They require consistent, long-term practice. Do you want them? She guessed that her son might have a plan to use these techniques to create a method for enhancing mental power or even restoring soul essence. The inheritance from the sage was clearly far more profound than she initially thought. I do. Kaito Uchiha nodded eagerly. As long as it's effective, I can work on improving it further. Once it's perfected, there might even be a way to actively accelerate the recovery of your soul's essence. Alright. Naori Uchiha was touched by his determination. She nodded softly and said, I'll return home later to fetch it for you. But remember to take care of yourself. Don't push too hard, take it slow. My health has improved significantly, and I'll live for quite some time. You don't have to overwork yourself. No matter what terrible future you've seen, know that I'll always be here. I'm your eternal support, ready to shield you from any storm. Hearing her earnest tone and seeing her sincere expression, Kaito felt warmth in his heart. He smiled gently and nodded. I understand, Mom. But how did you know I have knowledge about the future? Hey. Naori chuckled and playfully tapped his forehead with a finger. You underestimate your mom? You didn't hide it well enough earlier. I could guess bits and pieces. So, what's the future of the Uchiha clan and the ninja world like? Why are you so desperate to save my life and grow stronger? Tell me. She wanted to understand not only to ease her son's burden but also to prepare and plan ahead. She had always preferred calculated moves over fighting uncertain battles. Alright. Kaito said after a moment of silence. He asked his mother to set up a soundproof barrier in the room. Then, he explained everything he knew about the future, detailing the Uchiha clan's destruction in the 55th year of the Hidden Leaf's founding under pressure from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Denzo, as well as the events of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Ninja Wars. He even revealed information about Madara Uchiha still being alive, Black Zetsu's centuries-long scheming, Otsutsuki Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths, and the Otsutsuki clan. He left nothing out, telling his mother everything. After all, Naori Uchiha was someone he trusted completely. Her affection for him, quantified at 100 points, only because it's the limit, was unwavering and unchanging from the moment he bound the dimensional gate. He had no reason to worry about her betraying him. Unbelievable. So that's how the future unfolds. Naori Uchiha's brows knitted tightly as she processed his revelations. Not only is Madara still alive and stirring up chaos, but there's also Black Zetsu, a schemer who's been plotting for 1,000 years. And even extraterrestrial threats like the Otsutsuki clan and people like the Sage of Six Paths appear. No wonder you're under so much pressure. With the power levels of those entities, the current strength of myself and the entire ninja world is completely inadequate. But it's not all bad, we still have time and the resources from the One Piece world. In the future, I'm confident I can grow strong enough to rival or even surpass Madara Uchiha. So don't worry too much. We'll tackle this together. Her confidence stemmed from their unique advantages. Without the One Piece world's resources or Kaido's special abilities, she might have felt hopeless. But with their combined strengths, there was nothing to fear. Right. Kaito smiled warmly. I've always had confidence, but the urgency and pressure can be overwhelming at times. Still, I've never doubted our success. If worst comes to worst, we can hide in the One Piece world and bide our time until we're ready to fight back. Since the day I awakened the Dimensional Gate talent, we've been undefeated. Haha, well said. Naori smiled as well, her heart lightened. Looks like my comforting words weren't needed. You've got things figured out, Kaito. Now, about Hiruzen and Denzo. Her expression darkened. I never imagined they'd go to such lengths in the future. Fine. Very fine. I was too cautious and lenient in the past because I thought I wouldn't live long and wanted to ensure the Uchiha clan's future. But now, everything has changed. In the future, I'll make them pay dearly. They want to destroy the Uchiha clan? Then I'll annihilate the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Humphrey. Her resolve was palpable. She wasn't one to sit back and wait for disaster, she preferred taking the initiative. Mom, you're amazing. Kaido gave her a thumbs up, his admiration genuine. Having such a strong mother was a great comfort. Hee hee. Naori smiled warmly, ruffling her son's hair. Leave it to me. I'll handle it. Of course, if you have any ideas, feel free to share, and we'll plan together. Absolutely. Kaito nodded eagerly. Then, Naori's tone shifted again, her expression souring. As for Itachi Uchiha, that boy has completely fallen for Sarutobi Hiruzen's brainwashing. To think he would personally slaughter the entire clan. His mind must be broken. Exactly. Kaido agreed vehemently. But it's not entirely Itachi's fault. Fugaku Uchiha bears a lot of the responsibility too. Dragging a 3 or 4-year-old Itachi to the battlefield under the guise of teaching him the horrors of war? What kind of lunacy is that? He set Itachi on the wrong path from the start. And later, his constant appeasement of Hiruzen and his policies only pushed the Uchiha clan further into despair. He was completely unfit to be the clan leader. And honestly, he doesn't deserve Sister Mikoto either. Chapter 10, Mikoto is mine. When Naori Uchiha heard the first part of what Kaito said, she nodded in agreement. But as soon as she caught the last sentence, she looked at Kaito with an amused expression. So, who do you think is worthy of your sister Mikoto? Of course, it's me. Kaito Uchiha blurted out his thoughts before suddenly realizing what he had said. His face turned red with embarrassment as he glanced at his mother, meeting her teasing gaze. He coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Anyway, Fugaku isn't good enough for Sister Mikoto, right? Mom, don't you agree? You. Naori laughed at Kaito's attempt to dodge and shift the topic. She playfully tapped his forehead with a finger and teased him. I didn't expect you to be such a little rascal at your age. You're already eyeing your sister Mikoto so early on. Still, you're right. Fugaku truly isn't worthy of Mikoto. Besides, from the future you described, it seems you didn't awaken your potential and there was no me or you in that timeline. Now that our fates have changed, the future is naturally different. So, I support you marrying Mikoto in the future. Moreover, I plan to groom you to become the next head of the Uchiha clan. From now on, you'll need to work hard, not just to improve your strength but also to establish your authority within the clan. I'll be by your side to help with that. Keep it up. Naori didn't mind her son being a bit cheeky. After all, he was her child. In fact, she'd be thrilled if he married multiple wives and had many children, expanding the family line. Over the next 2 days, Kaito mostly stayed on the ship. He alternated between training with a meet of Sea Kings to enhance his body and copying medical books. He also practiced the Uchiha meditation technique Naori had brought him. Perhaps because of his 2 lives, his soul and mental strength far surpassed those of his peers. His memory and comprehension were also exceptional. On the very day he got the technique, he managed to grasp its basics after a few attempts. He even successfully recorded it into his Heaven Rewards Diligence talent panel. With this system, further progress became much easier. 2 days later, the group successfully arrived at a port in Area 13 of the Sabati archipelago. There, they met Shaki and Rayleigh, who had been waiting for them. Congratulations on your safe return. As soon as the ship docked, Shaki and Rayleigh boarded. After greeting the crew leader, they turned to Naori and Kaido. You must be Naori Uchiha and Kaido Uchiha, who saved our Kuja pirates. On behalf of Amazon Lily, I thank you. I'm aware of what Naki promised you. Sending you to Drum Island isn't enough to repay your kindness. If you have any requests, don't hesitate to let me know. As long as it's not too much, I'll do my best to fulfill it. Additionally, I have access to a lot of information. If there's anything you'd like to know, feel free to ask. I'll provide it to you free of charge. Once again, thank you. If Naori hadn't shown up in time, Shaki couldn't imagine the devastation the Kuja pirates might have faced. There was a real possibility that Hancock and her sisters would have been captured by those despicable slave traders and sold to the Celestial Dragons. If that had happened, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Hancock was a candidate for the next Empress of Amazon Lily. Her safety was paramount. You're too kind. It was merely a coincidence, and we acted on impulse. Naori said modestly, smiling. No. Shaki shook her head firmly. A favor is a favor. That's non-negotiable. Please make your request. If you haven't thought of one yet, you can come to me anytime to redeem it. Haha. At this moment, Rayleigh laughed, patting Shaki's shoulder. All right. There's no rush for that. This isn't the place to talk. Why don't we all head back to the shop first? He glanced at Naori, seeking her opinion. Sure. We'd be imposing, but thank you. Naori agreed without hesitation. Soon, the group arrived at Shaki's establishment. Upon seeing the signboard labeled Shaki's Rip-Off Bar, Naori blinked in mild surprise and instinctively glanced at Shaki. Shaki. Ahaha. Though embarrassed for a moment under Naori's gaze, Shaki quickly recovered with a chuckle and waved it off. You know how it is. This place is full of shady characters, pirates, and scoundrels. A name like this adds to the intimidation factor. Huh. Naori and Kaito nodded in unison, feigning belief. With the awkward moment behind her, Shaki welcomed the mother and son into the shop, offering drinks, juice, and cake. She then asked, I heard you're heading to Drum Island for medical treatment. Would you like me to recommend a skilled doctor? I know an excellent one who might be able to help with your condition. Both Naori and Kaido's health issues were apparent to anyone observant. In Shaki and Rayleigh's eyes, even though Naori was a formidable fighter who had defeated pirates worth over 100 million baileys, her vitality and physique seemed unusually fragile. They could sense a strange energy within her, which they assumed contributed to her strength. But out of respect, neither Shaki nor Rayleigh inquired further. It would have been impolite. Not for now. Kaito spoke up before Naori could reply. We plan to consult Drum Island's witch, Dr. Kureha, first. She should be able to address my and my mom's issues. If not, we'll come back and trouble you. Oh? Shaki and Rayleigh exchanged surprised looks at Kaito taking the initiative. The witch Dr. Kureha. I know of her. Shaki nodded. Her medical skills are indeed exceptional, perhaps even superior to Crocus in some ways. But she's not easy to approach. Without the right payment, she won't lift a finger. I hope you're prepared for that. Understood. Kaido replied with confidence. I've accounted for that. Good, then. I wish you success. Shaki said with relief. Now, have you decided on your reward? Please, don't decline. We've thought it through. This time, Kaito spoke up again, glancing at Shaki and then at Rayleigh. I'd like to use this favor, along with information about the Pirate King Roger's son, to trade for your training insights on the 3 forms of hockey, the Navy's 6 styles, and life return techniques. Is that acceptable? Rayleigh's eyes widened in shock. What? Information about Roger's son? That guy actually has a child? He momentarily forgot to question how Kaito knew his true identity, utterly stunned by the revelation. Roger. You really keep surprising me. Rayleigh muttered. Shaki was equally astonished, her curiosity about Kaito growing. She also noticed that, since entering the shop, Kaito had taken the lead in decisions. This shift in dynamics between the mother and son intrigued her even more. Chapter 11, Truth About Ace. So, this sickly little guy isn't as simple as he looks. Never judge a book by its cover. Uchiha. Never heard of them. Quite mysterious. Shaki thought to herself. Kid, are you sure about this information? It took a while for Rayleigh to calm down, and his gaze was sharp as he questioned Kaito. This isn't something you joke about. Of course. Kaito Uchiha nodded affirmatively. Back then, after your Roger pirates disbanded, Roger went to the South Blue. On Bayterla Island, he met and fell in love with a woman named Portgas de Rouge. After a year together, Rouge became pregnant with Roger's child. After that, Roger turned himself in, sparking the Great Pirate Era. The world government caught wind of rumors about Roger's child in the South Blue. They sent numerous agents to search the area, even killing many pregnant women in the process. You must remember that, right, Aunt Shaki? Surely you heard of the chaos back then? Yes. Shaki nodded solemnly. It was a tragic time. I was following the news closely since it involved Roger. But eventually, the matter seemed to fade into obscurity. Only countless innocent pregnant women and children paid the price. So, Portgas de Rouge actually escaped the world government's hunt? It was hard to imagine how she managed that. Correct. Kaido confirmed. With secret help from Vice Admiral Garp, Rouge endured unimaginable pain, delaying the child's birth for 2 full years to evade the government's grasp. Tragically, the moment she gave birth, she passed away. The room fell silent as his words sank in. Rouge's resolve and sacrifice left both Shaki and Naori Uchiha deeply moved. What an incredible woman. Naori murmured, admiration evident in her tone. I never expected this. Shaki added, her voice tinged with sorrow. Wait, Garp? Rayleigh's expression twisted in confusion. You're saying it was Garp who helped Rouge? That scoundrel Roger trusted a Navy man over me? Ha. Typical of that idiot. Sounds exactly like something Roger would do. Shaki shook her head with a small smile. Honestly, it was the best decision. Garp is known for keeping his word. If the child had been entrusted to any of you, the world government would have noticed immediately. Don't forget how closely they were watching every member of the Roger Pirates at the time. Rayleigh begrudgingly conceded. You're right. We owe Garp a massive favor for this. Still, where is the kid now? Surely not at Manaford, right? The idea of Roger's son being raised as a Marine felt surreal. Rayleigh couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry at the thought. It's not like that. Kaido reassured. Garp took him to his hometown in the East Blue, a place called Fuusha Village. There, he entrusted the boy to a mountain bandit named Didon. Oh, and one more thing. Kaito smirked. Garp even claimed Ace, Roger's son, as his own grandson. He what? It's true. Kaido chuckled. I'm pretty sure Garp did it just to spite Roger, so he could one-up him and make Roger metaphorically call him dad. A bit of petty revenge for dumping such a massive problem on him. Rayleigh and Shaki were speechless for a moment, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. A mountain bandit? And claiming Roger's son as his grandson? Rayleigh's eye twitched. Only that lunatic Garp could pull off something so ridiculous. Shaki laughed lightly. If Roger were alive, he'd probably go after Garp with a vengeance. Imagine having to call him dad, he'd lose it. The two shared a laugh, understanding the unique dynamic between Roger and Garp. Still. Rayleigh sighed, his expression turning reflective. Galdi Ace, huh? That's definitely the kind of name Roger would give his kid. No. Kaido interjected. His full name is Portgas de Ace, not Galdi Ace. This isn't just to avoid suspicion from the world government. Ace himself resents his father deeply and refuses to acknowledge Roger as his parent. Rayleigh frowned, his hand tightening around his drink. I see. The boy's had a rough life. It's no wonder he feels that way. Losing his mother and bearing the stigma of Roger's bloodline, it's too much for a child to handle. On top of that, Garp isn't exactly the most nurturing figure. I wouldn't be surprised if Ace ends up walking the path of a pirate someday. Rayleigh muttered, pouring himself another drink. Still, the kid's got spirit. If he's Roger's son, he's bound to do great things. Rayleigh glanced at Kaido. About your request earlier, I'll do it. Give me some time, and I'll write down all my insights on hockey, the 6 powers, and life return for you. But keep in mind. He added, Conqueror's hockey isn't something just anyone can awaken. Even with guidance, it's not guaranteed to improve. If you ever awaken it, come find me, and I'll personally teach you everything I know. Armament and observation hockey are the same. Paper notes will only take you so far. As for the 6 powers, those you can practice on your own. They're primarily about unlocking your body's potential and preparing you to awaken hockey. But life return. That's a different beast entirely. It evolved from the 6 powers but surpasses them. It's incredibly difficult to master. Even I took years just to grasp the basics. Rayleigh's tone grew serious. Don't push yourself too hard with that one. Chapter 12, Hunting Sea Kings. Got it. I'll keep that in mind and pace myself. Kaido Uchiha said earnestly, nodding deeply. Thank you so much, Uncle Rayleigh. Haha, no need to be so formal. Rayleigh chuckled heartily. If anything, I should be thanking you. Not only did you save the children from the Kuja pirates, But you also brought me such crucial information. Exactly. Shaki chimed in, addressing Kaido and Naori Uchiha. Just the information about Roger's son is worth everything you asked for. Honestly, I don't think that even covers the debt of gratitude for saving Hancock and the others. How about this, if you have any other requests, let us know. Otherwise, I'll feel uneasy. She understood the immense importance of Ace's identity to Rayleigh. For something this valuable, sharing training insights felt trivial, especially since Rayleigh was the kind of person who'd willingly teach someone he liked. Kaito smiled and shook his head. That's unnecessary for now. What you've shared is already more than enough. Being too greedy isn't my style. However, he added with a grin, there might be times in the future when I'll need some specific intel. Would it be okay to trouble you for help then? Shaki smiled knowingly. Of course. It's a deal. If you need information, just come to me. I'm well connected when it comes to intel. Still, she didn't think Kaido would truly need her assistance. Given the precise intelligence he had on Ace, it was clear the Uchihas had their own superior network. His words were likely just a courtesy to ease her conscience. After hosting Kaido and his mother for lunch, Shaki returned with the ship's leader to relay some news. She seemed a bit embarrassed as she spoke. Some of our crew are seriously injured, and we also need time to prepare supplies. We estimate it'll take about 5 days before we can set sail. Is that all right? No problem at all. Kaido readily agreed. His and his mother's recovery was progressing steadily, and the delay wouldn't be an issue. In fact, staying here meant access to high-quality seeking meat provided by Rayleigh, which seemed to speed up their recovery even further. By the way, Uncle Rayleigh, Kaido said hesitantly, I'd like to stock up on some seeking meat for the journey ahead. Do you think you could help with that? Buying it outright is just too expensive. Oh? Rayleigh raised an eyebrow but soon laughed. That's easy enough. There are plenty of sea kings in the water, and it's no trouble for me to hunt them. But how do you plan to store the meat? It won't last long without proper preservation. Don't worry about that. Kaido replied with a mysterious smile. I have a special way to store it. It won't go bad. Rayleigh chuckled at Kaido's confidence but didn't press further. After all, devil fruits with strange abilities were common enough in the world. Whatever Kaido had in mind, it wasn't anything outlandish in Rayleigh's eyes. Besides, opportunities like this, where someone else could gather such a resource for free, didn't come often. Having his mother hunt wasn't an option, as her body wasn't in the best condition to use powerful techniques like the Susan Oo. Alright, then. I've got some free time now, so let's head out. Rayleigh said, waving his hand. Hee, thank you so much. Kaido said, grinning. I'll go too. Naori Uchiha added, standing up. Your body isn't fully recovered yet, and it's easy to get into trouble out there. Sorry to trouble you, Rayleigh. Naori said with a polite nod. Haha, it's nothing. Let's head out. We'll take one of the Kuja ships to sea. Rayleigh said, leading the way. Once aboard the Kuja ship, led by Naki, the group set sail. About 10 kilometers out, the ship came to a stop, and Rayleigh dove directly into the water. Boom. Boom. The sea roared as thunderous sounds echoed from below, causing the surface to churn violently. Gulu gulu. Splash. Soon, an enormous, unconscious sea king resembling a 100-meter-long serpent surfaced. Its body was at least 5 meters in diameter. Rayleigh emerged from the water beside the creature, calling to Kaido, how about this one, kid? Is it enough, or do you need more? More, please. 10 more of similar size would be perfect? Sorry for the trouble, Uncle Rayleigh. Kaido replied eagerly before glancing at his mother. Naori chuckled, shook her head, and effortlessly grabbed Kaido by the back of his collar. She leapt from the ship, landing gracefully on the water's surface. Oh? Rayleigh and the crew were visibly surprised. Walking on water? Must be that mysterious energy. Rayleigh muttered, noticing the chakra beneath Naori's feet. Well, curious, he refrained from asking further. Alright, I'll hunt 10 more, but they might not all be serpents like this one. No problem. Kaido nodded enthusiastically. Any sea king will do. Thanks, Uncle Rayleigh. I'll treat you to some fine liquor when we're done. He recalled the excellent wine stored in their family's cellar, rare vintages Rayleigh likely hadn't tried. His mother wouldn't mind trading some for such an abundance of sea king meat. Haha, that sounds great. You've got yourself a deal. Rayleigh laughed, diving back into the water. Meanwhile, Naori carried Kaido to the floating sea king. Kaido touched the creature's massive body, activating his spatial ability. With a flash, the sea king vanished, stored securely in his space-time gate. Inside the storage, Kaido used his control over the space to ensure the sea king was swiftly dispatched and butchered into manageable portions. The meat was then stored in a special area where time was frozen, preserving it indefinitely. Witnessing the Sea King's sudden disappearance, both Rayleigh and the Kuja crew were stunned. "Kid, you're full of surprises," Rayleigh exclaimed, his sharp eyes glinting with intrigue. "Alright, since you've got such an efficient storage method, I'll keep going." With that, Rayleigh dove back under, leaving Naori to return Kaido to the ship. Kaido. What was that ability you just used? Some kind of spatial devil fruit?" Hancock ran over, her curiosity brimming. "Something like that," Kaido replied with a chuckle. "That's amazing. I had no idea you were a devil fruit user," Hancock said with admiration. At this stage, Hancock wasn't yet the proud, aloof empress of the Kuja. Instead, she was lively and approachable, making her excitement all the more endearing. Chapter 13, Drum Island. Boom. 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 Over the next few hours, Rayleigh tirelessly hunted down 10 massive Sea Kings, each over 100 meters long. All of them were carefully stored away by Kaido, finally bringing the hunt to an end. To accomplish this, they had to move the ship to several different locations. In the end, Rayleigh even captured an additional Sea King, planning to use it as food for the coming days. The extra Sea King was swiftly butchered by the female warriors of Amazon Lily and temporarily stored in the ship's freezer. A quick conversation happened between Kaido and Rayleigh. "All done. Time to head back." "Got it. Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh. I know it was a lot of work." "Haha. No problem. It's good to stretch my muscles once in a while. Just don't forget that fine liquor you promised me." "No worries. I'll make sure you get it as soon as we're back." "Deal." On the return journey, Kaido took some time to step into a private room, using the moment to return briefly to his home in the ninja world. From his family's wine cellar, he selected over 10 bottles of the finest liquor. Once the ship docked and they returned to Shaki's shop, he handed the bottles to Rayleigh. "Here you go, Uncle Rayleigh. These are my family's prized spirits. I guarantee you've never tasted anything like them. Want to try some?" "Oh?" Rayleigh's curiosity was piqued as he examined the unfamiliar packaging. "It does look a bit like something from Wano. Alright, let's give it a shot." He uncorked one of the bottles, and a rich, heady aroma filled the room. Rayleigh's eyes lit up. Now this is good liquor. Without hesitation, he took a few long gulps straight from the bottle. "Ah. Fantastic. This is the real deal." "Haha. Uncle Rayleigh, I'm glad you like it. I picked out the strongest ones just for you." Most liquor in the shinobi world was mild sake, but Kaido guessed that Rayleigh, being the type of man he was, would prefer something stronger, so he picked the best and strongest liquor. "Oh, right. I've already written down the insights on Haki and the 6 powers techniques, along with the concept of life return. Here, take them." Rayleigh suddenly remembered, setting the bottle aside to retrieve a stack of notes from the back room. "Thank you." Kaido quickly accepted the notes, eagerly flipping through them. With his sharp memory and keen comprehension, he absorbed the information in no time. However, after reading, he frowned slightly. Handing the notes to his mother, Naori, he sighed, "The material is fantastic, but unfortunately, most of it is beyond me for now. My body just isn't ready yet. Even something like observation Haki will have to wait until I recover further before I can start training it," he admitted. As for armament Haki and the 6 powers techniques, his current frail body wasn't up to the task. Conqueror's Haki, meanwhile, required a natural awakening. Rayleigh's notes did include some theories on how to awaken it, emphasizing strong willpower, unwavering determination, and an extraordinary spirit. In Rayleigh's view, Conqueror's Haki was mostly innate, either you had it, or you didn't. Effort could only go so far. But Kaido didn't entirely agree. He believed it involved the strength of one's spirit and mind, and though it was elusive, he was confident that with the right approach, it could be cultivated. Thanks to his Heaven Rewards diligence talent, Kaido was certain he'd eventually uncover a method to awaken Conqueror's Haki through training. Haha. True enough. Rayleigh chuckled heartily. The others in the room exchanged knowing smiles. "But are you seriously telling me you've already memorized and understood everything in these notes?" Rayleigh asked, visibly surprised. "Of course," Kaido replied matter-of-factly. "I have an excellent memory and quick comprehension." Well. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. "Now I'm really looking forward to seeing what you'll achieve once you're back to full health." "Just wait and see, Uncle." Kaido grinned confidently. "Haha. Alright, I'll hold you to that." The next 5 days passed quietly, with Kaido primarily staying in the pirate world, focusing on practicing the technique and meditation. His condition steadily improved by the day. Meanwhile, Naori made occasional trips back to the shinobi world to handle clan affairs. Thankfully, as it wasn't wartime, there wasn't much to manage. Another 10 days flew by. 10 days earlier, Kaido and Naori had bid farewell to Rayleigh and his companions, departing from the Sabaody archipelago toward Drum Island. After 10 days in the sea, they finally arrived at their destination. In those days, Kaido's congenital defects had improved by nearly half. With the nourishment of seeking meat, his body had grown noticeably stronger, shedding its previous frailty. He even grew 10 centimeters taller, finally reaching a more normal height of 1.1 meters for his age. Kaido's lifespan had even significantly increased, reaching 27 years. Kaido Uchiha, Talents, Space-Time Gate, Heaven Rewards Diligence Lifespan, 27 years, 5 months, 12 days, Life Essence, 6.13 out of 10, Chakra Attributes, Water, Wind, Fire, Earth, Yin Skills, Uchiha Chakra Refinement, 1 out of 100, Beginner, Traditional Medicine, 3,314 out of 10,000, Proficient, Live Force Jutsu, 1,145 out of 5,000, Intermediate, Uchiha Meditation, 134 out of 500, Skilled. At the Drum Island docks, do you need us to stay and wait for you? The lead Amazon Lily warrior, Naki, asked. No need. Naori smiled, shaking her head. You've brought us here, and that's more than enough. We'll be staying here for a while for treatment. We can't hold you up any longer. Head back as soon as you can. Once Kaido recovers, we'll come visit you. Thank you for everything. Naki nodded, smiling warmly. There's no need to thank us. In my eyes, your kindness is something we can never repay. You're always welcome at Amazon Lily. We'll be off now, farewell. With that, Naki waved goodbye and boarded the ship. The ship soon set sail, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Little Kaido. Sister Naori. See you next time. Make sure to visit me. From the stern of the ship, Hancock waved enthusiastically, her voice carrying across the water. Goodbye. Both Kaido and Naori waved back with smiles. As the ship disappeared, Kaido noted something with mild frustration. Hancock's favorability is at 67. Still not enough to bind her. Oh? Naori raised an eyebrow, teasingly smirking. So, you've taken a liking to Hancock? She really is a stunning beauty in the making. You should seize the opportunity. You have my support. Let's talk about this later. Kaido muttered, embarrassed. It's still at 67. I need 80 to succeed. Maybe next time. With a slight shake of his head, he redirected his focus. Let's go find Dr. Kira and get started. Alright. After some inquiries in the nearest village, they finally confirmed Dr. Kira's location. Chapter 14, Treatment and Trade. After some time, Kaido and his mother arrived at Dr. Kira's residence. They knocked on the door. Who is it? An aged yet sharp female voice called out from inside. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a tall, stylishly dressed elderly woman. As her sharp eyes scanned Kaido Uchiha and Naori Uchiha, Kira's instincts and perceptiveness kicked in, allowing her to quickly assess their conditions. A congenital deficiency in one, and damaged life essence in the other. But from what I can see, you're both recovering rapidly. It seems like you don't need my treatment, she remarked, raising an eyebrow. Kaido couldn't help but praise her. Impressive, Dr. Kira. Just one glance, and you've figured out most of our conditions. Admirable. Ha ha ha. Kira laughed heartily. Flattery won't work on me, kid. If you don't need my help, you can leave now. Wait. Seeing her about to close the door, Kaido quickly called out and handed her half a medical manuscript. Please take a look at this first. Though he and his mother were indeed recovering well with a combination of seeking meat, live force techniques, and his growing medical skills, Kaido had more in mind. The lingering issue of the damaged soul essence could eventually be resolved through enhancing his life essence or by advancing the Uchiha meditation method. Still, with such an incredible doctor available, it would be foolish not to learn from her. Moreover, Kaido had his eye on acquiring Kira's secret medicine formula. Oh? Kira raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and took the half manuscript from him. Interesting, kid. You've got my attention. Let's see what you're trying to impress me with. She began reading, and before long, her full focus was absorbed by the content. Minutes passed as she carefully examined every word. Finally, she closed the manuscript and looked up, nodding toward the two Uchihas. Come in. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked inside. Kaido and Naori exchanged a glance before following her, remembering to close the door behind them. The trio arrived in Kira's living room, which doubled as her workspace. Shelves filled with medical books, various instruments, and even a patient bed lined the room. After inviting them to sit, Kira poured them tea before grabbing a bottle of plum wine for herself. She took a swig, then raised a manuscript in her other hand. Kid, where did you get this? The ideas in this book are entirely different from any medical theories I've encountered. It doesn't seem to belong to this world, or this era, for that matter. Oh? Kaito was taken aback. He hadn't expected Kira to glean so much from just half a manuscript. Still, he wasn't stupid enough to confirm her suspicions. Unless her goodwill toward him reached a certain level and a binding contract was in place, he wouldn't divulge information about other worlds. I'm not sure what makes you so certain this manuscript isn't from this era. He countered. It could very well be a secret text passed down in my clan. You couldn't possibly have seen every medical book in existence, could you? Haha. Kira chuckled, catching onto his evasiveness but letting it slide. Well, kid, you're not entirely wrong. There are few medical books I haven't read, but I can confidently say texts like this are rare, if not non-existent, in this world. She waved dismissively. Enough about that. You've piqued my interest. I'll treat you too, but in return, I want access to every bit of these medical texts you're willing to share. Of course, I understand that this might seem unfair, so I'll sweeten the deal. You'll have access to my entire library of medical books. How about it? Deal? Her collection contained thousands of volumes, and she knew this exchange would benefit both sides. Kira's excitement grew as she considered the possibilities. If I can incorporate these revolutionary ideas, I might finally break through the limits of life itself, perhaps even glimpse a higher state of existence. Her passion for exploring the mysteries of life remained undiminished despite her century-long career. Deal. Kaito agreed with a nod, but then he added, however, my texts aren't just a few, they number in the hundreds, possibly thousands. And they form a cohesive system. You won't find anything like them anywhere else in this world. So your terms alone won't suffice. I have 3 additional conditions. He raised 3 fingers. First, besides curing our conditions, I want you to create or improve a formula for a nutritional supplement or strengthening tonic to enhance physical training. Second, I wish to study and exchange medical knowledge with you. You cannot decline. Third, I want the formula for your secret medicine that increases lifespan. If that's not possible, I'm willing to provide the materials for you to craft it instead. By acquiring the medicine, Kaito was confident he could reverse engineer it as his medical skills advanced. Oh? Hundreds or thousands of texts? Kira was delighted, her previous wariness overshadowed by excitement. Ha 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 ha. Very well. I accept all your conditions. She said, grinning. Nutritional supplements, training formulas, and medical exchange are no problem at all. As for the medicine formula, sure, I'll give it to you. However, I must warn you, crafting it requires dragon bones from a real 1,000 years dragon. Without them, it's impossible to make. I'm aware. Kaito replied calmly. That won't be an issue. The location of Millennium Dragons and their bones was no secret to him. The marine island trench had plenty, and a living dragon still resided there. Haha. I like how prepared you are, kid. Kira said, clearly impressed. So, any other requests? Speak now, and let's settle everything at once. No, that's all. Kaito shook his head. I'm already grateful. It's important not to overreach. Chapter 15, Uchiha High Potential. Ha. Excellent. Let's do it this way. I'll examine you both first. Kira laughed heartily, clearly satisfied with the straightforward attitude of this little brat. Without further ado, she began to conduct a thorough checkup of Kaito and Nori Uchiha. Within 10 minutes, the examination was complete. Her expression turned to one of surprise as she looked at the two. Your conditions are better than I anticipated. It's obvious your recovery occurred within the past 2 weeks. Little one, what method did you use to heal yourselves? This isn't something ordinary medical techniques could achieve. Did you use some sort of secret vitality-enhancing technique? She paused, then waved dismissively. Never mind, I won't pry into that. In any case, your recovery is beyond expectations. I'll prescribe 2 more formulas to speed it up. With my prescriptions and your methods, Kaito, you should be fully healed within a month. And as for you... Her gaze shifted to Nori Uchiha. With the damage to your body's essence, using my treatment alongside Kaito's techniques, 10 days should be enough for your physical recovery. But the loss of your soul's essence is more complex. Even if I prepare a specific soul restoration potion, it will take at least 6 months, maybe a year, to fully recover. When that's done, your right eye should also recover, provided we use the right methods. Kira's blunt words left Nori in shock, but she continued, unfazed. Your blindness in that right eye is directly linked to the loss of your life and soul essence, correct? This kind of technique. Best not to use it again. It's a life shortener. Additionally, your left eye and the meridians around it are severely damaged. Your vision must have been significantly affected. While Kaito's methods have somewhat restored the vitality of your left eye, it's far from sufficient. I'll prescribe a formula to nourish and strengthen your eyes and their surrounding meridians. Use it long term. Once your eyes and their meridians are strong enough to avoid further damage, you can stop. Kira speculated that Naori likely possessed an ocular bloodline ability. However, she suspected the bloodline was either incomplete or had weakened over generations. This likely caused the recurring damage to the eye and its meridians whenever its power was used. Her prescription was merely a targeted treatment, not the ultimate solution. The best approach would be to strengthen and purify the bloodline itself, fixing the issue at its root. But that process would require rare materials and far more effort than Kira cared to expend. She decided it was better to leave the problem-solving to Kaido after he mastered her medical techniques. From the speed of his recovery, she had no doubt about his potential. As for the chakra-related drawbacks, she'd noticed them too but chose to stay silent. In her view, as long as nutrition was maintained, and they avoided overusing cellular energy to the point of abnormal cell death, it wouldn't be a problem. And nutrition, as well as life energy, were plentiful in this world. Even something like this is possible? Then thank you, Lady Kira. Naori couldn't hide her joy. The thought of resolving the Mangekyō Sharingan's vision regression filled her with hope, and she expressed her gratitude sincerely. Her mind raced with possibilities. If this formula can strengthen my eyes and meridians, could it resolve the Mangekyō's deterioration entirely? Could it even push my Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyō level like Madara Uchiha's? Yes, Naori was well aware of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. After all, she'd lived through the Uchiha clan's golden era. Though she had been young at the time, her family's status as part of the great elder lineage meant she knew many of the clan's secrets. Unfortunately, after Madara's departure from Hidden Leaf Village, many ancient texts, jutsu scrolls, and clan knowledge were lost, leaving even middle-aged and elder clansmen in the dark about much of their heritage. No big deal. Kira waved her hand dismissively and handed over written prescriptions for Kaido and Naori, including one to nourish and repair their eyes. Here, these are your prescriptions. The ingredients can all be found on Drum Island. I won't bother mixing them for you. As for the nutritional tonics, body-strengthening potions, and the soul recovery medicine for your mother, those will take a few days to prepare. Oh, and the formula. I already have a copy. I'll fetch it for you now. Come along, and I'll also show you my medical library. You'll need it if you're planning to learn from me. Take what you need in the future. Follow me. She headed to a room at the back, and Kaido followed closely. They soon arrived at a massive room lined with shelves, all filled with medical texts. Kira went to the far end, activated a mechanism, and retrieved a treasure box. She opened it and pulled out a sheet of paper. Here's the formula. Memorize it and give the paper back. I don't feel like writing another copy, and this prevents you from losing it. With your soul and mental strength, you should be able to remember it in one go, right? She'd noticed plenty of peculiarities during her earlier examination. For instance, Kaido's exceptional soul and mental strength, the threefold cellular density he and his mother possessed, and some unique traits in their eyes and brain. But Kira was a person of principle. She wouldn't delve into their secrets without permission. Based on her observations, she was confident that with proper nutrition and effort, Kaido and his mother could easily surpass normal limits in physical training and hockey, even reaching for Emperor's level strength in the future. Yes, I can manage that. Kaido took the paper, glanced at it, and effortlessly committed its contents to memory. Then he handed it back. Ha! Kira locked the paper away, chuckling. You're the ones who let me examine you, so don't blame me for noticing things. Still, she couldn't resist offering one last piece of advice. With 3 times the normal cellular density, your potential in body strengthening and armament hockey is immense. But keep that detail a secret. It could attract the wrong kind of attention. Of course, once you're invincible, disregard my warning. There used to be a tribe called the Lunarians, known as the God Clan. They had exceptional flame abilities and survivability. But because of their talents, the world government targeted them and nearly wiped them out. The last known survivor is said to be under Emperor Kaido's command in the New World. Kaido nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Lady Kira. Indeed, as his body recovered, he had noticed the benefits of his triple cell structure in physical training. Naori's progress was even more obvious. Chapter 16, Restorative Potion. Wait. Not just me and my mother. Almost everyone in the ninja world naturally has this kind of innate trait. So does this mean, if people from the ninja world came to the pirate world, or had access to the resources of this world, they'd all be geniuses at physical training? Kaido Uchiha mused to himself. However, he understood that even with the same triple cell count, individuals would still show significant differences in talent for body training. Might Guy's aptitude for physical training far surpassed the majority of people in the ninja world. Once Might Guy is born, I'll find a way to bring him under my wing. He thought decisively. In fact, I can start by showing favor to his father now, earning his loyalty and goodwill, and make him an ally first. Kaido was convinced Might Dewey's talent in taijutsu was no less than Might Guy's. The disparity in their achievements stemmed from the constraints of conditions and foundational resources. Might Dewey perfected the 8 Gates jutsu entirely on his own, leaving him riddled with hidden injuries in the process, which severely limited his potential. And resources? Forget it. In comparison, Might Guy had his father's guidance and access to some resources. Though limited, they were far better than what Dewey started with. You get it now. Kira, seeing that Kaito was listening, didn't press further. Instead, she began walking toward the door, asking as she went, I've shown you my sincerity. Shouldn't you hand over those medical texts now? Following her, Kaito chuckled. All my medical knowledge is in my head. Recently, I've transcribed over 100 volumes, which I can give you for now. The rest will take more time to copy. I hope you understand. And even if she didn't, it wasn't like he had a choice. Oh? Kira shot him a surprised glance but didn't doubt his words. Fine. Over 100 books will keep me busy for a while. Your memory is even better than I thought. Soon, the two returned to the living room. Under Kira's watchful gaze, Kaito waved his hand, summoning over 100 transcribed medical books from his spatial storage. He turned to Kira and said, Here you go. You can read them, but I won't be giving them to you permanently. I don't want to copy them all over again. You can make your own copies. No problem, right? Kaito planned to use some of these medical texts to trade with Tsunade for her medical ninjutsu knowledge and related techniques. As for trading with the village, that idea had never crossed his mind. For now, he wanted to avoid any entanglements with the third Hokage and his faction. You brat. Making things difficult for an old woman like me. Kira's expression stiffened slightly, but she snatched up a book and began flipping through it. As for Kaito's ability to pull so many books out of thin air, she barely raised an eyebrow. In her century-long life, she had seen plenty of incredible devil fruit abilities. Spatial storage abilities, though rare, weren't unheard of. Hey. Kaito spread his hands with a grin. You wouldn't let me take your originals either, right? It's only fair we copy each other's books. Kira had thousands of medical books. If Kaito wanted to copy them all, who knew how long it would take? For now, he planned to memorize them all first. Later, he would copy specific ones as needed. Having a good memory made everything so much easier. Accompanied by his mother, Kaito visited a nearby town to purchase a large quantity of medicinal herbs, enough to last them a long time. Once back, he began preparing medicinal concoctions. At first, Kira noticed Kaito's movements were a bit clumsy, but his skills and precision improved rapidly. She wasn't surprised in the least. Kaito's prior life experience in pharmaceutical preparation made it easy for him to adapt and succeed. His initial awkwardness stemmed from his body's unfamiliarity with the task, but that was quickly overcome. You have prepared a restorative potion. Proficiency in pharmacology +1. Proficiency in traditional medicine +1. After preparing over 20 potions, Kaito handed one to his mother. Here, Mom. Try this and see how it works. Alright. Senju-Uchiha drank the potion without hesitation. Soon, a soothing warmth spread through her body. Wherever it flowed, lingering injuries and hidden ailments quickly healed. Then hunger struck her like a storm. Kaito had anticipated this. With a wave of his hand, he brought out pre-prepared gourmet dishes from his spatial storage, placing them on the table. Eat. Once you're full, practice the life force technique to maximize the effects. After saying this, Kaito took a potion himself, stored the remaining ones, and closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body. You consumed a top-grade restorative potion. Body functions recovering. Lifespan increasing. He could clearly feel the weaknesses in his organs, which he had long attributed to congenital deficiencies, rapidly healing. When the effects were mostly absorbed, hunger overwhelmed him as well. Opening his eyes, Kaito joined his mother at the table, devouring plates of meat from Sea Kings. As the Sea King meat reached his stomach, a wave of vitality spread through his body. His digestive capabilities had increased tenfold since he first began eating Sea King meat, thanks to his life force training and restoration of his life essence. After finishing a large plate of Sea King meat, Kaito moved to an open area and began practicing the life force technique. You trained with Sea King meat as an aid. Proficiency +7. Lifespan +7. Life essence +0.025, exactly as expected. The effects have improved. Excellent. Seeing the notifications, Kaito's face lit up with a broad smile. At this rate, he could fully recover within a month. You brat. If you make so many potions at once without proper storage, the efficacy will degrade over time. Kira, occasionally glancing up from her book, reminded him while thinking, This must be their primary method of recovery, a sort of health system. Impressive. She wanted to learn it herself, it could undoubtedly benefit her. But now wasn't the time. She didn't have the right bargaining chips yet. For now, she planned to observe and build a better relationship with Kaido. Thank you for the reminder. Kaido replied without pausing his training. I have special storage methods to prevent efficacy loss. My mistake, then. Kira said, casting another glance at the fresh, steaming food on the table. Suddenly, everything clicked. I appreciate the thought, though. Naori interjected with a warm smile. This witch doctor was far easier to get along with than expected, and her skills were extraordinary. Naori felt it was essential to maintain a good relationship with someone like Kira. A top-tier medical expert was an invaluable ally. Chapter 17, Plans for Uchiha. You exchanged medical knowledge with Kira. Proficiency in traditional medicine plus 15, you studied Kira's collection of medical books. Traditional medicine skill merged into medical skills. Proficiency plus 12, over the next 10 days, Kaido's daily routine was exceptionally structured. Each morning, he consumed a bottle of restorative medicine, followed by a hearty meal of seeking meat, and practiced his health techniques. He trained until he reached his limits before stopping. In the afternoons, he would delve into Kira's medical books, spending 1 or 2 hours sharing knowledge and experience with her. Additionally, he allocated time to transcribe the traditional medicine books stored in his memory for Kira's benefit. This routine accelerated both his physical recovery and personal growth. The days passed in a flash, and 10 days were gone in no time. Phew. Naori Uchiha completed another round of training, her body feeling light and refreshed, as if every burden had been lifted. I think my body is completely healed. After finishing her practice, she addressed both Kaido and Kira. Oh? Let's confirm that. Kira responded, setting down the book in her hands. Kaido paused his training as well. They examined Naori in turn and nodded in agreement. Indeed, your body has fully recovered. Kira added, in fact, thanks to the soul-restoring medicine, even your damaged soul source has recovered by about 3%. To fully repair the damage to your soul, you'll need to continue taking the soul-restoring medicine daily. Don't neglect your training either, keep at it. Also, combining the nutritional and body-strengthening medicines can help further improve your physique and vitality. This will also aid in accelerating the recovery of your soul. And of course, your meditation techniques, continue practicing those as well. They'll contribute too. In short, you're good to go now. You don't have to stay here any longer. Over the days they spent together, Kaido and Naori hadn't gone out of their way to conceal their movements, so Kira noticed that Naori disappeared daily, leaving behind something like a clone. To a top-tier doctor who also excelled in observation hockey, such tricks were riddled with flaws. Naori, having recently begun mastering observation hockey herself, understood that shadow clones couldn't escape its perception. Thus, she and Kaito stopped trying to cover it up. Without delving into the truth, Kira likely assumed Naori was using some spatial technique to leave temporarily. Meanwhile, Kaito observed that his medical knowledge exchanges with Kira had significantly boosted her goodwill toward him, raising her favorability to 64, a respectable level. The two had become unlikely companions across generations. Thank you very much, Ms. Kira. Naori said gratefully, nodding to her. Sorry for troubling you during this time. Going forward, I won't be around much. I'll leave Kaido in your capable hands. Kaido's recovery was progressing well, though he still needed about 10 more days to fully heal. It's no trouble. Kira waved dismissively. The boy and I have been mutually benefiting from this exchange. I wouldn't say I'm taking care of anyone. She wasn't one to give herself undue credit. Over the past days, she had discovered Kaido's immense potential. Despite his young age, his understanding of medicine, particularly traditional medicine, was already impressive, making him a worthy partner for medical discussions. What stood out even more was his extraordinary learning speed. In just 10 days, Kaido had not only made rapid progress in his specialty but also absorbed much of Kira's knowledge. His talent left even Kira astonished. A prodigy, she thought, eager to see the day when Kaido's medical skills surpassed her own. Medical skills, 9,314 out of 10,000, proficient. This was Kaido's progress in medical skills over the past 10 days. He was just one step away from reaching mastery. He estimated that even Kira's skills didn't exceed the mastery level. Even so, this was already among the best in the One Piece world. It was difficult to imagine what the mastery level, especially when integrating knowledge from both worlds, might achieve. After finishing her conversation with Kira, Naori took Kaido to his room. With a wave of her hand, she set up a soundproof barrier and spoke to him. From now on, I'll only be able to spend limited time here. Take care of yourself. If you miss me, you can always return to the ninja world or the dimensional gate space. Alright. Kaido agreed readily. I'll take care of myself. But Mom, I think you can begin reforms within the clan now. Start with the Uchiha police force and the clan academy. For the police force, select the elites to form an elite guard. Create a dedicated training ground for them and implement enhanced training routines. Organize regular combat drills, ideological training sessions, and the like. Improve their compensation and remove them from mundane patrol duties in the village. If the village lacks enough personnel for patrols, recruit civilians or ninjas from other clans to fill those roles. Let these troublesome tasks fall to others. Uchiha members in the police force should focus on critical responsibilities. Establish a public arbitration department within the police force to handle disputes among villagers. Let them settle their conflicts through fair hearings. We'll step back from direct involvement, which will significantly reduce misunderstandings and hostility toward us. For minor civil disputes, separate them from more severe cases involving security or life-threatening matters. Assign different departments to handle them. For small issues, have the clan's more amiable members or interested villagers take charge. Offer an enticing title, like captain, and there'll be no shortage of volunteers. Publish the details of resolved cases, excluding confidential matters, on a public bulletin board outside the police force. Let the public scrutinize and learn from them. Let troublemakers experience the consequences of their actions. In summary, all reforms should focus on offloading troublesome tasks, consolidating the police force's elite, and strengthening the clan's foundation. What do you think? Naori nodded thoughtfully. Kaito was determined to prevent the Uchiha clan's reputation from worsening further. After all, his ultimate goal was to control Hidden Leaf Village, and eventually the entire ninja world. Only then could he fully harness the potential of the Dimensional Gate's abilities. As for abandoning the police force altogether, that would be foolish. The police force wielded significant power, including the authority to arrest, patrol, judge, and detain. Handled correctly, it could even become a counterbalance to the Hokage's authority. Chapter 18, Clan Ideology Classes. Great ideas. You spoke well. Have you been thinking about these ideas for a long time? Naori Uchiha's eyes lit up as she looked at her son. The surprises her son gave her never seemed to end. In the past, both she and other Uchiha leaders had considered changing the hostility villagers felt toward the police force. But they never found a good solution. Now, hearing Kaido's approach, her mind suddenly opened up. Indeed, having elite Uchiha handle trivial matters, personally arguing with villagers over small disputes, not only is it beneath our dignity, but it also wastes effort without gaining any goodwill. Such tasks should be left to civilian ninjas or those from other clans. The Uchiha should focus on being fair referees and judges. Establishing an elite police force could also create a truly powerful unit within the clan to intimidate the third Hokage and his supporters. Let's proceed as you suggested. Do you have any ideas regarding clan education? Naori Uchiha looked at her son expectantly. In her mind, these insights were undoubtedly the result of the sage's teachings combined with her son's brilliance. I do. Kaito Uchiha nodded confidently. Currently, the clan's education is virtually non-existent. I propose we establish preschool clan classes, after-school reinforcement classes for academy students, advanced classes for Geinin and Chunin, and an exchange program for Jonin. For the preschool classes, the curriculum should include ideological education, ninja world history, Uchiha clan history, basic taijutsu training, and kunai and shuriken throwing. In essence, every Uchiha ninja at every stage should be striving for excellence. If we continue to let them slack off like this, how will they grow stronger? How can they uphold the Uchiha's glory? As the future clan leader, he was putting in the effort. How could the rest of the clan justify being lazy? He wouldn't allow it. I will review all the existing taijutsu techniques, related experience, and training methods in the clan soon. I'll compile and refine them into a more comprehensive foundational taijutsu training system for the preschool classes and the academy reinforcement programs. Additionally, the preschool classes should have access to my optimized medicinal baths based on clan recipes to strengthen the children's foundation. We can even provide small amounts of seeking meat for nutrition. Of course, it's best not to reveal the seeking meat source for now. So, in the coming days, I'll develop a special ration pill made from seeking meat. Let's call it the nutrient pill. For this, Mom, I'll need you to provide me with the clan's knowledge and recipes related to ration pills. Building a solid foundation starts with the youngest members. Among these courses, Kaido particularly emphasized the importance of ideological education. He planned to write a textbook on ethics and morals, tailored to the ninja world, based on his past life's knowledge and the current context. This would shape the values of the Uchiha clan from the ground up. Changing adults was harder and could wait. Starting with children was more feasible. Only when his or Naori's strength was sufficient to silence any dissent in the clan would it be time to fully enforce ideological education among adults. No problem. That's simple. I'll get those materials for you soon. Naori Uchiha replied without hesitation. Then she asked, you seem to value ideological education a lot. Why is that? Kaido thought about the future Itachi Uchiha and the naive Shizui. He sighed and shook his head. Mom, just think about Itachi Uchiha and Shizui in the future. It's clear how important it is to instill the right values from childhood. If we don't occupy the ideological high ground, the third Hokage and his allies will brainwash our clan with their distorted will of fire. Then, they'll turn our own people against us. Hearing this, Naori Uchiha's expression turned serious. Indeed, I've overlooked this before. Ideological education is crucial, she admitted. But it doesn't stop there. Kaido shook his head again. Adult education is also important. Right now, the clan's radicals are influenced by old warrior hardliners, educated to be so extreme. They're actually thinking of launching a coup against the entire village with just our clan. Isn't that pure madness? Even if they won, they'd ultimately lose. As one of the two founding clans of the village, why couldn't the Uchiha find a way to reclaim power gradually? Naori Uchiha frowned slightly. That's a serious problem, but adult mindsets are usually set and hard to change. You should understand that. I do. Kaido replied with a nod. So, I don't plan to start with adults right away. Let's begin with the children. He then discussed the details of the reinforcement classes for academy students, the advanced classes for Genin and Chunin, the Jonin exchange program, and a more refined clan merit system with Naori. Once everything was settled, the conversation ended. By the way, as Naori was about to leave, Kaido called out to her again, looking slightly embarrassed. Mom, could you help me map out some locations? At least illuminate the maps of Jaya Island and Logetown for me. That way, I can teleport there anytime. According to the space-time gates mechanics, Kaido or any bound member could teleport to places they'd visited. Given his current strength, it was too dangerous to explore those locations alone, so he had to rely on his mother. Though he'd already assigned her a lot of tasks, essentially treating her as an all-purpose worker. Mapping? What does that mean? Naori asked, confused. Huh? I didn't tell you about this before? Kaito raised an eyebrow. Naori shook her head in exasperation. Alright, that's my fault. Kaito slapped his forehead and explained the space-time gates features to her. Naori was amazed. So, as long as we've been to a place, we can teleport there anytime. Does that mean I can teleport to the Sabati archipelago whenever I want? Can this be used in the ninja world too? Kaito gave her a thumbs up. You've hit the nail on the head. And yes, it works everywhere, including the ninja world. Teleportation hacks were just that awesome. That's fantastic. Naori's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this, everything becomes so much more convenient, both in the ninja world and the pirate world. This could even serve as a life-saving tool, similar to the Flying Thunder God technique. Maybe even better since there's no need to set up coordinates. No drawbacks, no consumption, this could even be used strategically in battle. Something like that. Kaido replied, stunned by his mother's sharp insights. This is critical. I'll handle the mapping. Logetown and Jaya Island, right? Leave them to me. I'll carve out some time every day to finish this task. But can you tell me why you chose these locations? What's there? Naori agreed to his request but remained curious. She knew her son always had his reasons. Chapter 19, Mikoto Uchiha. Kaido smiled faintly and said, Logetown is in the East Blue. There are plenty of geniuses there worth my attention. When I have the time, I might go and recruit them. It'll be easier to earn their goodwill while they're still young. He continued, also, the dragon bone needed for the lifespan elixir is in the East Blue. And there's a swordsmanship dojo there that's perfect for honing this world's sword techniques. The dojo master is a great swordsman, his strength is at least on par with a marine vice admiral in this world. The best part? Admission is pretty simple. As long as you have a clean record, you're good to go. Kaido wasn't about to let treasures like Nami and Kuina slip away. Even Zoro, Ace, Sabo, and the future arrival of Luffy in the East Blue could be opportunities to build goodwill. With their personalities and potential, once their trust was earned, they could become invaluable allies. Dragon bones and untapped talents, huh? Makes sense, that's definitely important. Naori Uchiha nodded in understanding. And what about Jaya Island? Kaido continued, Jaya Island involves the legend of the City of Gold. The City of Gold? Naori Uchiha raised her eyebrows. That's great. Reforming and empowering the clan will require substantial financial resources. While our current finances are decent, The proposed reforms will demand a significant investment. Little Kaito, are you trying to ease mom's burden by addressing this issue? How thoughtful of you. Hey, you got me. Kaito scratched the back of his head with a laugh. That's exactly what I'm thinking. He proceeded to explain the situation on Jaya Island and the existence of Skypiea. He even mentioned the yet uneaten Logia-type rumble fruit in Burka. Hiss. Naori Uchiha couldn't help but gasp. Who would have thought the One Piece world would have such wonders? A knock-up stream launching an island 10,000 meters into the sky. Permanent white sea clouds and the existence of sky islands. This is truly fascinating. I can't wait to see it. Compared to all that, the City of Gold seemed less enticing. There'll be an opportunity. Kaido reassured her with a smile. But we'll need a means of flight. Otherwise, relying on the knock-up stream would just be gambling with our lives. Just because Luffy and his crew landed safely on Skypiea in the future didn't mean it was easy. They were protagonists with plot armor. For anyone else, it wasn't 10 deaths out of 10, but at least 9 were guaranteed. Relatively speaking, reaching Skypiea from the summit of the west in the West Blue was more feasible. Of course, the safest method would be to find Visalia, a small sky island, and use their airships. Thankfully, the Shinobi world did have some flying techniques. Flying methods? Naori Uchiha pondered aloud. In the Shinobi world, we do have some options. For instance, the Uchiha clan's perfect Susanoo can fly. Unfortunately, the ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan isn't enough to achieve perfect Susanoo, not yet, at least. If I can multiply my physical and life energy several times over, it might be possible. Kaito nodded knowingly. In the original story, there were instances of Mangekyō users unlocking perfect Susanoo. Obito, for instance, had relied on white Zetsu cells. Other options include the lightweight rock jutsu from Hidden Stones Village or magnet style from Hidden Sand Village, but these are difficult to obtain. A decade ago, the Sky Ninjas who attacked Hidden Lee Village also had flying contraptions. Unfortunately, after their defeat, they vanished. Perhaps we could send people to track them down. And then there's summoning contracts with flying creatures. What do you think? Naori asked, turning to Kaito. Kaito rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That's worth trying. Ideally, the summoned beast should be strong enough to fly to such high altitudes. Once we successfully land and unlock the area on the map, we won't have to worry anymore. We'll be able to teleport there anytime. The ordinary ninja hawks from the village wouldn't cut it. Alright. Naori said decisively. I'll handle this. For the City of Gold and the rumble fruit, it's worth the effort. Also, the Sky Island's special dials could make excellent commodities, they hold significant value. Selling these in the Shinobi world could generate massive profits. If the Uchiha clan could break free from their financial dependency on Hidden Leaf Village's missions, it would remove a major point of leverage the third Hokage held over them. A huge win for the Uchiha. Anything else? Speak up now. Naori urged. Not for now. Kaito replied, shaking his head. Though I'd like Mikoto to come over so I can check if her favorability is high enough. If it's satisfactory, we can contract her right away and start her training to become stronger. I've heard that Fugaku's been pursuing her. I'd love to see his face when he realizes he can't hold a candle to her in strength. Kaito smirked slyly. Hey, you're quite something. Naori said, chuckling as she tapped Kaito's forehead. Poor Fugaku, he must have done something to offend you. Humphrey. Kaito snorted, raising his chin. It's not just about Mikoto. The man's incompetence nearly led to the clan's annihilation. Alright. Naori replied, clearly amused. I'll let Mikoto know to come over for dinner. Be home by 6, and I'll also have the ninja pill research notes ready for you. With that, Naori waved her hand, dispelling the soundproofing barrier before disappearing from the One Piece world. Kaito left the room and headed to Kira's library to study medical texts. Later that day, nearing 6 o'clock, Kaito informed Kira before leaving for his room and flashing back to the Shinobi world. The moment he arrived home, the aroma of freshly cooked food wafted through the air. In the living room, he saw Mikoto Uchiha setting the table. Yo, Mikoto ne. Kaito greeted with a smile, raising his hand. At the same time, he activated his innate talent to check her favorability. It was at an impressive 87 points. Perfect? Right on target. Kaito thought, grinning to himself. Huh? Kaito? Mikoto froze in surprise. When did you grow so tall? And you look so much healthier. Have you recovered? It had only been a month since Mikoto last saw him, but in that time, Kaito had grown over 10 centimeters taller and looked much sturdier. If it weren't for his familiar, handsome face, now even more refined, she might not have recognized him. No, he wasn't just the same, he'd become even more striking. A true heartthrob in the making. Yeah, Pretty much. Kinda replied with a smile. I'm almost fully recovered. Soon, I'll be able to start training. Chapter 20, Contract with Mikoto. Really? Congratulations. It seems you've finally achieved your wish. Mikoto Uchiha's face lit up with joy, genuinely happy for Kaido. She knew how much Kaido had wanted to train in the past but had been unable to due to his frail body. Now, it seemed his wish was coming true. Kaido, you're back? Come and help with the dishes, we're about to eat. From the kitchen came the voice of Naruto Uchiha. Coming. Kaido quickly responded and headed to the kitchen with Mikoto. Before long, they finished serving the rest of the dishes and sat down at the table. Wow! Aunt Naori, your cooking keeps getting better. This is delicious. Mikoto exclaimed as soon as she tasted the food, her eyes lighting up with delight. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Eat as much as you want. Naori said with a warm smile, but her tone suddenly grew more serious. Other than being tasty, do you notice anything else? Huh? Mikoto paused, confused, and glanced at Naori. Noticing the curious look in Naori's eyes, Mikoto focused on the sensations in her body. That's strange. The food feels highly nutritious. There's this warmth spreading through my stomach and into the rest of my body. I feel lighter, and even the fatigue from recent training seems to have eased significantly. My cells feel like they're craving this warmth. It's incredible. Aunt Naori, what kind of meat is this? Mikoto asked, her expression full of shock. Naori smiled mysteriously and gestured toward Kaido. You'll have to ask Kaido, he brought it. Oh? Mikoto turned to Kaido with a questioning look. Without wasting words, Kaido raised his hand, and an intricate rune formed at his brow before floating toward Mikoto. Touch this mark and accept it. Then you'll understand everything. Mikoto stared at the mysterious symbol, bewildered. From the moment Kaido returned, he had been shrouded in secrecy. Now he was displaying abilities she had never seen before. After a quick glance at Naori, who nodded encouragingly, Mikoto made up her mind and reached out to touch the mark. The moment she did, a voice echoed in her mind, asking if she was willing to form a contract with Kaido. The contract promised great benefits but also required her to submit to Kaido's authority to some extent. Clenching her teeth, Mikoto chose to accept, trusting that neither Kaido nor Aunt Naori would harm her. The mark dissolved into her hand and quickly traveled to her brow, settling into her spiritual sea as a rune-shaped door. Suddenly, an influx of information flooded her mind, about the space-time gate and the world of One Piece. Mikoto fell silent as she absorbed this newfound knowledge. Compared to what Naori had received earlier, the amount of information was overwhelming. Kaido had deliberately included additional details about navigating maps and the One Piece world, sparing himself from explaining everything repeatedly. After a while, Mikoto opened her eyes, staring at Kaido and Naori in disbelief. This. Is all of this real? Another world? So this meat is from a Sea King? Exactly. Kaido nodded affirmatively. Eating more will benefit you. It'll enhance your physical strength, vitality, and chakra reserves. Starting tomorrow, set aside some time each day to train with me in the One Piece world. Strengthening your body is crucial. While he considered having Mikoto help map out the One Piece world, her strength at 9 years old was barely at a regular Gainin's level. For now, it was better to focus on her training. There would be plenty of opportunities to rely on her in the future. Huh? Mikoto was taken aback. She glanced at Naori, who nodded in approval, and then looked at Kaido. Alright, but you know I still have school. I might only be available after class and in the evenings. Do you know the Shadow Clone Jutsu? Kaido asked. Of course. Mikoto replied. As the granddaughter of the clan's second elder and a naturally talented Kunoichi, she had mastered it long ago. Then use a clone to attend school. Your real body will come to the One Piece world to train with me. Kaido decided firmly. Is that even allowed? Mikoto mused aloud before nodding thoughtfully. Alright, I'll use this method except during practical combat lessons. The chance to train in another world and grow stronger was too good to pass up. Since Aunt Naori approved, Mikoto had no doubts about its benefits. After dinner, Kaido brought Mikoto to Drum Island in the One Piece world and introduced her to Kira. Kira-san, this is my cousin, Mikoto Uchiha. She'll be training here regularly. I'm just showing her around for now. Nice to meet you, Kira-san. Mikoto. This is Kira-san, a top-tier doctor, she's amazing. Oh? Kira looked at Mikoto with mild curiosity. Another Uchiha, huh? I'm Kira. Feel free to treat this place as your own. Hello, Kira-san. Mikoto greeted politely with a bow. Haha, a polite one. That's rare. Your cousin practically lives here. Kira said with a chuckle, clearly amused. After acquainting Mikoto with the environment, Kaido took her to a training room he had set up. Today, I'll teach you a technique called Life Force Jutsu. It's a method to improve your body, relieve fatigue, heal internal injuries, and even slow aging. It'll also help you absorb the nutrients from seeking meat more effectively. He spent half an hour teaching Mikoto the technique, guiding her step by step until she managed to get the basics down. Though her progress was fast, especially with her Sharingan aiding her learning, it was clear that Naori had surpassed her initial attempts. At the 9 years old, Mikoto had already awakened her to Tomoe Sharingan, earning her the title of a prodigy within the clan. Meanwhile, Kaido mused silently, no wonder she gave birth to geniuses like Itachi and Sasuke in the original timeline. With her talent, it's clear she was the real deal, not Fugaku. Mikoto's future accomplishments had likely been limited by her early marriage and lack of further training. Otherwise, her potential would have far surpassed mere 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Kaido smirked, already envisioning a brighter path for her. Chapter 21, Domination over the Clan. This technique is amazing. I can feel my ability to digest and absorb energy has improved tremendously during training. Mikoto exclaimed in awe after completing a round of the life force technique. She felt a slight but noticeable enhancement in her physical constitution, vitality, and even her chakra. At this rate, she couldn't even imagine how strong she might become in the future, how quickly she would grow. And all of this was thanks to Kaido. Thinking of this, Mikoto's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, Kaido. No worries. Kaido waved his hand with a cheerful smile. You're the one who reached the level of affection needed for me to contract with you. Otherwise, even I couldn't have made it happen. Hearing him mention her level of affection, Mikoto couldn't help but blush as she glanced at his increasingly handsome face. Embarrassed, she turned her head slightly to avoid his gaze. Affection level or whatever, don't misunderstand. We're just like a family, aren't we? She murmured shyly. Oh? Kaido smirked, noticing her awkward attempt to cover her true feelings. What misunderstanding? That you like me? Kaido. Mikoto's face turned beet red. She stomped her foot, glared at him in frustration, and dashed out of the training room. She hurried out of Kira's house and into the snowy outdoors. But as soon as she stepped outside, she was captivated by the snowy landscape. Kaido followed at a leisurely pace, watching Mikoto rub her hands together to keep warm as she admired the scenery. With a thought, he retrieved a thick cloak from the space-time gate and draped it over her shoulders. As she shyly peeked at him from the corner of her eye, he gazed at the snow-covered horizon and said, "Beautiful, isn't it? I bet Hidden Leaf Village doesn't have such snow in winter, does it?" Mikoto nodded, exhaling a warm breath into her hands to steady herself. Hidden Leaf Village is relatively warm. Even in winter, there's only a light layer of snow, and it doesn't last long. She paused, looking thoughtful. Besides, Hidden Leaf Village is in summer right now. Yet here, it's winter. So the seasons between our worlds are different? Not exactly. Kaido corrected with a shake of his head. It's even more unique. We're on Drum Island, a winter island. Winter island? Mikoto repeated, startled. That's right. It's winter here all year round. There are no other seasons. He explained. Really? Mikoto was incredulous. A place that's perpetually in winter? Isn't that too cold and monotonous? Is the rest of the pirate world like this? Everything she'd encountered today was beyond imagination. She had come to visit her aunt for a meal, only to end up in another world full of wonders. It made sense why her aunt and Kaido had been so busy recently, they were handling matters here. Kaido awakening such a power was nothing short of miraculous. Seems like you haven't fully processed the information I passed to you. It includes a lot about this. Kaido said, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Really? Let me check again. Mikoto quickly reviewed the information in her memory. After a while, she looked sheepishly at him, sticking out her tongue playfully. Oops, you're right. I missed it. There's just so much information to go through, I didn't have time to digest it all. I'll make sure to study it carefully later. I didn't realize this world has winter islands, spring islands, summer islands, autumn islands, thunder islands, and so many other fascinating climates and landscapes. It's far more interesting than the shinobi world. And this world is so huge. In comparison, the shinobi world feels tiny. She mused that the landmass of the shinobi world might only be comparable to 4 or 5 alabastas. And the pirate world's total landmass, not even counting its vast oceans, could easily exceed hundreds of alabastas. More or less. Kaido agreed. The shinobi world wasn't always this small. It used to be larger, especially in terms of fertile, life-filled lands. The God Tree had a significant impact on this. The God Tree? What's that? Mikoto asked, puzzled. Nothing you need to worry about for now. Kaido said, cutting off the topic. When the time is right, I'll tell you. Mikoto wasn't his mother, so knowing too much wouldn't benefit her at the moment. Alright. Mikoto replied, though she made a mental note to revisit this topic later when she could learn more from him. Come on, let's head back. It's too cold out here, you might catch a cold. Back in the Shinobi world, in Hidden Leaf Village, after discussing the Uchiha clan's reform plans with Kaido, Naori Uchiha immediately convened a clan meeting. She outlined the agreed-upon changes and temporarily presented them as her own initiative, knowing that Kaido's young age might cause resistance if the plans were attributed to him. Once she finished explaining the reforms, Naori surveyed the gathered clansmen and declared, if anyone has objections, speak now. But if you try to undermine me after we finalize this, don't blame me for being ruthless. As she spoke, Naori's restrained aura suddenly erupted with full force. Her both eyes activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, emitting an oppressive wave of power. Whoom. The terrifying aura, amplified by her potent eye powers, pressed down on everyone in the room. The Uchiha present felt an overwhelming weight on their bodies, making it difficult to lift their heads or even breathe properly. Their Sharingan deactivated involuntarily. Impossible. The clan elders gasped, their faces pale with shock. Lady Naori. Your body has recovered? Your eye powers are back to their peak? The third elder stammered in disbelief. Others exchanged astonished glances, their minds racing. They had never heard of Mangekyō Sharingan powers being fully restored. The rest of the meeting went on under Naori's ironclad authority, leaving no room for dissent. Chapter 22, New Uchiha Clan Rules. Exactly. Naori Uchiha nodded with satisfaction at the gathered crowd's reactions, her face expressionless. Through a fortunate encounter, I've made a breakthrough in this area of research. I've developed a medicinal formula that nurtures the eyes and the optic nerves. It can repair the wear and tear of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Furthermore, this formula strengthens and nourishes the eyes and optic nerves of all members of the Uchiha clan. In the future, I'll add this formula to the reformed merit hall as a redeemable item. Anyone who contributes sufficiently to the clan will be able to exchange their merit points for it. Now, give me your answer, do you agree with my proposed reforms? Over the years, as Naori's health declined, her strength diminished as well. This led to a noticeable drop in her influence within the clan, especially among the younger and middle-aged generations. Revealing her full recovery, both physical and ocular, was a strategic move to reassert her authority and silence any dissent. This was essential for ensuring the smooth implementation of her reforms. At the same time, she intended to send a clear message to Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies, I have recovered. Stop your schemes, or face the consequences. After all, she was Naori Uchiha. Well, The assembled Uchiha ninja exchanged uncertain glances. Finally, the second elder stepped forward and spoke, I agree. I believe that under Lady Naori's leadership, these reforms will greatly benefit the development of the Uchiha. It wasn't just the reforms themselves that the second elder supported, he trusted Naori's capabilities. Her strength and intellect were beyond question. Years ago, when the Uchiha clan teetered on the brink of self-destruction due to infighting, members hunting each other Sharingan-like trophies, it was Naori who created Izanami. With her overwhelming power, she ended the chaos and restored order. Without her intervention, the Uchiha clan might have faced extinction from within. The third elder then spoke, in principle, I support the merit hall reforms. However, regarding the security force reforms, could we reconsider a few aspects? I have no objection to extracting elites from the security force to form a specialized unit for focused training and periodic evaluations. This structure reminds me of the Anbu, and it could indeed strengthen our clan's overall power while freeing our elites from mundane security force duties. However, opening security force positions to civilians and even other clans, and going as far as to assign a division captain from outside, seems excessive. After all, the security force has always been our stronghold. This sentiment was echoed by several clan members aligned with the third elder, who expressed concerns about inviting outsiders into the security force. Fools. Naori's cold voice silenced the room. Didn't you understand me? This isn't relinquishing power, it's shedding a burden. Why do you think the second Hokage, Senju-Uchiha, handed the security force entirely to us? It wasn't just to placate the Uchiha, it was a poisoned gift. What I'm discarding are the toxic parts. All of you should know that having our clan handle every petty dispute among villagers has done us no favors. Not only does it bring no benefit to the Uchiha, but it also erodes any goodwill the villagers, and even other clans, might have had toward us. Isn't the outcome of these years of development clear enough? At the village's founding, while we didn't have many allies, we at least had some friendly clans. Now, ask yourselves, do we have any left? Don't give me nonsense about how the Uchiha don't need allies or friends. If you want an Uchiha to become Hokage, how do you think that's possible without the support of the villagers and other clans? Even if we forcibly seize the position with sheer power, do you honestly believe we'd be able to hold it? We may be strong, but can we truly stand against the entire village? Naori's words left the third elder and his supporters visibly subdued, their heads bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Let me make it clear, the security force reforms are non-negotiable. Let civilian and minor clan ninjas handle the trivial, thankless tasks. Assign a division captain to oversee these duties. As for us, we'll focus on more significant matters, serving as judges for escalated disputes. Does anyone have an issue with that? Faced with Naori's undeniable logic and authority, even the third elder could only nod in agreement. The fourth elder hesitantly spoke up, Lady Naori, I support most of your plans, including the Clan Academy initiative. However, isn't the scope a bit too ambitious? And the benefits, aren't they too generous? There's the preschool, after-school tutoring, Geinin and Shunin enhancement classes, and even Jonin exchange programs. The resources and manpower required for this are astronomical. Even with the clan's wealth, I doubt we can sustain this for long. Should we scale back a little? The second elder nodded. The expenses do seem considerable. But I trust Lady Naori wouldn't propose this without a solution. Am I correct? All eyes turned to Naori, awaiting her answer. Of course. Naori's confident reply reassured the room. You don't need to worry about funding. I've been preparing high-value, rare commodities to sell. Once everything is ready, we'll generate the necessary funds. Naori planned to sell gold from the Golden City and Sky Island's unique shells. She also intended to produce and sell modified versions of the super soldier pills crafted by Kaido from Sea King meat. Additionally, Kaido could create a diluted version of the medicinal tonics similar to what he and Kira used for her recovery. Even these products alone would suffice to fund the reforms, though Naori had more ideas in reserve. If not for the need to maintain reasonable sources of wealth, the gold from the Golden City alone would have sustained the Uchiha clan for years. For now, appearances must be kept. Chapter 23, Executing the Plan. Ah, I see. The fourth elder and the others finally understood after hearing the explanation. So, there was a solution. If that's the case, they had no objections. Immediately, they all expressed their full support for Naori Uchiha's reforms. Before long, the Uchiha clan began executing Naori Uchiha's plans. Clan Academy, Naori Uchiha temporarily assigned the preparations to the second and fourth elders. Police force, the third elder was tasked with restructuring it. First, they would form an elite unit and reorganize the department's structure. Third division, focused on mediating minor disputes and other public services. This would also be the division open to outsiders. Second division, in charge of the detention facilities. First division, to handle and adjudicate more significant cases. 2 days later, the reorganization of the Uchiha police force headquarters was completed. Outside the building, a massive public notice board was erected. On it, were details about the reforms and recruitment information. The benefits were clearly outlined, and they were quite attractive. There was no need to risk life and limb on dangerous missions. Instead, patrol the village, mediate disputes, and address minor violations, all for a decent salary. It was a far better deal than risking your life on missions outside the village. To spread the word, Naori Uchiha even had the third elder post the reforms and recruitment notices on the bulletin board in front of the Hokage's office. Naturally, this quickly caught the attention of civilian shinobi and members of smaller clans, and the news spread like wildfire. The village's reaction soon, many civilian and small clan shinobi were buzzing with discussion, reforming the police force and opening up positions to outsiders? Really? Isn't the police force traditionally Uchiha only? Why are they suddenly recruiting outsiders? Who knows? Maybe they're short-staffed. My neighbor said Uchiha patrols have been scarce lately, and lots of disputes are going unresolved. Is that true? Absolutely. I heard it too, though I don't know the details. Well, it makes sense. The village has expanded so much in recent years, and the population has grown significantly. It's no wonder the police force is understaffed. Hey, while you're all chatting, I'm heading over to apply. This is a golden opportunity, better hurry before the positions are filled. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Me too. Hold on, are you serious? This is the Uchiha police force we're talking about. They're not exactly known for being friendly. You clearly don't know what you're talking about. Sure, the Uchiha act aloof, but anyone who's worked with them on missions knows they're reliable and strong. Wait up, I'm coming too. Before long, a growing crowd of civilian and small clan shinobi made their way to the police force headquarters. Even members of medium and large clans' branch families began to act. Hokage's office. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat with Koharu Utatane and Homura Mikoto. Good grief. The Uchiha really stirred up a storm this time. Hiruzen wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or frustrated. On one hand, the Uchiha's willingness to open the police force to outsiders was a positive sign. It meant they were beginning to integrate with the village. On the other hand, it also presented an opportunity for the village to infiltrate the police force and keep tabs on the Uchiha's activities. But this move also undermined the strategies devised by the second Hokage. It was clear that someone within the Uchiha had seen through those plans and was now maneuvering to discard the traps while reaping the benefits. Naori Uchiha. The legendary figure who quelled the clan's civil war single-handedly. Impressive indeed. Hiruzen sighed as he took a puff of his pipe. Koharu Utatane couldn't contain her irritation. Hiruzen, stop sitting there smoking. The situation is critical. You must stop the Uchiha from ruining the plans the second Hokage laid out. Homura Mikoto nodded in agreement. If they succeed, the Uchiha's reputation will improve. They might even grow bolder in their ambitions for the Hokage's position. We can't let that happen. Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. The police force is under Uchiha control. Even as Hokage, I can't stop their reforms. And besides, don't you see? This is an open strategy. Many civilian and small clan shinobi are already flocking to the police force to apply. Given the attractive positions and benefits, opposing them now would only alienate us from the public. Just then, the door burst open, and Shimura Denzo entered with a stern expression. Hiruzen is right. We can't stop this, nor do we need to. In fact, we should participate and take a share of the pie. Koharu and Homura turned to Denzo in shock. You agree with this? Denzo smirked. This is an opportunity. The Uchiha have opened a door they previously kept locked tight. We should take advantage and begin infiltrating the police force, gradually eroding their power. For now, let them believe they're in control. Once the opening is made, the final result will no longer be up to the Uchiha. The three people exchanged uncertain glances, but they couldn't deny that Denzo's reasoning was sound. The stage was set, but the game had just begun. Chapter 24, Schemer. Shimura Denzo declared confidently, Hiruzen already said this is an open scheme. Direct opposition won't work, so we can only go with the flow and seize control when the opportunity arises. I've already sent some root operatives and members of the Shimura clan to register for the positions. I'm confident we'll secure some slots. You should also send ninjas from your clans to apply. We'll aim to dominate this entire division's roster. Once that happens, the division will answer to us. We can use this team to gradually erode the police force's authority while tarnishing the Uchiha name further. Let their reputation become even worse. Don't they want to escape their infamy? Danzo sneered inwardly. He would ensure they didn't succeed. Taking all the slots is out of the question. At this point, the third Hokage shook his head, rejecting Denzo's idea. This matter has been widely publicized. Many civilian ninjas and those from smaller clans are aware of it. Many of them have already registered. Leaving aside whether the Uchiha would even agree to select only our people, even if they did, we can't allow it. Otherwise, everyone will know it's our doing. The civilian ninjas and small clans excluded from the positions would redirect their anger and resentment toward us. The third Hokage had no intention of inviting trouble. Denzo's heavy-handed methods were as reckless as ever. Denzo scoffed. They're just civilians and members of minor clans. Why should we care about them? At worst, we can shift the blame onto the Uchiha, saying they deliberately tried to curry favor with us. The third and his advisors stared at Denzo in disbelief. Do you even hear yourself? Homura Mikoto retorted. Everyone knows our relationship with the Uchiha is terrible. Who would believe they're trying to please us? Also, as Hiruzen just said, the Uchiha hold the authority to choose candidates, not us. Forget it, Denzo. Exactly. Koharu Utatane nodded in agreement, exasperated. Denzo's schemes were always damaging to others but rarely beneficial to himself. They were used to his ways by now. Denzo frowned and turned to the third Hokage. Hiruzen, can't you summon Naori Uchiha and make her compromise? He was unwilling to let the matter go. This was a rare opportunity to undermine the Uchiha's authority while expanding his root's influence. Missing out would be a waste. After all, Denzo's ambitions weren't limited to suppressing the Uchiha, he wanted to replace the third Hokage. In his eyes, if he had been quicker to speak up back then, the Hokage's position would have been his. The third Hokage sighed, growing more exasperated. That's Naori Uchiha you're talking about, restored to her prime condition, no less. Don't tell me you haven't heard the news. Do you honestly think she'll compromise or listen to us? Have you not noticed that all our recent attempts to undermine the Uchiha have been effortlessly dismantled by her? Be realistic. Send people if you must, and secure whatever positions we can. We have time. We'll take it step by step. Naori's age and health are against her. Even if she's recovered now, I don't believe she can outlive us with her hidden injuries. When she's gone, everything will become easier. By then, we can groom and support a more agreeable Uchiha to become the clan head. They didn't need a strong, assertive leader like Naori. A weaker, more pliable clan head was their ideal. That's all we can do for now. Denzo grumbled reluctantly, his brows furrowed. Let's move forward with that plan. I'll take my leave now. With that, Denzo left in a rush, leaving the third Hokage and his advisors exchanging silent glances. We should act quickly too. The Hokage said to Hamura and Koharu. Have some of our clan members submit their applications. Hopefully, a few will be selected. Understood. The three of them began their preparations. The next day at the police force headquarters, Uchiha Elder handed a list of applicants to Naori. Lady Naori, here's the finalized list. Over 1,000 people have registered, including members of Sarutobi, Shimura, Root, and even Anbu operatives. What should we do about these people? Should we disqualify them outright? There's no need. Naori shook her head. Prioritize civilian ninjas and those from smaller clans. Divide them into teams based on their residential districts, assigning them patrol areas near their own neighborhoods. Having locals mediate disputes will reduce unnecessary conflict and make things smoother. Carefully plan each team's patrol zones and responsibilities. As for squad leaders and captains, assign those roles to members of the Shimura, Sarutobi, Mikoto, and Uchiha clans. Let them absorb the brunt of public grievances and backlash. This is an open scheme. Even if Hiruzen realizes it, he'll have no choice but to accept. After all, this is their chance to infiltrate the police force's authority. They won't pass it up. This was precisely what Naori wanted. But the elder hesitated. What if they act under the police force's name to tarnish our reputation? That won't be so easy. Naori smirked. Without Sharingan nor the Uchiha crest, who would believe they represent us? Everyone knows how poor our relations are with those four clans. Besides, we'll establish an oversight department within the 2nd Division to monitor the 3rd Division's actions secretly. We can continuously expose their true identities and redirect public outrage back at them. We'll even post their misconduct records on public boards for everyone to see, explicitly noting their affiliations. Countering schemes required strategy. Lady Naori, brilliant as always. I'll get right on it. The elder grinned, giving her a thumbs up. Good. Let's proceed. Naori personally selected some candidates, ensuring to include a promising genin named Mito, as suggested by Kaido. After finalizing her selections, she handed the list to the elder. I've chosen some. You handle the rest. Make sure civilians and smaller clans dominate the roster. This is also an opportunity to connect with and foster goodwill among them. Don't mess it up. Preparation was key to success. Yes, Lady Naori. The elder took the list and left, while Naori departed to attend to other matters. The next morning, the finalized 3rd Division roster was announced. Alongside it, patrol zones and detailed police force regulations were published. Those selected were overjoyed, while those left out were disappointed. Chapter 25, Uzumaki Mito. That day, after leaving the security department and returning home, Naori Uchiha left a shadow clone at home while her real body immediately went to the pirate world where Kaido was. She detailed all the arrangements and processes she had handled over the past few days to Kaido. Do you have anything to add or any suggestions? Oh, by the way, when selecting new members for the security team, I specifically picked Mito. I remember you mentioning his remarkable character and incredible talent in taijutsu. He's worth cultivating as a fighter, right? Naori Uchiha asked. No objections, Mom. You've done excellently. 2 words, overwhelming charisma. Kaido gave her a thumbs up and added, as for Mito, this is a good start. Later on, we can show him some favor, help him improve his physical condition and provide him with resources for body strengthening training. Once my body is fully recovered and I shift my focus back to the village, I'll handle this personally. That way, I can earn his goodwill. People like him should be brought under our wing early to justify further investment. In the future, we could even bring him to the pirate world and accelerate his growth in taijutsu with the resources here. With his talent and determination, he could probably reach Kage level or beyond in just a few years. The pirate world was practically made for taijutsu geniuses like Mito. Got it. We'll follow your plan. Naori Uchiha nodded, fully agreeing with the idea. Suddenly, she remembered something and continued, speaking of which, the clan's funds are running low due to the ongoing reforms. We need to open up a new revenue stream soon. Sky Island isn't reliable for now. You should quickly finalize the nutritional pills you're working on. Remember to weaken the effects, making them about 30% better than the clan's best military ration pills should suffice. Additionally, create a weaker version of the healing formula based on Kureha's prescriptions. Even a 10% effectiveness version would work for external sales. These can all be sold for profit. What do you think? Sure thing. Kaito nodded confidently. No problem. I should have them ready by the day after tomorrow. In fact, not just these 2 pills and potions, Kureha's super nutritional elixirs and body strengthening potions are almost done, too. When the time comes, I can create significantly weaker versions of those as well, specifically for external sale. Trust me, they'll sell like hotcakes. The medical and pharmaceutical industries in the ninja world were advanced in some areas yet surprisingly backward in others, especially in terms of medicines and elixirs. This sounds great. Naori's eyes lit up. These new products were sure to be popular. They would bring in money without empowering enemies too much. By the way, I'm planning to meet Uzumaki Mito soon. I'll try to form an alliance with her to counterbalance and restrict Sarutobi Hiruzen's faction. Can you develop a gentle, vitality-restoring potion? If so, how long would it take? Naori asked seriously. A vitality-restoring potion, huh? Kinda rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Actually, the healing potions we use, the seeking meat we eat, the nutritional pills, and the super nutritional elixirs, all of these have such effects. But Uzumaki Mito's condition is unique. I'd need to assess her situation personally before providing an accurate solution. If that's not possible, using high-quality seeking meat to make fully potent nutritional pills would work. It'd just require a significant quantity. His judgment of Uzumaki Mito's condition was based on fragmentary memories from his previous life, so it wasn't entirely reliable. Fair enough. Naori thought for a moment before deciding. In that case, accompany me when I meet her. Let's plan this for after you're fully recovered. What do you think? This would make their proposal more convincing. After all, if Kaido appeared weak and ill, claiming to have a solution for Mito's problem would only lower their credibility and complicate negotiations unnecessarily. For now, Naori aimed to resolve matters with Uzumaki Mito without exposing too many of Kaito's secrets. As for revealing Kaido's medical talent and abilities, that might not be a bad thing. Maybe you could use this opportunity to learn everything Tsunade knows about medical ninjutsu? Naori glanced at Kaido with a playful twinkle in her eye. Hey. That's exactly my plan. Kaido grinned. We can include that as part of the negotiation terms. I'm genuinely interested in the ninja world's medical practices, especially Tsunade's techniques. If I can integrate their knowledge, my skills will undoubtedly advance even further, bringing enormous benefits. Additionally, I might take the chance to become her disciple and strengthen ties with her and the Senju clan. Being temporarily recognized as part of the Hokage faction would make my future plans in the village smoother. It would also pave the way for me to become Hokage and take control of Hidden Lee Village in the future. Who knows? Tsunade herself might even become a potential target for a contract. TSK. You little rascal, plotting something naughty again. Naori teased, noticing the mischievous glint in Kaido's eyes. Cough. Nothing of the sort. Kaido quickly composed himself, denying it vehemently while changing the subject. Ma, just tell me if this plan works or not. Old mom? Naori raised an eyebrow at the new nickname. Then, with a sweet smile and an icy undertone, she pinched both sides of Kaido's face, stretching them as she said in the gentlest tone, So, you think I'm an old mom now, huh? Sigh. My little Kaito doesn't love me anymore. He hates me now. MMPH. Kaito broke into a cold sweat, waving his hands frantically as he mumbled, And no, Mom. Why, you're forever youthful and beautiful. I was wrong. I swear. HMMPH. Good boy. This time, I'll let it slide. But if it happens again, you won't get off so easily, Kaito-chan. Naori finally let go, smiling mischievously. Yes. Kaito massaged his reddened cheeks while nodding fervently. I won't dare do it again. All right, then. Naori waved her hand in satisfaction. Let's finalize the plan. Before you fully recover, focus on developing the right medicine for Uzumaki Mito. Once that's done, we'll have the upper hand in negotiations. A living Uzumaki Mito, allied with the Uchiha, is far more beneficial to us than leaving her to waste away. With Mito around, she could restrain Sarutobi Hiruzen's faction to some extent. Without her, the pressure on Hiruzen and his allies would be gone entirely. The Senju clan would collapse completely. In such a scenario, Hiruzen's faction would inevitably absorb the Senju and Uzumaki legacies, amassing immense wealth, jutsu, and power. Then, the Uchiha would become their primary target. That was a future Naori wanted to avoid at all costs. Chapter 26, Jaya Island. How could they let the third Hokage and his allies act so freely, without restraint? The solution was simple: create trouble for them. Keep them so occupied that they couldn't focus all their energy on targeting the Uchiha clan. This way, the Uchiha could gain more time for stable development. No problem. Leave it to me. Kaito Uchiha thumped his chest confidently. Good. Let's do it this way. Naori Uchiha nodded. I'll keep exploring. I'm almost at Jaya Island. Today, I should be able to finish this task. Next stop, Logue Town. It's a pity we haven't found a suitable flying beast for reaching Sky Island yet. We'll just have to wait a little longer. Otherwise, the clan's financial burden could be instantly alleviated. While gold wasn't convenient for direct currency exchanges, it could easily be converted into standard currency at the gold exchange in the Land of Fire. No rush. It's only a matter of time. Who says we can't find a suitable flying beast in this pirate world? Keep an eye out for such information while you're exploring. Kaito reminded her. You're right. Naori's eyes lit up at the suggestion. I'll keep it in mind. Gotta go now. Bye. With that, Naori Uchiha teleported away. A few hours later. Phew. So this is Jaya Island? It's as chaotic as I expected. The moment Naori landed on the island, she felt numerous hostile and curious gazes from all directions. As expected of the pirate paradise. Let's take a look around. I need to map out the area to find a secure foothold for Kaito later. With his current strength, wandering blindly could be dangerous. With that thought, Naori decided not to disembark immediately. Instead, she sailed her boat around Jaya Island, scouting the area. Her cautious behavior surprised many pirates on the island. Some hesitated to attack, while others began preparing. Having awakened her observation haki, Naori easily sensed their intentions. Her eyes glinted coldly as she murmured, "Fools courting death." A group of minor pirates daring to target her was nothing short of suicidal. Before long, Naori navigated her boat to a northern beach of Jaya Island. She leaped ashore gracefully, pressed her hand against her vessel, and stored it into her personal spatial dimension, a feature Kaito had granted her through the space-time gate. This spatial storage, with a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, was specifically allocated for Naori's use. It allowed her to store essential supplies, goods, and more. Of course, Mikoto Uchiha had access to a similar privilege. After all, the space-time gate's dimensions span 10 kilometers in radius and height, offering immense storage potential. Its capacity would even grow as Kaito's strength improved. Who knew, one day, it might evolve into a complete world. Over there. She's landed. Ha ha ha. She couldn't resist after all. And she's a beauty. Maybe we can sell her for a good price. Sell her? Why not keep her for the boss? From the nearby forest came the sound of hurried footsteps and brazen voices. Naori frowned as she turned toward the commotion. Soon, a group of pirates burst from the trees. Seeing that she hadn't fled, they were overjoyed and charged at her. Fire style, majestic flame annihilation. In a flash, Naori completed her hand seals and exhaled a massive wave of fire. In an instant, the area ahead, over 100 meters, was engulfed in scorching flames. The inferno fanned out in a cone, incinerating the charging pirates. Ah! No! Screams of agony filled the air but were quickly silenced. Once Naori sensed no remaining life forms within the flame's radius, she ceased her chakra output. The fire subsided, revealing a scorched, glassy terrain littered with charred remains. Satisfied, Naori activated her body flicker jutsu and vanished. In just over 10 minutes, Naori had scouted most of Jaya Island, mapping key areas. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she used the transformation jutsu to blend in and evade detection. Alright, that's enough. Time to head back. After inspecting some shops in the town and finding nothing particularly interesting, she retreated to a secluded corner and teleported away. Meanwhile, in the Senju clan compound within the shinobi world. Grandma, you wouldn't believe it. The Uchiha clan is undergoing bold changes. They've even opened up the police force and created an elite division. Tsunade shared the news of the Uchiha clan's reforms with her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, after returning home. This doesn't feel like something the Uchiha would have done in the past. After all, they've always treated the police force's authority as their private domain. They've fiercely guarded it and never allowed outsiders to interfere. I can't figure out what's gotten into them. Tsunade shook her head in confusion. I've heard about it too. Mito replied with a nod. Hiruzen has already spoken to me about it. Huh? My teacher? Tsunade blinked in surprise. Why would he bring it up with you? Was he asking you to stop them? Not exactly. Mito said, shaking her head. This is a rare opportunity for him to interfere with the police force. How could he pass it up? He doesn't understand why the Uchiha are doing this, So he asked me to meet with Naori Uchiha to gauge her intentions. Especially since there's word that Naori has regained her peak strength. Hiruzen is nervous. The third Hokage had also expressed concerns that these reforms could undermine the isolationist policies Obirama had implemented to alienate the Uchiha and foster public disdain toward them. Mito, however, was indifferent. She had never supported Obirama's policy. It's unfair to the Uchiha, she thought. All it does is push them further away. Eventually, it'll lead to disaster, and Hidden Leaf Village will pay the price. Sadly, Hiruzen didn't share her perspective. Even so, Mito agreed to meet Naori, not to uncover any Uchiha secrets, but to confirm whether Naori had truly regained her strength. If she had, Mito wondered if she might enlist her help to extend her own life. It wasn't fear of death that motivated her, but concern for Tsunade, Nawaki, Kushina, and the remnants of the Senju clan. As a wise elder, Mito had long observed the subtle measures Hiruzen and others had taken against the Senju-Uchiha, and other powerful clans. If they acted this way while she was alive, what would they do once she was gone? Chapter 27, Mito shatters Tsunade's naivety. Ah, I'm getting old. My time is short. Uzumaki Mito sighed deeply in her heart. With Hiruzen's position as Hokage growing increasingly secure and his influence expanding year after year, my deterrent power has diminished significantly. Grandma, what's wrong? Why do you suddenly look so troubled? Tsunade noticed Mito's shift in mood, her expression turning heavy with worry. Mito raised her gaze to Tsunade, gently patting her head as she let out a mournful sigh. Tsunade, Grandma doesn't have much time left. When will you truly mature and stand on your own? When will you shoulder the responsibility of the Senju clan? This. Tsunade felt a lump in her throat, an inexplicable sense of unease welling up inside her. She tightly gripped her grandmother's hand and said with concern, Grandma, don't say that. You'll live to 100 for sure. Hey. Mito smiled faintly but with resignation. Live to 100? Ninjas don't have such lives. Ninja. Being one is inherently a short-lived profession, a distorted profession. Even someone as strong and full of vitality as your grandfather died young. What hope do I have? If not for the ninja way of life, with his natural vitality, your grandfather might have truly lived to 100. But alas. The life of a ninja, filled with battles, relentlessly consumed their own energy and life force. The more they fought, the shorter their lives became. Tsunade nodded quietly, sadness flickering in her eyes. As a medical ninja, she understood this truth all too well. A ninja's existence depended on constantly extracting chakra, inevitably shortening their lifespan. Enough. Let's not dwell on this anymore. Noticing the growing confusion on Tsunade's face, Mito decided to end the topic. She warned, in any case, you're not young anymore. It's time to learn to grow up. Until Nawaki matures enough to take on the mantle of the Senju clan, you must carry the burden in his stead. Do you understand? In truth, Mito had little faith in Nawaki's ability to lead the clan in the future. The boy was far too naive, more so than Hashirama in his youth. But unlike Hashirama, Nawaki lacked his great talent and even the steady guidance of a figure like Tobirama. For now, Mito could only place her hopes on Tsunade to take responsibility for the family. I understand. I'll do it. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly. Yet, a question lingered in her mind, but doesn't the village still have my teacher? Isn't it not a big deal? Foolish girl. Mito's expression turned stern, a mixture of frustration and disappointment. Sarutobi Hiruzen isn't just your teacher, he's also the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village and the head of the Sarutobi clan. When he accepted you as a disciple, it wasn't because of your talent. It was to draw closer to the Senju clan, and me, so he could solidify his position as Hokage. You really think he values you so highly? In his heart, the Sarutobi clan's interests come first, followed by Hidden Leaf villages. Then, it's the interests of Denzo, Koharu, and Hamura's clans. After that, the Senju clan doesn't even rank. Instead, his focus shifts to the Inoshika Chochiyo and other small to medium clans or civilian ninjas he's roped in. He's been covertly suppressing the ninja clans led by the Senju for years. Haven't you noticed any of this? How can I trust the Senju clan's future to you? How can I leave this world in peace knowing this? Mito's voice was full of exasperation, a deep disappointment in Tsunade's naivety. She despised this harsh reality but couldn't allow Tsunade's illusions to persist. Tsunade was stunned into silence. Her worldview shattered, and the image she had of her teacher crumbled like broken glass. How could this be? Tsunade murmured in disbelief. Why not? Mito snapped, her tone sharp. Think carefully about the clan's development in recent years. Isn't it obvious? Initially, Mito had not intended to destroy Tsunade's illusion of Hiruzen. She thought that with Tsunada's trust in and bond with him, she might have a measure of protection even after Mito was gone. But the recent changes in the Uchiha clan, particularly under Madara Uchiha's descendant, had shifted her perspective. Perhaps forming a covert alliance with the Uchiha might be a better solution. Mito thought to herself. Now fully grasping Mito's words, Tsunade recalled countless past events, both within the Senju clan and the village at large. Many actions that once seemed reasonable now appeared suspicious. Her face darkened with anger and disbelief. I can't believe it. That old man had such ulterior motives. Good. Now that you understand, I feel a bit better. Mito said, her tone softening slightly. But what should I do next, Grandma? Tsunade asked, feeling lost. Let me meet that Madara Uchiha's descendant first. You must be present when that happens. All right. Tsunade agreed, though she was still confused by her grandmother's anxiety. Tsunade. I'm not forcing you, the situation is becoming dire. Mito said with a weary sigh. We've received troubling news from the Uzumaki clan recently. Signs indicate that the other great shinobi villages have turned their attention to Hidden Eddy village, likely because of its expertise in jinchuriki and sealing techniques. Recently, spies from other villages have appeared more frequently in the land of whirlpools. Their intentions are anything but good. What? Tsunade was shocked. Then what should we do? Does the village know? How will it respond? Will they send troops to aid the Uzumaki clan? As she spoke, Mito's earlier words about Hiruzen resurfaced in her mind, and her tone became uncertain. A chilling thought crept into her mind. What if aiding the Uzumaki clan didn't align with her teacher's interests? What if their destruction was more beneficial to him? With her previous illusions shattered, Tsunade could now see how Hiruzen's leadership had weakened the Senju clan over the years. During her granduncle Tobirama's time, the Senju had been the strongest ninja clan in the Hidden Leaf and the entire ninja world. But now, the Senju's glory was a distant memory. Most of the clan's branch families had been assimilated into the civilian population. Many were lost in battle or had vanished over time. Even the main family had dwindled to almost nothing. Good. You've figured it out. Mito said, reading the changes in Tsunade's expression. This matter isn't something you can rely on Hiruzen or the village for. At best, they'll swoop in to reap the spoils of war. Originally, I wanted to persuade the Uzumaki clan to relocate to Hidden Leaf village for safety. Mito admitted. But Uzumaki Ashina refused. I couldn't change his mind, so I gave up on that idea. Now, I'm preparing to send an elite force composed of Senju clan members, mainly the main family and some close branch families, to assist them. This decision will likely cost us what little strength the Senju clan has left. She said heavily. But I can't sit by and let the Uzumaki clan be wiped out. Chapter 28, Invitation to Uchiha. Hearing those words, Tsunade hesitated, struggling to speak. She could feel her grandmother's difficulty and pain. For a moment, her heart brimmed with anger toward her teacher, discontent so intense it was beginning to morph into hatred. If not for her teacher's selfishness, would her grandmother, her family, and the Uzumaki clan have been driven to this extent? Phew. Tsunade took a deep breath, her mind unusually clear. Recalling her grandmother's earlier words, her expression grew serious as she pieced together the key elements. Looking up at her grandmother, she asked, So, Grandma, after observing the recent changes in the Uchiha, especially Naruto Uchiha, you've started thinking differently. Are you planning to ally with the Uchiha to save the Uzumaki and Senju clans, and to stand against the new Hokage faction led by the third? Oh? Uzumaki Mito's gaze sharpened as she looked at Tsunade, a flicker of gratification in her eyes. It seems you've finally come to your senses. That's right. I've been considering it. But everything depends on my meeting with Naruto Uchiha. I need to probe her thoughts before making any decisions. Let's hope this plan works. If it worked, the future would be much brighter for both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Moreover, this alliance would benefit the Uchiha greatly as well, a mutually advantageous arrangement. Mito knew this all too well. The Sarutobi and his faction were so entrenched in their quest for power and self-interest that they wouldn't stop at just suppressing the Senju. After the Senju, the Uchiha would be next. Following them would be the Hyuga, the Inoshikacho clans, the Inuzuka, the Ibarame, and others. One by one, the great clans would face suppression until none could rival the Sarutobi faction's dominance. Only when the Sarutobi clan rose to be the strongest in Hidden Leaf village, perhaps even turning the entire village into Sarutobi village, would this suppression slow or stop altogether. This was the fatal flaw of replacing a major clan with a minor one as Hokage. In hindsight, neither she nor Tobirama had seen this clearly, leading to the current disaster. Tsunade nodded firmly. Then let's wait until you've met with Naruto-Uchiha. I hope it works out. By the way. Suddenly, a thought struck Tsunade, and she looked at her grandmother with a hint of excitement. Grandma, if Naruto-Uchiha has regained her peak strength, maybe she can help you recover too? Even if she can't bring you back to your peak, she might have a way to extend your life, don't you think? Didn't you check her condition a few years ago? I remember you mentioned that her life force and soul had suffered damage, right? Her condition back then was far worse than yours. Your life was only shortened because of the chakra and life force you expended to seal and suppress the tailed beast. If she could recover fully, surely she could help you as well, right? Thinking this through, Tsunade finally saw a glimmer of hope. Ever since her disillusionment with the third Hokage and learning of the trials ahead for the Senju and Uzumaki clans, she had been feeling crushed under the weight of it all. It was suffocating, too much for someone her age to bear. But if her grandmother could live for another 10 or 20 years, or longer, then Tsunade wouldn't have to shoulder these burdens alone. She could take a supporting role, helping here and there while letting her grandmother lead. That would be much easier. By the time another 10 or 20 years passed, Nawaki would be an adult. The responsibilities could then fall to him. After all, as the future head of the Senju clan, it was only natural for Nawaki to bear this responsibility, wasn't it? She was just a delicate woman, it wasn't right for her to carry such an overwhelming burden. Perhaps. Uzumaki Mito could easily see through Tsunade's thoughts. But if extending her life by 10 or 20 years would help Tsunade carry less weight, she wouldn't mind. She could also focus on training Nawaki more intensely in the meantime. That's why I said everything depends on the meeting with Naruto-Uchiha. Only if we confirm that her recovery is genuine and that her methods aren't exclusive can we move forward with our plans. For now, deliver this invitation to Naruto-Uchiha, asking her to visit us soon. Mito pulled an invitation from her robe and handed it to Tsunade. Got it. I'll go right away. Tsunade took the invitation and hurried off. Before long, Tsunade arrived at Naruto-Uchiha's residence and explained her purpose, handing over the invitation. Oh? Naori raised her brows slightly as she opened the letter and skimmed its contents. I understand the reason for this meeting, she said. I agree, but I won't be available for the next 2 weeks. Let's meet in 20 days. I'll bring my son, Kaito, with me as well. If all goes well, you should get what you're hoping for. That's all. Though the invitation contained few words, Naori saw through its veiled intent. It was clear Mito wanted to extend her lifespan. So, she's thinking the same thing as me. Naori mused with amusement. Uzumaki Mito isn't foolish, nor is she one to sit back and wait for death. I'm sure our future negotiations will go smoothly. 20 days? Tsunade frowned. Can't it be sooner? The Uzumaki clan situation is dire. Who knows when the enemy might strike? Before Tsunade could press further, Naori's aura suddenly flared. The oppressive energy bore down on Tsunade, forcing her back to the ground. Her face turned red as her body trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing. Luckily, the pressure only lasted a moment before Naori reined it in. Casually sipping her tea, as though nothing had happened, Naori glanced at Tsunade and waved dismissively. My decisions are clear. You may leave now. Yes. Though frustration boiled inside her, Tsunade clenched her fists and nodded. Then I'll take my leave. Turning quickly, she left Naori's residence. Once outside, she exhaled deeply, her trembling finally subsiding. Looking back at Naori's home with a complicated expression, she muttered, what a terrifying presence. I've underestimated her. She's at least as powerful as Grandma. Not to mention, her vitality is astonishing. It's not just for show, she really has recovered. This was good news. At least it confirmed that Naori might have a way to save her grandmother. With this hope in mind, Tsunade hurried back home and recounted her experience to her grandmother, ending with a pout. Grandma, you have no idea how scary Naruto-Uchiha is. She's so fierce, she used her aura to pressure me without warning. It was so terrifying that I almost collapsed. Chapter 29, The Legendary Uchiha. Haha. Uzumaki Mito chuckled at Tsunade's complaints. Instead of showing sympathy, she teased, serves you right for acting so overconfident, doesn't it? Do you even know who Naruto-Uchiha is? She may appear gentle and composed, but only those who witnessed the Uchiha clan's internal strife back in the day, when she single-handedly suppressed the entire clan, truly understand her dominance and strength. She's a genius whose talent doesn't pale in comparison to mine. In fact, she might even surpass me. Back then, she was so fearless that she even openly opposed even your granduncle many times. And guess what? He couldn't do anything about it except back down. With a reminiscent expression, Mito sighed, if it weren't for the damage to her life essence and soul from developing forbidden Sharingan techniques. And losing one eye after using that jutsu, her legend might still be alive today. If that were the case, do you think Sarutobi and the others would have dared to suppress and bully the Uchiha clan all these years? But now that she's recovered to her peak condition, everything has changed. With her uncompromising personality, the fact that she only used her presence to warn you today is already a show of restraint. And Mito added, she likely did that to inform me, without ambiguity, that she's fully recovered, both in body and strength. Her willingness to discuss terms shows she's open to cooperation. Whether it works out will depend on both parties' conditions. Mito wasn't worried about this at all. As long as Naori was willing to talk, there was hope. If the terms weren't favorable, she could compromise further. After all, anything was better than facing the devastation of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, the deaths of Tsunoda and Nawaki, or complete annihilation. Wait, she was really that amazing? Tsunoda was visibly shocked. When she learned that even her granduncle had been powerless against Naori, her earlier feelings of grievance and dissatisfaction vanished in an instant. Comparisons really do put things into perspective. Of course, she was incredible. Otherwise, why would Sarutobi and the others tread so cautiously when targeting the Uchiha clan over the years? And now that they suspect she's regained her peak strength, they're practically in a panic. They don't dare to overstep with their reforms against the Uchiha, nor outright oppose them. Instead, the first thing Sarutobi did was rush over to me, trying to get me to probe her strength. Truthfully. Mito smirked. Sarutobi probably hoped to use my remaining influence to confront or intimidate Naori, to stop her from going too far. However, Tsunoda interjected with a sly grin, what the old man would never expect is that not only do you have no intention of intimidating Lady Naori, but you're planning to ally with her. Hey. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he learns the truth. It'll be priceless, Humphrey. Tsunoda felt a burning desire for revenge. After all, Sarutobi had nearly driven her family to ruin and her clan to extinction. If she didn't find a way to strike back, there'd be something wrong with her. Moreover, the legendary exploits of Naori Uchiha filled Tsunoda with newfound admiration. She couldn't help but change her tone when referring to Naori, addressing her with respect and even awe. Such a formidable woman commanded admiration from Tsunoda's heart. Ha! Let's wait and see. Mito said with a cold chuckle. It's about time Sarutobi learned some hard lessons. Otherwise, he might start thinking we're easy to bully. Humphrey. By the way, Tsunoda asked, puzzled, Grandma, why does Lady Naori want to meet 20 days from now? Wouldn't that delay helping the Uzumaki clan? I'm not sure. Mito admitted. But if she set that time frame, she must have her reasons. We just need to be patient. As for the Uzumaki clan, don't worry too much. For now, the four great nations are still in the reconnaissance and intelligence gathering phase. They haven't mobilized their forces yet, so we should have enough time. If things become urgent, I'll take the initiative to meet Naori sooner. However, doing so would put them at a disadvantage and could trigger unnecessary suspicions from Sarutobi and his allies. Unless absolutely necessary, Mito preferred to wait for Naori to come to them. Alright. Reassured, Tsunoda relaxed. Since you're prepared, Grandma, I'll stop worrying. Phew. Stretching her arms, Tsunoda felt a wave of relief wash over her. If there's nothing else, I'll go rest. Today's been exhausting. Between performing surgeries at the hospital and enduring the emotional roller coaster of revelations, she was utterly drained. Haha. Go rest. Mito said with a knowing smile, waving her off. Sometimes, a little mental strain was exactly what Tsunoda needed to mature quickly. After all, she couldn't stay naive forever, leaving everything to her aging grandmother. Not long after Tsunoda left the Uchiha compound, Sarutobi Hiruzen received news and immediately rushed to Mito's residence. Mito greeted him bluntly, I've already sent an invitation to Naori. She agreed but insisted on meeting in 20 days. So, wait. And yes, I probed her strength. Tsunoda confirmed that she has fully recovered, it's not just an act. Think carefully about your next steps. You should know as well as I do that she's not someone to be trifled with, ha ha ha. For a moment, Hiruzen detected a hint of schadenfreude in Mito's laughter. It made his heart sink. She must have noticed the little moves we've made against the Senju over the years. He realized grimly. We'll need to be more cautious moving forward. Reflecting on the situation, Hiruzen began to suspect that having Mito invite and test Naori Uchiha might have been a misstep. He had no way of knowing whether Naori's recovery method might also benefit Mito, which could shift the balance further. But he didn't understand Naori's condition or the specifics of Mito's health. Without clear information, all he could do was take things one step at a time. Stopping Mito and Naori from meeting wasn't an option, he didn't have the authority or courage to do that. At this point in his 9-year tenure as Hokage, Hiruzen hadn't yet solidified his authority like in later years when his influence peaked. Especially not with figures like Mito and Nori still active. After confirming the situation, Hiruzen didn't linger. He quickly excused himself, choosing not to share his suspicions about Nori's recovery with Denzo or the others just yet. The reason? He feared Denzo's reckless tendencies. Instead he'd ordered Denzo not to make any move. Denzo's brazen nature made him capable of doing something disastrous, like trying to sabotage Mito and Nori's meeting. If that happened, the consequences would be catastrophic. Denzo would probably end up dead, wouldn't he? Hiruzen thought with a shiver. And if Nori decided to act, she'd make sure of it. Chapter 30, Lifespan Soaring. On Kaido's side as time passed, his body grew stronger by the day. With the nourishment of specialized medicines and seeking meat, combined with the effects of his life force technique, his life essence was recovering rapidly. Even his height increased noticeably. 4 days later, Kira successfully developed super nutrition potions and body-strengthening tonics. In just 2 days, Kaito used these formulas to create diluted versions with varying effectiveness, such as 10%, 20%, 50%, and 80% potency. Additionally, he combined seeking meat with certain medicinal ingredients to craft nutrient pills. He then created a series of weakening formulas for these pills, ranging from 10% to 90% strength. After another 7 days, he successfully diluted and refined recovery tonics aimed at healing hidden injuries and restoring vitality. Building on these, he merged the effects of nutrient pills and potions to create a gentle, highly effective formula capable of quickly replenishing life force. He named this the Life Elixir. This elixir should perfectly solve Uzumaki Mito's problem, he thought, gazing at the gentle, vitality-filled potion in his hand. Assuming her issue is purely excessive life force depletion. By now, Kaido Uchiha's medical skills had reached the intermediate level and were steadily improving. His progress in other areas was equally significant. Oh? This potion isn't bad at all. It's especially useful for ninjas like you who extract this special energy, Kira remarked, walking over with a curious smile. With this, you might just avoid burning through your lifespan during combat. But this isn't cheap, is it? Kaito nodded affirmatively. Not at all. It requires a massive amount of seeking meat and rare medicinal ingredients. The extraction and refinement process is also incredibly intricate and time-consuming. Converted to belly, the cost is around 5 million per vial. If we can optimize the extraction process and streamline production, the cost could drop significantly, but that won't happen overnight. For now, mechanical manufacturing and engineering were beyond his expertise. Developing advanced production lines was out of the question. Maybe I could collaborate with Orochimaru? He mused. But the idea was quickly dismissed. No, he's not quite there yet in terms of research capabilities. Besides, he's still loyal to the third Hokage, it's not the right time. Perhaps I should seek solutions in the One Piece world. For example, obtaining technology from Germa 66? Of course, with his current strength, that was impossible. For now, he'd have to rely on his mother. Mama already has enough on her plate. This life elixir isn't urgent, better to shelve it for now. He sighed inwardly. If only I had powerful and trustworthy allies. Fortunately, he didn't need the elixir himself at the moment. His recovery was progressing well enough with nutrient potions and pills. It's already impressive, Kira commented, shaking her head slightly. The stronger the potion, the harder it is to refine, that's something you should know by now. In a few days, you'll be fully recovered. Don't forget, you still owe me quite a few medical texts. You'll be visiting often, right? So far, the books Kaido had given her totaled fewer than 200 volumes. While incredibly beneficial, they were far from satisfying her curiosity. Of course, Kaito said with a smile. You can count on me. Even after recovering, I'm not strong enough to roam freely out at sea. Besides, I still have thousands of your medical texts to study, and I've yet to master your techniques. There's no way I'm giving up on that. His plan was to fully tap into Kira's expertise, and raise her goodwill towards him to 80 points or higher. Currently, her goodwill was at 72 points, a promising start. Give me a few more months, and I should reach my goal, he thought. Although raising goodwill became harder as it increased, frequent exchanges of knowledge and interactions would gradually do the trick. Kira laughed heartily. You're a greedy one. It won't be easy to learn everything I know. Be prepared to stay here long term. With that, she returned to her recliner and resumed reading. Another few days passed, and Kaido had been on Drum Island for almost a month. Finally, his body was fully healed. The congenital deficiencies in his life essence had been completely resolved. In fact, Thanks to his life force technique and the restorative process, his life essence now surpassed that of an average person. His physical strength was several times greater than that of his peers in the ninja world. Uchiha, talent, dimensional gate, effort brings reward lifespan, 95 years, 7 months, and 19 days, life essence, 13.2, chakra attributes, water, wind, fire, earth, yin, yang skills, Uchiha chakra refinement, 1 out of 100, beginner, medical skills, 7,568 out of 50,000, intermediate, life force jutsu, 5,145 out of 10,000, advanced, Uchiha meditation, 456 out of 1,000, proficient, basic taijutsu, 342 out of 500, skilled, haha. I'm finally healthy again. My lifespan has reached over 95 years, and with more training, I might break 100 soon. Seeing his updated attributes, Kaido felt a wave of relief. The past month had been a grueling but rewarding journey. Now, I can officially start training in chakra, ninjutsu, taijutsu, as well as the 6 powers and haki. Of course, everything needed to be approached gradually. For example, training in the 6 powers and haki would require carefully tailored plans to avoid overstraining his body. Even with nutrient pills and potions, chakra training needed to remain within reasonable limits. Huh? I awakened the yang attribute too? What a pleasant surprise. This will make learning medical ninjutsu and yang release techniques much easier. This must be due to the seeking meat restoring my vitality and enhancing my life essence. He speculated. It was an unexpected but welcome development. Only lightning remains for full elemental mastery. Maybe eating the rumble fruit will unlock it? Kaido couldn't help but imagine. However, he hesitated. Eating a devil fruit would come with a significant weakness. While Ninja World water wouldn't affect him, the seawater of the One Piece world was a real concern, especially since he planned to conquer that world someday. Is there a way to eliminate this weakness? Sigh, I'll deal with that later. Setting aside the thought, Kaido called for Mikoto. After bidding Kira farewell, the two returned to their home in the ninja world. Chapter 31, Senju Residence. Naori Uchiha was already waiting at home by the time they returned. Seeing Kaido and the others arrive, Naori smiled warmly. You're back. If you had taken any longer, I was about to come pick you up myself. Kaido, are you fully recovered? Let me check. She said, stepping forward. Placing her hand gently on his shoulder, she infused her spiritual energy and chakra into his body to examine him. After confirming that there were no issues, in fact, Kaido's life essence felt stronger than most people, she finally retracted her energy. Smiling brightly, she patted his head. Wonderful. You've truly recovered. She exclaimed. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Relief and joy filled her. The worry that had been weighing on her heart for years was finally lifted. Hee hee. Kaido chuckled, grinning. I've caused you a lot of worry all this time, Mom. But things will only get better from now on. I can finally start training seriously and getting stronger. That's right. Naori nodded, her smile unwavering. But enough talking for now. Let's have breakfast first. After that, we'll head to the Senju clan as planned. She led Kaido and Mikoto to the table, and as they ate, she turned to Mikoto. Are you going to school today? Nope. Mikoto shook her head firmly. But I've planned to go shopping with Kushina later. If you're going to the Senju clan, we'll be heading in the same direction. As Kushina's close friend, Mikoto knew that Kushina lived in the Senju compound. Oh? Naori raised an eyebrow. Uzumaki Kushina? I've heard of her. It's good to maintain a strong relationship with her. Yes, although in the short term, Kushina might not become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After all, if today's agreement went smoothly, Uzumaki Mito would live for many more years. The Uzumaki clan was known for their long life, and Mito's life had only been shortened due to the burden of the Nine-Tails. If her vitality draining issues were resolved, much of her lifespan would naturally be restored. I will. Kushina is a really nice person. Mikoto said earnestly. She didn't fully understand the implications of Naori's words, but she simply enjoyed her friendship with Kushina. Breakfast soon ended, and after tidying up the dishes, Naori set out with Kaido and Mikoto for the Senju clan. It took them about 10 minutes to reach Uzumaki Mito's residence. Naori, you're here. Welcome. Please, come in. Greeted Mito warmly, accompanied by Tsunade. Welcome, Lady Naori. Tsunade added. Mito personally escorted Naori and her group inside. Thank you for having us. Naori replied politely, returning the gesture with a slight bow as they entered. Outside, several Anbu and Root ninjas were stationed at a distance, trying to spy on the meeting. But Mito simply glanced at them and then closed the gate. With a light tap of her foot, she activated an array of barriers around the compound, including soundproofing and anti-surveillance seals, completely cutting off any attempts to gather information from the outside. Even in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at his blank crystal ball with a resigned sigh. As expected, no luck. He muttered. Looks like I'll have to ask Lady Mito about this later. Hopefully, it's not something bad. Humphrey. Shimura Denzo snorted from nearby. You're always bragging about how great your telescope jutsu is. And yet, this is what we get? At least it's good for peeking at the women's bathhouse. Denzo added dryly. You. Hiruzen's face flushed with embarrassment. Beside him, Uchiha Koharu scoffed, while Mikoto Hamura stifled a laugh. Hiruzen, feeling cornered, hurriedly defended himself. Denzo, stop spouting nonsense. When have I ever used this to peek at the bathhouse? He turned to Koharu. Koharu, don't believe him. You have to trust me. I didn't do it. Truthfully, Hiruzen wasn't as concerned about Koharu's opinion as he was about his wife, Hueco. After all, Hueco and Koharu were close friends. If Hueco found out, he'd be in deep trouble. Oh, do you think I believe you? Koharu crossed her arms, her voice dripping with sarcasm. We've known each other for years. Who doesn't know what kind of person you are? Please, just let it go. Don't tell Hueco. Hiruzen begged. Fine, fine. Let's focus on the real issue. Koharu relented, enjoying her brief moment of amusement before shifting the conversation. Hiruzen, what do you think they're discussing? Has Naori truly recovered? Almost certainly. Hiruzen said grimly. Denzo and I have kept a close watch from a distance. Even if she's not fully recovered, she's at least 80 to 90% there. For now, she's not in any immediate danger. Her strength likely hasn't been affected much either. That was the real problem. It meant that they couldn't act against the Uchiha easily for the foreseeable future. Naori wasn't someone they could handle lightly. Since her recovery, she had systematically dismantled the various schemes they had set up against the Uchiha. Any losses the clan had suffered were reclaimed through her precise countermeasures, leaving Hiruzen and his allies deeply frustrated. Koharu and Hamura glanced at Denzo, silently seeking confirmation. Denzo nodded grimly. That's correct. Then we'll have to suspend any actions against the Uchiha for now. Koharu said with a frown. Let's just hope Lady Mito doesn't throw any surprises our way. Otherwise, we might as well give up. If Uzumaki Mito and Naori decided to work together, no amount of plotting would help. Meanwhile, at Mito's residence, she ushered Naori's group into the living room and served them tea, with Tsunade assisting. She sent Kushina and Mikoto off for their planned shopping trip, ensuring privacy. Once they had left, Mito took her seat across from Naori, scrutinizing her intently. Her astonishment was clear. I thought you might only appear to have recovered and were merely forcing yourself to function. Mito began. But when Tsunade informed me that you'd truly recovered, I was skeptical. Today, seeing you in person, I realize that you've not just recovered, you've surpassed your peak. Your physique and vitality are several times stronger than during your prime. Even your soul and spiritual energy have regained much of their former strength. The same goes for your visual prowess. Mito's gaze grew sharper. If I didn't know you were a pure Uchiha, your vitality alone would make me think you were a Senju or Uzumaki. Even your son is the same. She continued. Though not as exaggerated, his vitality and physique are far beyond those of children his age. From what I've heard, just over a month ago, he was frail and sickly, unlikely to become a ninja. Now, not only has he fully recovered, but he's surpassed expectations. Mito leaned forward slightly. What exactly have you two been through recently? Would you mind sharing? Chapter 32, Senju and Uchiha Alliance. It wasn't just Uzumaki Mito who was curious, Tsunade, standing nearby, was equally intrigued. This transformation was astonishing and left everyone yearning for answers. If I could gain the method to enhance vitality and physique, my strength would see a dramatic improvement. Tsunade thought, her heart racing with excitement. At the same time, Grandma's condition could be completely resolved. If not for her fear of Naori Uchiha reprimanding her or causing unnecessary misunderstandings, she might have blurted out her questions then and there. Naori, noticing the silent curiosity, chuckled lightly as she took a sip of tea. There's nothing I can't say. I expected some questions when I came here, so I'm prepared to discuss terms. With a calm demeanor, she continued, it's nothing complicated. My son recently had a breakthrough and made some progress in medical techniques and pharmaceuticals. He developed a method to replenish and restore one's life essence and vitality. And also a way to nurture the eyes and their associated meridians. That's all. Mito's eyebrow twitched slightly. Tsunade was speechless, both of them looking at her with expressions that screamed, do we look like fools to you? If you don't want to tell the truth, fine, but at least make up a believable lie. However, such details were unimportant. All they needed to know was that the Uchiha clan genuinely had a way to restore vitality and life force. That alone was enough. I'll be direct, Mito said, her tone serious. Because of sealing the nine tails, my vitality has been constantly draining at an unsustainable rate. If this continues, I'll only have a few years left to live. What must I offer in return to obtain this method to restore vitality and life essence? Mito had no patience for beating around the bush. She knew trying to outmaneuver Nori Uchiha was pointless. Nori wasn't the type to fall for such tactics. Being straightforward might even leave a better impression. As expected of Uzumaki Mito, straightforward. Nori smiled appreciatively. But no need to rush. First, let my son, Kaito, examine you to understand your situation. Treating the symptoms required understanding the problem first. Only then could they propose a suitable solution. Eh? Mito looked surprised, glancing at Kaito, then back at Nori. Are you serious? Was she so committed to this fabrication that even she believed it? Nori caught the doubt in Mito's expression but didn't explain further. She simply smiled. Try it, and you'll know. Mito scrutinized Nori for several seconds before nodding. Fine. Let's see how you'll cover this up. No way could this 6-year-old boy, Kaito, really possess such skills, right? Mito extended her hand toward Kaito. What do I need to do? Just place your hand on the table. Kaito gestured calmly. Mito complied, laying her palm on the table before him. With a composed expression, Kaito placed his fingers on Mito's wrist. Using his intermediate medical expertise, he quickly assessed her condition. It was straightforward, her excessive life force depletion matched his initial expectations. Replenishing her lost life force would resolve the issue. However, due to the extent of the loss, she would require a life replenishing potion for immediate recovery. That wouldn't address the ongoing drain caused by her sealing the nine tails, though. For that, she'd need periodic doses of supplementary medicine. It's clear now, Kaito said, removing his hand. He gave a subtle nod to Nori. Then, under Mito and Tsunoda's skeptical gazes, he explained, your body is in good condition overall, thanks to proper care. The issue is simply excessive depletion of your life essence. Taking the life replenishing potion will fully restore it in one go. Of course, age-related life essence loss isn't included in this remedy. If such losses could be reversed, it would require an immortality potion rather than a life replenishing one. Life replenishing potion? Mito and Tsunoda echoed in unison, curious. Mito turned to Nori. Is this the same potion you used yourself? At this point, Mito was beginning to believe that Kaito might truly have medical expertise. Could Nori's tale about her son's breakthrough actually be true? Mito wondered, unsure. Nori shook her head. No. My condition was far more complex than yours, so my recovery took over half a month. She added, of course, if the life replenishing potion had been available back then, my recovery might have been quicker. But slower recovery had its own advantages in my case. I see. Mito said, nodding in understanding. Nori's situation was indeed more intricate. So, what must I offer to obtain this potion? Once I take it, will it prevent further excessive depletion of my life essence? Before Nori could answer, Kaito spoke up. No, it won't prevent future depletion. The potion will only address your current losses. Afterward, you'll need occasional doses of a specialized supplement I've developed, nutrient pills. These pills are like a vastly enhanced version of military rations pills. They quickly restore stamina, alleviate fatigue, and provide a gentle boost to life force. These pills will be available for purchase at our new Uchiha pharmacy. You can get them whenever needed. With that, Kaito looked at his mother. Mom, now you can discuss terms. His job done, Kaito returned to Nori's side and sat quietly. Nori smiled and turned back to Mito. 3 conditions. First, from today onward, the Senju clan and Uchiha clan will form an alliance and stand together. You've probably noticed that Tobirama's students aren't exactly trustworthy or benevolent. Both the Senju and Uchiha are their targets for suppression or even destruction. There are common enemies. Mito nodded in agreement. I can't deny that. I agree to the alliance. An alliance with the Uchiha couldn't make things worse than they already were. If anything, with Kaito's abilities and the Uchiha's recent reforms, the clan might exceed her expectations in the future. Chapter 33, Pitiful Kurama. At this moment, forming an alliance didn't seem like a bad deal. As for the ancient grudges between the Senju and Uchiha clans, those were long buried in the past. If things continued as they were, the Senju clan would eventually vanish. What was the point in clinging to old rivalries? It was meaningless. Senju-Uchiha's wariness and prejudice against the Uchiha were trivial matters to Uzumaki Mito. I have two requests. First, I want the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Senju-Uchiha's water-style jutsus, and all the sealing techniques in your possession. Naori Uchiha stated again. She didn't even mention money. Once the Uchiha's pharmacy opened, the clan wouldn't lack funds. If they secured the golden shells from Sky Island, money would never be a concern. Asking for monetary compensation would be the most worthless choice. Ninjutsu and sealing techniques, on the other hand, were far more valuable. Although the teleportation ability of the space-time gate made Flying Thunder God seem redundant for the clan's contractors, it wasn't entirely useless. It could mask the space-time gate's true capabilities or be taught to non-contracted clan members. Either way, it was a worthwhile asset. This. Mito Uzumaki frowned slightly. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu and Tobirama's water style aren't an issue, but as for the sealing techniques, I cannot give you the Reaper Death Seal or Adamantine sealing chains. The first is self-explanatory. As for the second, without Uzumaki bloodline traits, you wouldn't be able to use it effectively even if I taught you. Moreover, revealing the technique could potentially expose vulnerabilities in the Uzumaki clan's defenses. Is that so? Fine. Those two can be excluded. Agreed. Naori Uchiha didn't dwell on this point. After a brief pause, she turned to look at Kaito, silently seeking his opinion. When Kaito nodded in agreement, she approved the terms. She then added, lastly, I'd like Tsunade to take my son, Kaito, as her apprentice and teach him all her medical knowledge and techniques. Do you have any objections? Huh? Both Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito were taken aback. Mito asked curiously, didn't you say your son has a natural talent for medicine? That he's already accomplished incredible feats, like creating the life elixir and nutrient pills? Why does he need Tsunade as a mentor? Or do you have ulterior motives? Perhaps you're eyeing the Hokage position? This was the most plausible explanation Mito could think of. Not entirely. Naori Uchiha shook her head. The Hokage position is indeed a fixation for many in the Uchiha clan, and it remains one of our long-term goals. But I understand that only with sufficient strength, influence, and supporters could an Uchiha ever become Hokage. A mere connection to the Hokage's lineage means nothing. Besides, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's greed for power, relying on his favor through Tsunade's mentorship to secure the Hokage seat is nearly impossible. She continued, the main reason is that my son's medical knowledge deviates from mainstream practices. As you've seen during his diagnosis of you earlier, his methods are uncommon. Furthermore, he hasn't mastered any medical ninjutsu, which he needs. Also, we hope that under Tsunade's mentorship, he can benefit from her guidance and the status of being her apprentice, allowing him to grow in peace for a few years. Do you have any objections? Relying solely on Tsunade's lineage to become Hokage? What a joke. Neither Naori nor Kaito harbored such intentions. When the Uchiha reached a level where they could dominate the ninja world, the position of Hokage would naturally be offered to them. I see. I must have misunderstood. Mito said with a nod. Indeed, being Tsunade's apprentice wouldn't be particularly advantageous for pursuing the Hokage seat. This request can be accepted. Tsunade, what do you think? I have no objections. Tsunade replied, glancing at Kaito with interest. He's really a handsome little brat. She thought, intrigued by his unconventional medical skills. With no reason to refuse and limited leverage in their hands, she agreed. Then it's settled. Naori Uchiha said, nodding in satisfaction before signaling to Kaito. Hand over the life elixir to Mito. Got it. Kaito replied, retrieving a vial of life elixir from his pouch and handing it to Mito Uzumaki. Instantly, both Mito and Tsunade's gazes locked onto the vial, filled with an intense yearning. The elixir radiated an overwhelming yet gentle life force, captivating them. Mito quickly accepted the vial, examining it with Tsunade. She marveled, this is truly an extraordinary creation. It was hard to believe that a 6-year-old child had crafted such a miraculous potion. But there was no time for distractions. Taking a deep breath, Mito uncorked the vial. Immediately, a rich, enticing wave of life essence force spread through the air. Creak. The wooden floor and table began sprouting buds. Hiss. Both Mito and Tsunade inhaled sharply at the sight. A quick reminder, once opened, it's best to drink it right away. It will evaporate otherwise. Kaito advised. Understood. Thank you. Mito said, nodding at him before downing the elixir in one gulp. Moments later, an immense, gentle wave of life energy spread from her stomach, coursing through her body and nourishing every cell. The deathly aura within her vanished like melting ice, and her vitality surged. Her complexion grew visibly rosy, and her once pale hair regained its vibrant red hue. This was despite the yin seal maintaining her appearance. Had it not been for the seal, the transformation would have been even more apparent, her aged features rejuvenated, and her withered body brimming with vitality. What is this? Inside Mito's sealing space, the Nine Tails stirred. It had been completely isolated from the outside world during this time and knew nothing of what had transpired. It could only sense Mito's rapidly recovering vitality. As her life force surged, the seal's strength also skyrocketed. In mere minutes, the Nine Tails felt as though the sealing space had returned to its peak condition from the day it was first imprisoned. Mito's life force, too, had reached its prime. Damn it. Uzumaki Mito, what did you do? Your vitality. It's restored? Let me out. Release me. I don't want to stay trapped any longer. The Nine Tails roared, thrashing against his cage in desperation. If Mito were truly rejuvenated, she might live for decades more. And that meant he would remain imprisoned for just as long. Kurama couldn't bear such a fate. He had been waiting for the day Mito's life came to an end. Even though he knew Hidden Lee Village would likely prepare another Jinchuriki, there was always the chance he could finally escape. He couldn't let that slim hope slip away. But his struggles were futile. Bound tightly by adamantine sealing chains, he couldn't move an inch. His pitiful, desperate cries were almost laughable. No wonder the Nine Tails harbored such hatred for Uzumaki Mito and Senju Hashirama. Who wouldn't, after enduring such torment? Chapter 34, completely recovered enough. Nine Tails, keep quiet. No amount of shouting and whining will change anything. I've completely recovered. For the next few decades, this old lady will continue to keep you company. Aren't you thrilled? Uzumaki Mito's spiritual form materialized within the sealing space. She gazed at the Nine Tails with a faint smile as she spoke. The Nine Tails froze, momentarily speechless. I can't believe this. The next moment, he erupted into a string of curses, furious and vile. Mito, initially in a good mood, felt her expression darken. Shut up. With a swift gesture, several golden chains shot forth, wrapping tightly around the Nine Tails' massive mouth, silencing him completely. No matter how much he thrashed or struggled, the beast couldn't break free. Inwardly, the Nine Tails was on the verge of tears. She's a demon. This woman is the real demon. Once he was subdued, Mito's spiritual form gradually faded from the sealing space. Back in the real world, Mito Uzumaki slowly opened her eyes. She flexed her hands and stretched her body. She felt amazing. She even experimented by undoing the yin seal's appearance-preserving effect. The result? She looked slightly more mature, with a refined, elegant demeanor, but no trace of her former frailty or old age. Ha! The results are excellent. I'm very satisfied. Mito exclaimed, her face glowing with delight. Her gaze toward Kaito softened, filled with warmth. What a treasure of a boy, she thought to herself. Maybe I should encourage him to spend more time with Kushina? If something comes of it, it wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Mito mused. And if that happens, getting more life elixir in the future would practically be a freebie. If it weren't for the age gap between Tsunade and Kaito, she might have even considered pushing Tsunade to marry him. The Uchiha are so enviable, especially Nari Uchiha. Mito thought with a hint of jealousy. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the village, Tsunade suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She glanced around, puzzled. Finding nothing unusual, she dismissed the feeling, though she remained unsettled. I feel like something bad is watching me, she muttered to herself. At the same time, Kushina, who was out shopping with Mikoto, let out several sneezes in quick succession. What's going on? Is someone cursing me? Kushina wondered aloud, looking confused. Hey, Kushina, are you okay? Mikoto asked, concerned. Probably fine. Kushina replied, scratching her head. Then, her face turned stern. It's probably that girly Minato talking smack about me. Humphrey. Just wait till school tomorrow, I'll teach him a lesson. Nearby, Minato happened to overhear everything. He froze, his face filled with helplessness. Why does this always happen? Despite his efforts to be kind to Kushina, his intentions were consistently misinterpreted as malicious. It's like there's an insurmountable wall between us. And that wall is called our completely different worldviews. Back to Uzumaki Mito. So, how are you feeling? Fully recovered? Nari Uchiha asked when she noticed Mito had opened her eyes. In truth, Nori didn't even need to ask. She could sense Mito's overflowing vitality and powerful presence without effort. Nori estimated that if she were to fight Mito now, it would be a 50-50 match, just because of Nine Tails. Yes. Mito confirmed with a nod, her face alight with joy. I've completely recovered. This elixir is exactly as advertised. Thank you so much. With this, I can live for decades longer. Now, she had the time to set everything in order for the Senju and Uzumaki clans. She could also guide Nawaki and Tsunade to full maturity. No need to thank me, Naori said with a light chuckle. It's just a deal, after all. Besides, having you alive benefits the Uchiha even more. With you here and a Senju clan standing as a buffer, the pressure on the Uchiha eases considerably. Thinking about how Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others would remain under Mito's thumb for decades filled Naori with glee. Don't forget, we're allies now. We agreed to stand together. Mito teased. If there's pressure, we'll share it. She quickly added, by the way, I'd prefer if we didn't let the monkeys, Hiruzen and the others, know I've fully recovered just yet. Publicly, we can claim that your methods have merely extended my life by a few years. That way, they'll still have a glimmer of hope and won't act recklessly out of despair, creating unnecessary problems for us. What do you think? It was unwise to corner an opponent completely. It was better to proceed gradually. After all, eliminating the third Hokage and his faction outright would harm Hidden Leaf Village itself. Moreover, the ninja world was unstable at the moment. Another great ninja war could erupt at any time. Mito believed the Senju needed to focus on quietly regaining their strength. She also wanted to rescue what remained of the Uzumaki clan. Agreed. Naori said after a brief pause. The Uchiha aren't ready for an open confrontation with them yet. We can afford to wait. But you'll need to suppress your life force a bit. She added with a smirk. Otherwise, who'd believe you haven't fully recovered? Mito smiled faintly and placed a hand on her abdomen. In an instant, her surging vitality was dampened, reduced to roughly double what it had been before her recovery. Done. Let's finalize our alliance. Mito suggested. Even if it's just a formality, it's better to make things official. What do you think? Naori raised an eyebrow but nodded. Sure. Wait here while I prepare the documents. Mito said, standing up. She turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, keep our guests company. Got it. Tsunade replied. After Mito left, Tsunade poured fresh tea for Naori and the others. Then she turned to Kaido with a curious smile. Hey, Kaido, can you tell me about your medical techniques? Let's have a discussion. Sure. Kaido agreed easily. As they spoke, Tsunade quickly realized just how exceptional Kaido's skills were. Minutes into their discussion, she was astonished to find his expertise far exceeded her own. However, his methods were entirely different from hers and from mainstream ninja medicine. It felt like an entirely separate medical system. The more she learned, the more amazed she became. When Mito returned 20 minutes later, holding the alliance documents, a scroll containing the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama's water-style techniques, and a large scroll brimming with advanced sealing knowledge, she paused at the door. Tsunade was still engrossed in her conversation with Kaido. Most of the time, it was Kaido doing the explaining. Tsunade, listening attentively, marveled at how quickly he absorbed and expanded on ideas. His learning ability stunned both Tsunade and Mito. Chapter 35, Intermarriage. Has this child always been this impressive? Uzumaki Mito set down the documents in her hand and leaned toward Naori Uchiha, softly asking the question. Yes. Once he has figured things out, this is the result. Impressive, right? Naori Uchiha chuckled lightly and nodded, a hint of pride in her tone as she subtly showed off. Impressive indeed. I'm envious. If Nawaki were even half as smart, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Mito shook her head helplessly, then handed 2 documents to Naori. Let's leave them to their discussion. We should finalize the alliance first. I've already signed and sealed it. Just waiting on you. All right. Without hesitation, Naori signed her name on both copies of the alliance document and stamped her handprint on them. Each of them took a copy, and with that, the agreement was officially sealed. Here. This contains the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Tobirama's water-style techniques, and various scrolls on sealing arts. Check them over. Mito said, handing over a stack of scrolls. Naori simply waved her hand, sending the items into her dimensional storage space. No need to check. If something's missing, I'll come back to you later. After all, you can't exactly run away. Mito's eyes narrowed slightly as she witnessed Naori's spatial technique, curiosity and surprise flashing across her face. She chose not to ask further, knowing Naori wouldn't answer. After a brief pause, Mito asked, have the Uchiha received any information about the situation in the Land of Whirlpools? Oh? Naori raised her brows slightly, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Of course we have. The Uchiha's information network is quite effective. It seems the other 4 great ninja villages are planning to attack the Land of Whirlpools, aiming to seize its bloodline and sealing techniques in their pursuit of Jinchuriki and power. So? Are you seeking our help? Indeed. Mito didn't deny it and nodded affirmatively. Naori responded bluntly, That's not part of our alliance agreement. An ally of my ally is not automatically my ally. If you want our help, there will need to be additional terms. Although preserving the Uzumaki clan would benefit the Uchiha, nothing comes free. That's fair. Mito wasn't surprised or offended. Name your terms. She understood that the Uzumaki's troubles were separate from the Uchiha Senju alliance. Unless another formal agreement was reached between the Uchiha and the Uzumaki, their aid couldn't be assumed. Naori pondered for a moment. After this event, it'll likely be impossible for the Uzumaki clan to remain in the land of whirlpools. Otherwise, the 4 great villages will never stop targeting you. When the time comes, I imagine the Uzumaki will have to relocate to Hidden Leaf Village and officially join its ranks, correct? Indeed. Mito confirmed. I intend to personally see to it. Even if Uzumaki Ashina objects, I will make it happen. I can't constantly shield the Uzumaki from every threat. To the major ninja villages, including Hidden Leaf Village, the Uzumaki clan was a prime target, a feast too tempting to ignore. Only by joining Hidden Leaf Village could the Uzumaki ensure their survival and secure the best path forward. This would also benefit the weakened Senju by bolstering their strength with the Uzumaki's alliance, creating a mutually advantageous situation. In that case, my terms are these. First, I want a copy of the Uzumaki's sealing techniques that don't involve bloodline secrets. Second, I propose that our 3 clans, Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki, establish a system of intermarriage going forward. Mito was caught off guard. The first condition was within her expectations, but the second came as a surprise. Even Tsunade, engrossed in her discussion with Kaido, turned her attention to the conversation. Why? Mito asked, puzzled. As I recall, the Uchiha don't forbid marriage outside the clan, but they don't encourage it either. Why push for intermarriage with the Senju and Uzumaki? Was this simply to deepen the alliance between the 3 clans? Mito was skeptical. Naori chuckled knowingly and exchanged a glance with Kaito before continuing. This touches on a little-known secret about our clans. From ancient texts in my clan, I've found evidence suggesting that 1,000 years ago, the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki all descended from a single ancestor, none other than the Sage of 6 Paths. Mito and Tsunade were stunned. What? Are you serious? The idea that the Senju and Uchiha, who had warred for a millennium, shared a common ancestor, let alone the Sage of 6 Paths, sounded like a legend, or perhaps a joke. More or less. Naori nodded, turning to Tsunade. Have you ever studied the blood or cells of the Uchiha and Senju? Tsunade shook her head. That's more Orochimaru's area of interest. But I get what you're implying, that their genetic makeup overlaps or complements each other, which could point to a shared ancestry. Exactly. Naori affirmed. If that's true, doesn't it make sense that combining our clans could result in children with enhanced potential and abilities? Mito remained skeptical but intrigued. And this idea is based on. In the ancient texts, it's said that the Senju and Uzumaki inherited the sage's body, while the Uchiha inherited his eyes. Over the centuries, these traits have weakened due to bloodline dilution. But if the 3 clans intermarried, it might restore some of that lost power. The notion struck a chord with Mito. If true, this would benefit all 3 clans. However, she suspected Naori had deeper motives. Still, she chose not to question further. Even if Naori wasn't entirely forthcoming, the potential advantages of intermarriage were enough to warrant consideration. After all, it seemed like a win-win for everyone involved. Chapter 36, Uchiha Hidden Scheme. Naturally. Naori Uchiha nodded affirmatively, pointing at herself as she explained, this idea came to me after reflecting on my recovery this time, combined with an ancient legend. In the past, I never took it seriously, nor did I believe it. But after being healed by Kaido, my body not only recovered but even saw enhancements to my life force and vitality. She paused, then continued, I noticed that under the influence of this enhanced vitality and physique, my damaged left eye began to heal and recover. Even without the eye-nurturing medicine Kaido created, the effects were clear. Remarkably, my blind right eye is also showing signs of regeneration and awakening under this strengthened condition. This proves that a robust and vital body can greatly benefit the Sharingan, doesn't it? If someone were to possess both the Sharingan and the Sage body, perhaps they could not only awaken the Sharingan more easily but also activate the Mangekyō Sharingan with less difficulty. Furthermore, thanks to the enhanced vitality and physique, their Mangekyō Sharingan might recover naturally from overuse. With this in mind, I propose that our 3 clans form alliances through marriage. What are your thoughts? This reasoning was only part of her motivation. Naori also wanted to explore whether the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan could be achieved without relying on merging siblings' eyes. If successful, This would elevate the Uchiha's future prospects and prevent the grim necessity of family members sacrificing their eyes for power. It would break the infamous Uchiha curse, ensuring that internal conflicts over eyes would never happen again. And, if by chance, this method could lead to the birth of descendants with the Rinnegan, all the better. However, Naori Uchiha knew that this goal was difficult to achieve. Madara had awakened the Rinnegan only because he was the reincarnation of Indra and had fused with the DNA of Asura's reincarnation, Hashirama Senju. For an ordinary sage body and eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to awaken the Rinnegan was unlikely. Even Kaido wasn't certain if Indra's and Asura's chakra were the only necessities for unlocking the Rinnegan. Is that so? Uzumaki Mito nodded thoughtfully. It's feasible, but there's a concern. If a child born from an alliance between the Senju or Uzumaki and the Uchiha awakens the Sharingan, what happens? Surely, you wouldn't have them return to the Uchiha and change their surname? Conversely, if a Uchiha-born child were to awaken traits of the Senju or Uzumaki, such as the sage body, would they be sent back to the Senju or Uzumaki clans? We need a clear plan to address these potential issues. Not sending children back to their respective clans could create complications. Over time, Sharingan would no longer be exclusive to the Uchiha, and traits like the sage body, adamantine sealing chains, or Kagura's mind's eye would no longer belong solely to the Senju or Uzumaki clans. Such matters, tied to bloodline inheritance, were undoubtedly complex. The child belongs to the clan where they are born. Naori declared without hesitation. I believe that by then, the bonds between the three clans will be close enough to eliminate resentment and barriers, fostering genuine peace. Don't you agree? After all, they'd all be serving under her son's future empire. Alright, it's settled then. Mito agreed, though she knew Naori likely had additional schemes in mind. Regardless, the Senju and Uzumaki clans stood to benefit. Moreover, the Uzumaki needed Uchiha's help to protect themselves, so Mito nodded in agreement. However, Mito added, marriage alliances shouldn't be forced. We can organize regular matchmaking events between the three clans, allowing younger generations to choose their partners. As long as the number of marriages is balanced between clans, that should suffice. What do you think? That's acceptable. Naori replied. I wouldn't want too many Uchiha women marrying out, after all. Who doesn't know that the Uchiha are blessed with handsome men and beautiful women? When you've decided on the rescue operation, just inform me in advance. I'll send people to assist you. Agreed. Mito replied, exhaling in relief. With the Uchiha's involvement, along with the strength of the Senju and Uzumaki, they could repel even a combined assault from the four major ninja villages and safely escort the Uzumaki clan to Hidden Leaf Village. Later, Mito and Naori continued chatting, while Tsunade engaged Kaido in a lively discussion about medical techniques. At midday, Mito hosted a meal for Naori's group, and after parting ways, word of the meeting quickly reached Sarutobi Hiruzen. He rushed to Mito's residence, though Denzo and his group didn't dare to follow, fearing repercussions. The moment Hiruzen entered, he sensed that Mito's once dwindling life force had been restored, even doubled. This realization unsettled him. Though uneasy, he masked his feelings with curiosity and respect. Lady Mito, how did the discussion go? There won't be any trouble from the Uchiha, will there? And has your life force recovered? Was it Naori's doing? Indeed. Mito confirmed. I've struck a deal with Naori. She helped restore my vitality, granting me a few more years of life. In return, I provided her with the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama's water-style jutsu, and some basic to intermediate sealing techniques. Additionally, her son, Kaido Uchiha, will become Tsunade's apprentice. These terms couldn't be hidden, so Mito spoke openly. As for Sarutobi's objections? He'd just have to swallow them. What? Hiruzen's face twisted. The Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama-sensei's water-style jutsu, and sealing techniques? And she's even having her son study under Tsunade? What is Naori planning? Does she have her sights on the Hokage seat? Besides, wasn't her son born with severe health issues, incapable of becoming a ninja? He is fully recovered. Mito replied. If Naori could restore her own grievous injuries, why wouldn't she be able to heal her son? Hiruzen's brows furrowed. So, Naori is entirely healed? That's right. Mito nodded. Not just her body, her remaining Sharingan has fully recovered as well. So, I advise against provoking her. Even in my current state, I may not be her match. Of course, this was a lie. Mito's fully restored vitality meant she was on par with Naori, but she couldn't let that be known. Chapter 37, Frustrated Denzo. Is she really that strong? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows even deeper upon hearing the news. What do you think? Uzumaki Mito glanced at the third Hokage with a cold smirk. You already know the answer. Back in the day, she single-handedly quelled an internal conflict within the Uchiha clan and subdued the entire Uchiha tribe. How could she have done that without immense strength? As for Kaido Uchiha becoming Tsunoda's apprentice, stop overthinking it. She continued. She simply wanted to give Kaito more support and security, ensuring a smoother path for his growth. It's to prevent certain rats from targeting him behind the scenes. Do you honestly believe that being Tsunoda's disciple, or even the grand disciple of the Hokage, would make him Hokage one day? You're not dead yet, are you? If such a thing were to happen, it would mean Kaido earned it. If you're incompetent, you have no one to blame but yourself. At this point, Mito would rather see Kaito become Hokage than let Hiruzen remain in power. With Kaido's ties to Tsunoda as his mentor, his alliance with the Uchiha, and future plans of inter-clan marriage, even if he ascended to Hokage, it would be far better for the Senju and Uzumaki clans than the current situation. At the very least, the Uchiha wouldn't need to oppress other noble ninja clans to consolidate their authority and establish their dominance. Only someone like Hiruzen, who lacked both strength and confidence, would need to resort to such tactics. Then again, the Sarutobi clan couldn't exactly be classified as a minor ninja clan. A mid-sized one, perhaps, mainly due to its numbers. But aside from that, they had no standout talents or unique advantages. Their strength was their political acumen, knowing how to win people over and project an image of being cooperative, obedient, and trustworthy. That's what earned them the favor of the first and second Hokage. But since Hiruzen became Hokage, everything had gone downhill. Hiruzen, however, was oblivious to the fact that Mito's stance had drastically shifted. From her tone, though, he realized she was likely referring to Denzo. You're absolutely right. I understand now. I will rein in Denzo and tread carefully with the Uchiha moving forward. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After some thought, Hiruzen bowed respectfully and excused himself. The idea of the Uchiha claiming the Hokage title solely through Tsunoda's mentorship was laughable. He wouldn't allow it anyway. Go ahead. Mito waved her hand dismissively, indicating that the third Hokage could leave. Hiruzen wasted no time, retreating swiftly. When he returned to the Hokage's office, Denzo, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mikoto eagerly crowded around him. What happened? What did they discuss? Has Naori Uchiha fully recovered? Yes. Hiruzen nodded and relayed Mito's words verbatim. What? Damn it. Denzo roared in fury. How could Lady Mito do that? Trading the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Tobirama-sensei's water-style jutsu, and sealing techniques with the Uchiha. This is like making a deal with the devil. What gives her the right to do this? Denzo was livid. If the Uchiha mastered these techniques, their power would skyrocket. Especially with sealing techniques, if the Uchiha applied them to their territory, spying on them would become nearly impossible. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu was even worse, a strategic level jutsu. If the Uchiha learned it, they would become exponentially harder to deal with. Overthrowing them would be nearly impossible. Well, Lady Mito has every right to do this. After all, these techniques originally belonged to Tobirama-sensei and the Senju clan. Even though they were recorded in the Scroll of Seals or shared with the village's jutsu archive, it's likely the Senju kept their own copies. Koharu stared at Denzo, unimpressed. Do you even hear yourself? If Lady Mito doesn't have the authority to handle her clan's techniques, then who does? You. Denzo's face turned red with anger, unable to counter Koharu's point. Whose side are you even on, Koharu? Her words felt like deliberate provocation. This isn't about authority. Denzo fumed. This is aiding the enemy. Have the Senju forgotten that the Uchiha have been their enemies for millennia? Ha! Koharu scoffed. I'm just stating the facts. Besides, the deal is already done. What's the point of complaining now? You. Denzo clenched his fists in frustration, veins bulging. Enough, Denzo. Hiruzen cut in, halting the bickering. The situation is what it is. Lady Mito has also regained some vitality through the deal. I suspect she'll hold on for a few more years. For the next few years, we'll need to ease up on the Senju and Uchiha. Otherwise, things could get very messy. Also, Hiruzen turned to Denzo with a stern look. Don't target Kaido Uchiha. He is Tsunoda's disciple now. If you provoke him, neither Naori Uchiha nor Lady Mito will tolerate it. Even I won't be able to protect you. Denzo's eyes flickered. Is it really that serious? It is. Hiruzen nodded gravely. This arrangement is part of the deal between Lady Mito and Naori Uchiha. If you act against him, you'll face their combined wrath. Don't say I didn't warn you. Fine, I get it. Though displeased, Denzo begrudgingly agreed. I'll leave that brat alone for now. Still, his heart sank. Ever since learning of Naruto-Uchiha's potential recovery, he'd been plotting ways to undermine her. But before he could act, their countermeasures were already in place. He felt utterly exposed, as though all his schemes were laid bare. Damn it. Denzo seethed internally. She really is an extraordinary woman. No wonder she's kept the Uchiha in check for so long. But as long as she's alive, it'll be nearly impossible to secure more Sharingan or suppress the Uchiha further. Damn it all. Hiruzen, noticing Denzo's brooding, snapped him out of it with a sharp voice. Enough. Lighting his pipe, he continued, now we need to address the Uzumaki clan situation. With Lady Mito regaining her strength, should we still send reinforcements as originally planned? Or do we proceed with the previous arrangement? Although Mito appeared only partially restored, Hiruzen couldn't shake the thought that she might be hiding the full extent of her recovery. If she had truly returned to her prime, then following their current course of action could provoke her wrath, something the village could not afford. Even now, Mito's influence within the village was immense. While it might be an exaggeration to say her word was law, it wasn't far from the truth. The Senju's legacy still held significant weight. If she wished, she could potentially have Hiruzen ousted as Hokage. Chapter 38, Next Plans. This. Utain Koharu and Mikoto Hamura hesitated for a moment after hearing the suggestion. It really did seem inappropriate to continue as they were. They risked being held accountable by Uzumaki Mito later. Why not? But Denzo, as stubborn as ever, sneered and said, what's wrong with making decisions from the perspective of the village's best interests? We already warned the Uzumaki clan, advising them to relocate and join Hidden Leaf Village as a group. It was Uzumaki Ashina who refused. So if they're annihilated afterward, how could that be our fault? Besides, there's no way to pinpoint when the other villages will attack. And even if they do, it will only be through small, elite squads conducting surprise assaults. That's bound to be a swift and decisive strike. By the time we send a large force for rescue, it'll definitely be too late. Or are you suggesting we station an army near the land of whirlpools on constant alert, just in case? Do they really deserve that level of commitment? Denzo was clearly unimpressed with the Uzumaki clan's apparent lack of foresight and disregard for the situation. In his mind, fools who couldn't grasp the bigger picture deserved their fate. However, those sealing techniques couldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of other villages. If they did, the Jinchuriki of those villages might truly become unstoppable. Indeed. Hamura reluctantly admitted Denzo had a point. The Uzumaki clan had brought this upon themselves, what else could they do? They had already done more than enough. What about sending a small elite team for support when the time comes? At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke again, we can prepare a portion of our elite forces, including members of the Anbu and Root, to stand by and be ready for immediate deployment. I'm sure Mito-sama will also send the remaining Senju elites to help. We can coordinate with them. And during the rescue, how much effort we put in will be entirely up to us. This way, even if we fail to save the Uzumaki clan, Mito-sama can't blame us. What do you all think? After all, the intelligence from their spies and recent reports indicated that the other 4 major villages were likely to act soon. Regardless of the outcome, the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques had to be brought back to Hidden Leaf Village and not fall into enemy hands. Koharu, agreed. Hamura, I'm on board. Denzo, particularly intrigued upon hearing that Mito might send the remaining Senju elites, had some thoughts forming in his mind. However, on the surface, he pretended to agree reluctantly, saying, fine, let's do it that way. Alright then, it's settled. Meanwhile, with Kaido and the others. Upon returning home, Naruto-Uchiha took out the scrolls containing the acquired jutsus and sealing techniques and handed them to Kaido and Mikoto. Here are the ninjutsu and sealing techniques we got from this deal. Feel free to pick what you want to learn. Got it. Kaido smiled as he stepped forward, immediately picking up the Flying Thunder God Jutsu scroll and skimming through it. Soon, he frowned slightly. As expected, this requires a solid foundation in sealing techniques to even begin learning. Looks like I'll have to set it aside for now and start with sealing techniques first. Afterward, he scanned through the water-style techniques, committing them to memory. Finally, he unsealed the massive scroll containing advanced sealing techniques and buried himself in reading again. His plan was to memorize everything first and train later. Andy, can I try too? Mikoto Uchiha looked at Nori in surprise, pointing to herself. Of course. Nori smiled warmly. You've already started calling me Auntie, and you've made a contract with Kaido. Naturally, you won't be left out. Auntie hopes you grow stronger quickly to help Kaido. So study hard. Learn as much as you can. But don't bite off more than you can chew. Start with a few and master them before moving on. Thank you, Auntie. Mikoto, touched, nodded and picked up the Flying Thunder God Jutsu scroll. She quickly put it down, frowning deeply. This is so hard. It's not something I can handle right now. I'll focus on sealing techniques first. As for water style, she didn't have a water affinity, so it wasn't necessary at the moment. Go with what feels right for you. Naori reassured her, taking the Flying Thunder God scroll herself. Is this technique really that difficult? Let me take a look. After a while, she rubbed her temples and set the scroll down. It's definitely challenging. Obi-Rama really was a genius to create this. In terms of inventing ninjutsu, he was a monster. Even she had to admit it. Then, she picked up a water-style scroll and mused, learning water style would be useful in the pirate world. It could have surprising effects, especially against devil fruit users. Huh? Mikoto blinked. Should I learn a few water-style techniques too? No rush. Naori shook her head. You're still young and lack water affinity. Focus on fire style, lightning style, and sealing techniques for now. Adding taijutsu, haki, and life force jutsu training, your schedule is already packed. Don't overdo it. Wait until you've mastered one type of chakra nature transformation and shape manipulation first. That makes sense. Mikoto nodded in agreement. Kaido, what are your plans next? Naori asked while studying the water-style scrolls. Me? Kaido looked up briefly before continuing to absorb the knowledge of sealing techniques. First, I'll head to Warship Island, Gung, to retrieve the dragon bone and craft my secret medicine. Then, I plan to visit Kokoyashi Village and Windmill, Fasha Village to scout some talented kids. Finally, I'll go to Frost Moon, Shimatsuki Village to apprentice in swordsmanship from the pirate world. For all of this, I'll probably need your help with navigation and possibly your company, Mom. He laid out his comprehensive plan, knowing his training regimen would include chakra, ninjutsu, taijutsu, body strengthening, and swordsmanship. Not to mention health training, which he had integrated into his daily post-meal routine to aid digestion, boost vitality, and extend his lifespan. It's a good plan. I'll help. Naori replied with a nod. I've already mapped out Log Town as of yesterday, though I forgot to tell you. We can set out from there. Warship Island isn't far, is it? Nope. Kaido confirmed, it's about a day's sail away. Though, without a flying mount, mapping is such a hassle. Mom, have you found a suitable flying mount yet? A flying companion would make everything faster. Otherwise, lighting up all these islands on the map would take forever. Chapter 39, Increasing Proficiency. We've made some progress. Naori Uchiha shook his head slightly, saying, I've dispatched some clan members to investigate this matter recently. 3 days ago, we received news from the Land of Rivers. They've located a giant eagle capable of becoming a ninja beast. If all goes well, they should be able to bring it back in the next day or two. However, there's still an issue. Can the ninja beast be directly brought into the pirate world? Or does it also require a binding contract? If it does, would we need to build a good affinity with the beast first? If affinity was necessary, that would take additional time. Hearing this, Kaido paused for a moment before responding, it depends on its level of intelligence. If it possesses full intelligence, we'll need to cultivate a bond with it. Otherwise, we can either forcibly contract it or directly carry it through the space gate. This limitation was actually meant to ensure Kaido's safety. Otherwise, problems could arise easily. If the ninja beast isn't brought across worlds but simply stored within the space gate's dimension, then these restrictions don't apply. As long as it's rendered unable to resist, it can be stored within the space gate. This was demonstrated the last time Rayleigh was asked to hunt a Sea King. The higher the level of a Sea King, the more complete its intelligence tends to be. The Super Sea Kings, those spanning over 1,000 meters, even possess their own language, can understand human speech, and are capable of communication. Then you'll probably need to work on building affinity with this ninja eagle. Naori reminded him. Ninja beasts generally possess full intelligence. Some can even speak human language outright. Kaito nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Ninja beasts aren't humans, so their minds are simpler, making it easier to gain their trust. I'll feed it plenty of Sea King meat or nutrient pills when the time comes. That should quickly fulfill the requirements for binding. If only it were that simple with humans, too. True. Naori agreed. Let's go with that plan. Several hours later, Kaido finally finished reading through all the sealing techniques and related knowledge he had recently acquired. He even skimmed through the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, committing all the information to memory. Of course, mastering it would still require a considerable amount of time. After dinner, Kaido officially began training his chakra. This was his first chakra refinement since awakening his talent during his initial extraction. The process felt incredibly smooth this time. It was far easier than his initial attempts, which had been fraught with difficulty. Even a brief extraction yielded a significant amount of chakra effortlessly. The energy within each of his cells had multiplied dozens, if not hundreds, of times compared to a month ago. Continuing his training, Kaido repeatedly refined chakra, steadily increasing his chakra reserves. System notifications: you practiced the chakra refinement jutsu. Proficiency plus 30, chakra plus 10, you practiced the chakra refinement jutsu. Proficiency plus 40, chakra plus 10, you practiced the chakra refinement jutsu. Proficiency plus 52, chakra plus 12. As his proficiency grew, so did his efficiency in extracting and utilizing cellular energy. The amount of chakra he could synthesize in each session steadily increased. His chakra reserves continued to climb higher and higher. It's often said that a ninja's chakra reserves are inherently limited, and normal training can't increase them significantly. However, by mastering the ability to extract energy from every cell in the body, one could surpass these limitations. Beyond that, further increases in chakra reserves rely on either physical growth with age or intensive body training to enhance cellular energy capacity. Naturally, mental strength must also improve in tandem. While arduous physical training indirectly boosts mental strength, the effect is less apparent. The body, soul, and spirit are always interlinked. At this stage, Kaido hadn't yet mastered extracting energy from every cell, so his chakra reserves were still steadily increasing. From 0.1 units to 0.2, then 0.5, 1, and finally reaching 1.5 units, Kaido paused his training. By now, his chakra refinement jutsu had reached its peak. System notification: Uchiha chakra refinement jutsu, 29,851 out of 100,000, mastered. Thanks to his exceptional talent and comprehension, his progress was rapid. Of course, the simplicity of the chakra refinement jutsu itself also contributed. It seems it'll take a few more days to completely break through this limit. Kaido mused. I wonder what kind of technique or skill will emerge once I surpass this mastery. Will it lead to techniques akin to immortality? Or perhaps a more advanced chakra refinement jutsu? He speculated, shaking his head. No, achieving immortality is unlikely. The leap would be too drastic. The current technique doesn't even touch on natural energy absorption. Maybe when sage jutsus reach their limits, they could evolve into something similar to immortal jutsu. When it came to sage jutsus, the Shikatsu forest undoubtedly had them. Since he had already apprenticed under Tsunade, he could request the slug summoning contract at some point. Then, when the opportunity arose, he could learn from the slug sage. Still, Kaido hoped to one day create a sage art, or even true immortal jutsus, tailored for humans rather than relying on beast-like techniques. After all, who knows what risks these semi-complete techniques might pose. Consider how Jiraiya's training in Mount Myabaku's sage art caused him to exhibit toad-like traits. Clearly, such effects were far from normal. Next, chakra control training. Shaking off his stray thoughts, Kaido stepped outside to the small training field in his backyard. Standing by a tall tree, he focused chakra into his feet and took a step onto the tree trunk. Crack! The bark and part of the trunk shattered under his foot. He had used too much chakra. Adjusting his output, Kaido tried again, succeeding this time. System notification: chakra control, 1 out of 100, beginner. As soon as the skill formed, a flood of insights entered his mind. By now, Kaido was used to this process and immediately absorbed the information. With both feet planted firmly on the tree, he began walking upward step by step. System notifications: you trained in chakra control. Proficiency plus 3, you trained in chakra control. Proficiency plus 2, you trained in chakra control. Proficiency plus 4, by the time he reached the top of the tree, his chakra control had improved significantly. Climbing was no longer a challenge for him. His chakra control skill advanced to the proficient level. This progress is incredible. This is my true talent and comprehension shining through. In the past, my weak body held me back so much, the euphoria of his rapid improvement was intoxicating. Gone were the days of cautiously training his body, terrified of injuring himself. He recalled his nervousness when he first extracted chakra, fearing a single mistake could be fatal. But now, his awakened memories and enhanced spirit had unlocked his full potential. Standing atop the tree, Kaido gazed out over the Uchiha clan grounds and the distant, illuminated streets of Hidden Leaf Village. His journey as the strongest had officially begun. Chapter 40, Ninja Academy. Kaido, it's already very late. Take a break. There's no rush to continue training tomorrow. You shouldn't neglect your health just because your body had gotten better. At that moment, Nari Uchiha had appeared under the tree without Kaido even noticing. She looked up at him perched at the top of the tree and called out gently. She was pleased to see her child so dedicated, but that didn't mean he could ignore his health. From the beginning, She had been monitoring his chakra extraction process. If she had noticed anything wrong, whether an injury or overexertion, she would have stopped him immediately. Fortunately, Kaido's process was smooth, and his mastery of chakra extraction was improving rapidly without any harm to his body. Startled, Kaido looked down to see his mother standing with her hands on her hips. Sticking his tongue out sheepishly, he quickly climbed down from the tree. "Ah. All right, Mom. I'm coming down now." When he was about a meter above the ground, he jumped and landed steadily in front of his mother. Scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, he said, "Hee, I kind of lost track of time. It's just that extracting chakra was so much easier than I expected." Naori nodded slightly, reaching out to pat his head. "All right, off to bed now." "Yes, ma'am." Kaido obediently went to rest. Early the next morning, after enjoying breakfast made from seeking meat with his mother and Mikoto, the three headed to the small training ground in the backyard to practice the life force jutsu. You consume seeking meat to aid in practicing the life force jutsu. Proficiency plus 10, lifespan plus 9, life essence plus 0.03. Breaking through to perfection with the life force jutsu is still going to take some time. Once that happens, I imagine the benefits will be even better. I'm kind of looking forward to it. I just wonder what it will be like after breaking the limit. After practicing the jutsu 5 times, digesting most of the food in his stomach, Kaido finally stopped. After taking a quick bath, he returned to the backyard. While occasionally offering a tip or two to his mother and Mikoto about the art's essentials, he began practicing his hand seals. There was no rush to learn ninjutsu just yet. Building a solid foundation in chakra control, hand seal proficiency, and speed would pay off later. Sharpening the axe will not delay chopping wood, after all. You practice hand seals. You've successfully unlocked the skill, hand seals. Proficiency plus 1, you practice hand seals. Proficiency plus 2, you practice hand seals. Proficiency plus 3, perhaps due to his natural talent, strengthened further by the right jutsu, Kaido's growth in hand seal proficiency was astonishingly fast. Within half an hour, as Naori and Mikoto finished their morning practice, Kaido had already advanced from the beginner level to the proficient level. Not only could he now perform hand seals with precision, but his speed had also increased to 2 seals per second, a solid start. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a loud knocking came from the front courtyard, followed by Tsunoda's bold voice. "Naori-sama, little Kaido, are you home?" "Huh?" Kaido and the others were momentarily stunned. "Tsunoda? Let's go see what she wants." Naori led Kaido and Mikoto to the front yard, opened the door, and welcomed Tsunoda inside. "Come in and sit for a bit." "No need, Naori-sama, thank you." Tsunoda waved her hand dismissively. "I came here today for something else, so I won't stay long." "Oh? What's the matter?" Naori and Kaido asked curiously. "Well." Tsunoda hesitated for a moment, then said awkwardly, "Yesterday, my teacher, the third Hokage, called me to the Hokage's office. He's heard about me taking Kaido as my student. He wants me to take Kaido to meet him, as his grand disciple, so to speak. And he also suggested Kaido should attend the Ninja Academy. Although, to be honest, I think it's a complete waste of time considering Kaido's level of knowledge." Having seen Kaido's medical expertise firsthand, Tsunoda knew his skills even surpassed hers in some areas. Given his talent and intelligence, what could the academy possibly teach him? He could probably master the entire curriculum in just a few days. But since the request came from the Hokage, she couldn't outright refuse. It was obvious to her, though, that her teacher was hoping to use this opportunity to instill the will of fire in Kaido. "Too bad, teacher. You've miscalculated. Someone as smart as Kaido isn't someone you can brainwash." Tsunoda smirked inwardly, finding some schadenfreude in the situation. She wasn't exactly fond of the third Hokage these days. If it weren't for the timing being off, she would have already had a falling out with him. "What?" Kaido looked completely unimpressed. "Ninja Academy? Seriously? That's pointless. That kind of playhouse-like school isn't worth it. The reformed clan school is way better. Besides, my schedule is already packed every day with things to learn and train. I don't have the time for this." Though he was mildly interested in meeting a few potential talents and building rapport for future contracts, he wasn't willing to waste much time on it. So you're not going?" Tsunoda blinked, surprised but also agreeing with his reasoning. Especially now that she could sense Kaido's chakra levels, which were already comparable to a standard Jonin despite him only starting to train yesterday. His chakra talents were monstrous, to say the least. Sending him to the academy really was meaningless. It would be far more effective for her to teach him directly, passing on her own ninjutsu, strength enhancement techniques, and medical ninjutsu. "No, he's going." Before Kaido could speak again, Naori placed a firm hand on his head and said, "You'll go meet the third Hokage, enroll formally, and get to know your classmates. Once you feel the academy is no longer useful, you can use a shadow clone to attend instead. Alternatively, Tsunade can talk to the academy and the Hokage, allowing you to switch to private training with her, like learning medical ninjutsu." For now, Naori hadn't considered the possibility of early graduation. In her eyes, Kaido's current strength was still far from sufficient. Graduating early would only mean being sent on dangerous missions outside the village, which, coupled with Denzo's lurking ambitions, was too risky for now. When Kaito had developed sufficient strength to protect himself, they could revisit the topic. "What do you think, Tsunade?" Naori asked, turning to the blonde Sannin. "No objections here." "That's perfect." Tsunade grinned. This arrangement suited her just fine. Naori-sama was so considerate. Turning to Kaido with expectant expressions, both women asked, "What about you, Kaido?" Seeing their firm expressions, Kaito sighed inwardly. Did I even have a choice? Chapter 41, Meeting the Hokage. Fine. I agree. Kaido sighed helplessly, raising his hands in defeat. Good. That's settled. Naori Uchiha nodded in satisfaction, patting Kaido on the head before pushing him towards Tsunade. Take him with you. I've got things to do. Mikoto, you should head to school too. You're going to be late. Yes. With that, Mikoto bid everyone goodbye and left quickly. Let's go too. Tsunade said, bidding farewell to Naori Uchiha and motioning for Kaido to follow. After a short walk, Tsunade brought Kaido to the Hokage Tower. Without hesitation, she kicked the office door. Bang. The door groaned pitifully, slamming into the wall with enough force to shake the office. Dust rained down from the ceiling. The third Hokage. Kaido. Both of them twitched slightly at the corners of their eyes. Yep, that's Tsunade, all right. The third Hokage looked at her with a mix of exasperation and helplessness, pinching the bridge of his nose. Tsunade. Can't you just use your hands to open a door like a normal person? This month alone, I've had to replace this door 5 times because of you. And you're a teacher now. Can't you set a better example and mind your image? You're going to corrupt the kids. Frankly, the Hokage had no idea why Tsunade's attitude toward him had worsened so much in the past 20 days. Her personality had become increasingly erratic, and it was giving him a headache. He was pretty sure he hadn't offended her recently. Humphrey. I'm used to it. Tsunade crossed her arms and raised her chin arrogantly. I brought the kid, didn't I? Introduce yourselves quickly so I can take him to school. With her respect for the third shattered, Tsunade couldn't care less about his peace of mind. Besides, what was a kicked door compared to what he'd done to the Senju clan? She considered herself restrained. The Hokage shook his head helplessly before turning to Kaido. Forcing a genial smile, he said, So, you're Kaido Uchiha. I'm the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did your teacher mention me? As he observed the boy, Hiruzen couldn't help but notice his vibrant vitality, far surpassing most children his age. This doesn't seem like a sickly, frail child born with deficiencies at all. He mused. It appears the Uchiha have mastered an extraordinary way to restore vitality. I must find a way to obtain this technique. Such a method would benefit not only him but also the Sarutobi clan. And this chakra. It's substantial. Yesterday, his reserves were minimal. This must be because he just started refining chakra. Already comparable to a Jonin. Truly a genius. I'll have to take him seriously and figure out how to turn him into my ally. Hiruzen thought. If he succeeded, it would be much easier to deal with Naori and the Uchiha clan in the future. This thought made his smile toward Kaido even more enthusiastic. Although Kaido felt repulsed, he maintained a polite demeanor, smiling and nodding. Yes, my teacher mentioned you. I'm Kaido Uchiha. Pleased to meet you, Lord Hokage. Haha. The third Hokage laughed heartily. No need to be so formal. Just call me Grandpa. Huh? Kaido's face stiffened. He was certain this old man was trying to take advantage of him. Hey. Tsunade's expression turned mocking as she shot a sidelong glance at Hiruzen. Seriously, old man? Picking on a kid now? Even if Kaido dared to call you that, would you dare respond? Better watch out, if Lord Naori finds out, she might just beat you to death. How shameless could he be? He was clearly from the same generation as Lord Naori, yet he wanted her son to call him Grandpa. Ridiculous. Hiruzen froze, realizing the implications. Tsunade's words hit home. If Naori found out, the consequences would be severe. He immediately waved his hands nervously, laughing awkwardly. My mistake, my mistake. I apologize. I got confused because Kaido is my student's student. It slipped my mind. My fault entirely. Turning to Kaido, he quickly added, Kaido, I'm sorry. How about you just call me Uncle Hokage from now on? I'm only a year or two older than your mother, so it's more appropriate. Also, I was misled by Tsunade. Haha. And please, don't mention this to your mother. We wouldn't want to trouble her unnecessarily. He could already imagine Naori using this as an excuse to make his life miserable. Understood. Kaito nodded. He now had a clearer understanding of his mother's intimidating reputation. What exactly did Mom do in the past to make even the Hokage so wary? He wondered, though he didn't dare ask her directly. He feared the consequences. Still, he fully intended to tell his mother about this incident. What? He promised the Hokage not to? Well, promises can be broken. What could he do about it? That said, Kaito doubted his mother would escalate things right now. The timing wasn't right for a major confrontation with the third Hokage. The Uchiha needed a few more years of steady development before settling scores. Haha. Good, good. Relieved, Hiruzen ended the conversation with Kaito, trying unsuccessfully to glean more information. Tsunade firmly blocked his attempts. Realizing he wouldn't get anywhere with her around, Hiruzen concluded the meeting and sent Tsunade and Kaito off to the academy. Shortly after, Tsunade brought Kaito to the ninja academy. After explaining the situation to the vice principal and meeting the first-year elite class's homeroom teacher, she handed Kaito over and left. The teacher, Kuroda, led Kaito to class 1 just as the lesson was about to begin. Wow, who's that? He's so handsome. Judging by his clothes, he must be from the Uchiha clan. But I don't recognize him. Why is he joining now? No idea. Seiichi, you're from the Uchiha clan too. Do you know him? I think he's Kaito Uchiha from the Great Elder's family. But he's changed a lot. As Kaito entered, the classroom buzzed with curiosity. Chapter 42, Uzumaki Kushina. Yo. You're Kaito, right? Mikoto told me all about you. Hi there. I'm Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina. If anyone bullies you in class, just say my name. I promised Mikoto I'd look after you. Humphrey. Kushina stood up boldly and waved enthusiastically at Kaito as she spoke. Her words, full of the bold manner of a gang leader, made Kaito chuckle internally. Then I'll be in your care. Kaito smiled and nodded, not wanting to hurt her pride. Kushina. Sit down right now. Their teacher, Kuroda, yelled angrily at her, veins bulging on his forehead. This girl was getting bolder by the day, showing no respect for him anymore. But there wasn't much he could do to her. If he punished Kushina, Tsunade would undoubtedly make his life miserable. Not to mention, Lady Mito herself had Kushina's back. She was untouchable, a walking powerhouse of connections. Alright. Kushina sat back down, satisfied she had made her point. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, sitting 2 rows diagonally in front of Kushina, overheard her bold declaration and couldn't help but glance at her with amusement. Who knew Kushina had it in her to play the gang leader? Interesting. What are you looking at? However, his obvious glance and amused expression were like a red flag to Kushina. She slammed her desk and glared at him. Hey, Blondie. Are you laughing at me? You wanna die? No, I wasn't. Minato stammered, trying to explain. But before he could finish, Kuroda roared again, Uzumaki Kushina. Sit down right now. Then he turned to Minato. And Minato Namikaze. Stop fooling around. Don't pick up bad habits. Yes, sir. Both of them sat down obediently. Minato had no chance to defend himself again, while Kushina silently fumed. This is all that Blondie's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been scolded again. She thought bitterly. And what's with the teacher? Don't pick up bad habits. Is he saying I'm a bad influence? Unbelievable. Pure discrimination. After the commotion, Kuroda gestured for Kaito to introduce himself to the class. With various reactions from his classmates, Kaito stepped off the podium and, at Kushina's wave, sat in the empty seat beside her. He had noticed that Kushina already had a favorable impression of him, 62 points on his system. It was a surprisingly high starting value. Probably because of Sister Mikoto. Or maybe Tsunade-sensei and Lady Mito mentioned me to her. He guessed. In the following days, Kaito attended school as usual. With his learning abilities, he quickly mastered everything the school had to offer. He also grew closer to Kushina and even made friends with Minato, who approached him to chat. Over time, both Kushina and Minato's favorability toward him steadily increased. However, he was still far from the minimum 80 points needed for a contract. No need to rush. Kaito thought. These things take time. One day after school, Kaito spoke to Kushina and Minato. Kushina, Minato, I've already learned everything the school has to offer. It's not useful to me anymore. So, I've decided to send a shadow clone to attend classes while I focus on my own training. Just wanted to let you know. Since they were already friends, Kaido thought it was better to be upfront about his plan. If they found out later, it might strain their friendship. A shadow clone to attend school? You can do that? Why didn't I think of it? Kushina exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. She had been attending school a few months longer than Kaido. With her quick mind, she'd already learned what she needed and had no interest in the rest. To her, school was sheer boredom. She had even considered asking her grandmother for permission to drop out and focus on learning sealing techniques instead. But now, hearing Kaido's idea, she saw a perfect solution. Why quit school when a shadow clone could handle it? Her grandmother would surely approve of this plan. Alright. I'll use the shadow clone to attend school too, she declared, then turned to Kaido. By the way, Tsunade said you've been learning sealing techniques recently? Yeah. Kaido nodded. My mom traded with Lady Mito and got some sealing techniques, so I've been studying them. Perfect. I'm planning to learn sealing techniques from Grandma soon. Wanna study together? We can exchange tips and learn faster. What do you think? Kushina offered eagerly. Having a companion to study with sounded much more fun to her. At the very least, he's nice to look at, she thought, finding Kaido's confident and masculine demeanor appealing. Unlike a certain blondie, who she thought was too soft. Are you sure that's okay? Wouldn't Lady Mito need to approve? Kaido asked, a bit surprised. Of course. Grandma likes you, and she even told me to look out for you at school. Don't worry, I'll talk to her. Kushina said confidently. Alright, if she's fine with it, I'd be happy to join. Kaido agreed. On the side, Minato felt a bit left out. I'd love to join too, but it's not possible. Kaido already has Lady Mito's approval, but I don't. And I can't even use shadow clones yet. Noticing Minato's downcast expression, Kaido patted his shoulder. Cheer up. It's not like we'll spend all day on sealing techniques. How about we set some time aside each day to practice ninjutsu and taijutsu together? Minato's eyes lit up at the suggestion. To Kaido, Minato was a valuable future ally. By investing in their friendship now, he could gain Minato's loyalty and prevent him from falling under the influence of the third Hokage. Better to recruit him early than let him become an enemy in the future. Kaido thought. Of course, this also meant subtly guiding Minato to see the flaws in the third Hokage's leadership and the truth behind the so-called Will of Fire. The ninja world wasn't as noble as it seemed. Chapter 43, Investing in Minato. I don't mind. Kushina glanced at Minato and agreed. Although she still found Minato a bit too soft for her liking, he was at least a friend. It only seemed fair to take his feelings into account. Huh? Is this really okay? Minato looked at Kaido with a face full of gratitude. He hadn't expected someone from such a prominent family like Kaido to be so approachable. Not only did Kaido treat him like a friend, but he was also willing to compromise and help him in moments like these. Minato didn't know what to say. At that moment, Kaido noticed something interesting. Minato's favorability toward him had shot up by 10 points, reaching 65. There's nothing wrong with it. We're going to train anyway, so why not improve together? We're friends, aren't we? Kaido smiled and shook his head. Even if there weren't any personal benefits involved, Kaido genuinely didn't mind befriending someone like Minato. At the very least, Minato wasn't the type to scheme behind someone's back. But I don't know the shadow clone jutsu. I can only train after school. Is that okay with you? Minato asked, a little embarrassed. That's a minor issue. Kaido waved it off casually. Minato, I think highly of your talent and future. As an early investment, I'll teach you the shadow clone jutsu and even a few ninjutsu suited to you. When you grow stronger in the future, you can pay me back, and repay the village as well. What do you think? Do you dare accept this offer? Sensing that Minato might hesitate, Kaido threw in a little provocation. Of course, by then, the village might very well bear the name Senju-Uchiha. Dare? Why wouldn't I? As expected, Minato's fighting spirit was ignited. He nodded decisively. But as his enthusiasm ebbed, he scratched the back of his head awkwardly. But wouldn't I owe you too much, Kaido? He wasn't sure if he'd ever be able to repay such a debt. It felt like Kaido had more confidence in him than he had in himself. Then repay me slowly. If I'm not worried about you owing me a lot, why should you be? Kaido smiled and patted Minato's shoulder. It's settled then. Thank you, Kaido. Minato's expression grew complicated, his eyes full of gratitude as he looked at Kaido. This was the first time someone had been so kind to him, placing so much faith in him. In his heart, Minato silently vowed that Kaido would always be his best friend. Meanwhile, Kaido noticed that Minato's favorability toward him had soared to 84 points. Huh? That high? Could I form a direct contract already? Although he maintained a calm demeanor, Kaido was surprised. But we've only known each other for a short time. Bringing up a contract now might seem too self-serving. I'll wait a bit longer, at least until I've taught him the Shadow Clone Jutsu and some other ninjutsu to solidify our bond. Kaido decided. Minato's skyrocketing favorability was almost unnerving. It only proved that Minato was a remarkably pure-hearted person. Let's go. Come to my place first. I'll teach you the Shadow Clone Jutsu before we move on to anything else. Turning to Kushina, Kaido added, Kushina, let's call it a day here. Check with Lady Mito, and if it's not possible, don't force it. Got it. You two go ahead. Kushina nodded, waving them off before quickly heading her own way. Let's go. Kaido patted Minato's shoulder and led him toward the Uchiha clan grounds. As they walked, several Uchiha clansmen looked at them curiously. Kaido's back? Is that your friend? One of them greeted him with a smile. Yes, Uncle Shu. How's business today? Kaido replied warmly. Not bad. Today's the last day for it, though. Starting tomorrow, I'll be helping run the family pharmacy once it opens. Shu Uchiha's tone carried a hint of excitement. He had already seen the medicinal products that would be sold and knew how much of a sensation they could cause. If sales went well, the clan wouldn't lack funds anymore. Recent reforms in the clan had been expensive, especially for things like the academy, the elite police force, and the new welfare systems. Every aspect needed money and resources. Really? It's opening already? That's great. Kaido's eyes lit up. While he had been making medicine for a couple of hours daily, he hadn't managed the other preparations. His mother had clearly been efficient. Looks like I'll need to produce more medicine soon, or we'll run out of stock. Kaido thought. Although he wanted to entrust the task to someone else, there weren't any trustworthy candidates yet. Many medicines required high-quality ingredients or advanced skills. I need to train more competent pharmacists, or create a reliable production line. With that thought in mind, Kaido led Minato to the backyard training field at his home. There, he began teaching Minato the Shadow Clone Jutsu. First, he explained the technique in detail. Then, step by step, he demonstrated it. Before long, Minato succeeded in learning it. Not bad. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Kaido gave Minato a thumbs up. Hee, it's because you're a great teacher. Minato scratched the back of his head, smiling bashfully. Practice it a few more times to make sure you've got it down. Then we'll call it a day. Kaido instructed. Got it. Minato dispelled his clone and practiced 4 or 5 more times until he had mastered it. Once Kaido was satisfied, he said, that's enough for now. Keep practicing on your own to strengthen it. As for our training plans, we'll finalize them once Kushina's situation is sorted out tomorrow. I'll walk you home. Okay. After leaving the Uchiha clan grounds, Minato stopped Kaido. You can leave me here. I'll go the rest of the way myself. Thanks again, Kaido. With that, Minato ran off. Kaido chuckled and turned back toward home, hands in his pockets. Back at his house, Kaido created 3 shadow clones, one to study sealing techniques, another to train chakra control and hand seals, the last to practice ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the real Kaido teleported to the pirate world to meet up with Mikoto for training. They began throwing attacks at each other to hone their observation haki. Interestingly, observation haki could only be awakened in the pirate world. For some reason, it couldn't be triggered in the ninja world. Kaido believed this was due to differences in world rules. Once awakened, however, training it further in the ninja world became possible. The training was simple, hurling snowballs and catching each other off guard. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of snowballs slicing through the air echoed non-stop, occasionally accompanied by a pained yelp. Inside the house, Kureha frowned but ultimately shook her head in resignation. What did I do to deserve these two? She muttered. As the snowball fight intensified, both Kaido and Mikoto became fully immersed in their training. Chapter 44, Awakening Observation Haki. Ha! At a certain moment, Kaido suddenly realized he had entered a special state. His entire being felt transparent, as if he could sense everything within a radius of several hundred meters. In particular, he could clearly perceive the snowballs constantly being thrown his way. It was as though the snowballs had been frozen in time. He had awakened observation haki. Effortlessly, Kaido dodged the incoming snowballs. Simultaneously, as he continued throwing snowballs at Mikoto, who had yet to awaken her observation haki, he mentally accessed his attributes panel and discovered a new skill had appeared. Observation haki, 1 out of 1000, beginner, huh? The proficiency cap for the beginner stage is 1000? That's 10 times higher than skills like chakra refinement. Does that mean the cap for each subsequent stage also increases by at least tenfold? Perhaps even more. To master this skill completely or break its limits, the time investment is going to be huge. Kaido thought, feeling a slight headache. Still, considering the skill's inherent difficulty, rarity, and high potential, it made sense. At this moment, Mikoto noticed something different about Kaido. His movements had become effortless and fluid, he could even split his focus without being hit. She quickly split her attention to call out, "Kaido, did you successfully awaken observation haki?" "Exactly." While dodging, Kaido nodded and confirmed, "I just awakened it." "Do you want to keep going?" "Yes." Mikoto gritted her teeth and nodded firmly. Kaido had already awakened his haki. As his elder sister, there was no way she could lag behind. "Any tips?" As she continued to dodge, she couldn't help but ask. In truth, she was slightly distracted by Kaido's progress. "Calm yourself, focus entirely on dodging. That's the only trick. Mikoto, you have the talent and mental strength for this. Believe in yourself. Now, I'm going to increase the speed and angle of my throws. Be careful. I believe you can do it. Here it comes." "Alright." Mikoto took a deep breath. Hearing his encouragement, her frustration lessened significantly. She forced herself to calm down and responded confidently. In the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She felt an unrelenting barrage of snowballs coming at her from every direction, like a storm. The speed had more than doubled, and the angles were far trickier. She couldn't even spare the effort to throw snowballs in return. Still, she gritted her teeth and persevered. She kept pushing herself, forcing her concentration to new limits. Her pupils began to turn red, a sign of activating the Sharingan. But Mikoto suppressed it. According to Senju-Uchiha's experience, activating the Sharingan to dodge wouldn't help awaken observation haki. In fact, it might have the opposite effect. Focus, focus, and focus again. Mikoto felt as if she was on the verge of awakening her haki, just one step away. She lost track of time, completely immersed in the effort. Then, at a certain moment, her mind suddenly elevated, and she felt a powerful resonance. The entire world became different, clearer, sharper. She could now keenly sense everything within a radius of several dozen meters, including even the faintest movements. The snowballs flying toward her from all directions seemed to slow down. Observation haki had awakened successfully. Swish, swish, swish. Mikoto effortlessly dodged all the snowballs. In the next instant, the snowball assault ceased. It was clear Kaido had noticed her transformation and stopped on his own. "Congratulations." Kaido walked over, smiling warmly as he offered his congratulations. Huff. Huff. Supporting herself on her knees and catching her breath, Mikoto smiled back. "Thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. Who knows how long it would have taken me otherwise. Your advice was really helpful." Creak. At this moment, the sound of a door opening drew their attention. They turned to see Kira stepping out, her face filled with astonishment as she surveyed them. "You both awakened observation haki? That's incredible. There was only a few minutes difference between you two. How did you manage that? Don't assume awakening observation haki is easy. Even in the world of One Piece, it's a power that only a select few possess. Most people go their entire lives without awakening it. Even many who excel in armament haki fail to awaken observation haki. Unlike armament haki, which can be trained through physical exertion, observation haki requires mental strength and a sixth sense beyond the 5 physical senses. Its awakening is far more challenging and heavily reliant on talent." Hey. Kaido and Mikoto exchanged a smile. Kaido said, "We have a special awakening method." Kira rolled her eyes. "You think I didn't hear your earlier conversation? If simply focusing on dodging were enough to awaken it, observation haki wouldn't be so rare. Let's just say the Uchiha clan has a knack for mental and sensory abilities." She glanced at both of them, her gaze lingering on their unique Uchiha traits. Interestingly, Kaido hadn't yet awakened his so-called Sharingan. Kira assumed it was because of his age. Given his talent, awakening it in the future was inevitable. "Maybe." Kaido replied, his tone non-committal. "Alright, since you've succeeded, stop this noisy training already. It's been driving me crazy, I couldn't even read in peace." After voicing her complaints, Kira returned to her room. Kaido and Mikoto looked at each other and laughed. Kaido suggested, "Shall we call it a day?" "Sure. I need to reflect and test the full capabilities of my observation haki. I'll head back first." Mikoto nodded before teleporting back to the ninja world. The next moment, Kaido followed suit. "Back already? Dinner's ready. Go wash your hands first." As soon as he returned, he saw Naruto Uchiha setting the table. Mikoto was already heading to the kitchen. "Alright." Kaido quickly went to his room, changed into lighter clothes, washed his hands, and returned to the dining area. Mikoto said, "You both awakened observation haki?" Naruto asked as they ate. "Exactly, Mom." Kaido replied while chewing on a piece of meat. "Not bad. That's quite fortunate." Naruto nodded with a smile. "With observation haki, your survival skills will improve significantly. Keep training it. It's not just about enhancing perception and evasion, it also strengthens mental fortitude. It's a win-win. For now, I'd say it's even more effective than our Uchiha meditation techniques. Of course, that doesn't mean you should abandon meditation altogether. Meditation and observation haki complement each other. Make sure to balance both. Understood?" "Yes." Both Kaido and Mikoto nodded in unison. This was Naruto-Uchiha's conclusion after studying observation haki for some time. Chapter 45, The Ninja Hawk. "By the way, Kaido, our Uchiha pharmacy is opening tomorrow," Naruto-Uchiha suddenly mentioned. "Over the next few days, Kaido, you'll need to prepare more medicines. It'll be a bit of hard work for you." "Got it. I've already been keeping that in mind." Kaido nodded, then added, "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you, the ninja hawk we captured has finally warmed up to me, and I've managed to form a contract with it. I've been keeping it in the space gate dimension. I've granted you both access, so if you ever need it, you can summon it directly. But I think it'd be better if we add a summoning contract. It'll make everything smoother and keep things under control." As he spoke, Kaido activated the permissions, granting Naruto-Uchiha and Mikoto access to the hawk in the space gate dimension. The ninja hawk had arrived a few days earlier, and Kaido had spent the time feeding it and building trust. Finally, he succeeded. This hawk was massive, with a wingspan of 15 meters, practically a small airplane. Its chakra levels were on par with a jonin, and it could wield wind style, making it blindingly fast. It could reach supersonic speeds, over 400 meters per second, a terrifying force. Of course, if anyone wanted to ride it at full speed, they'd need to limit the load and endure the impact and wind resistance. "Alright, we've got blank summoning scrolls at home." Naruto-Uchiha agreed. "We'll bind it to the scroll, and each of us can sign the contract. With this hawk, exploring new areas will be so much easier. From now on, I'll take some time every day to scout new locations. You just focus on your work, Kaido. Once everything's ready, I'll let you know so we can explore together." She was unwilling to let Kaido venture out to sea alone. "Understood," Kaido replied, moved by her concern. Naturally, he didn't object. After dinner, Naruto-Uchiha retrieved a blank summoning scroll and joined Kaido and Mikoto in the space gate dimension to complete the contract with the ninja hawk before returning home. In the Senju house, Kushina had just returned and was chatting with Mito Uzumaki. "Grandma, I'm planning to use shadow clones for school. Also, I was wondering if Kaido could join me in learning sealing techniques from you." "Oh?" Mito raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "It seems you're getting along very well with Kaido. Wanting to study together, huh? Could it be you like him?" As soon as Mito said this, both Nawaki and Tsunade, who had just returned, stared at Kushina with teasing expressions. "Grandma." Kushina's cheeks turned bright red as she protested, puffing up her face. "It's nothing like that." Yet, deep down, she couldn't help questioning herself, "Do I?" She hadn't thought about it before. Initially, her interactions with Kaido were because of Mikoto and Mito's instructions. But somehow, spending time with Kaido had become increasingly comfortable and enjoyable. He always seemed to know exactly what she needed, making her feel understood and at ease. Mito's teasing had sparked a realization: her feelings for Kaido might have already started to change. Emotional attachments often defy control or logic. "Really?" Mito pressed, her sharp eyes catching every flicker of Kushina's expression. "Really? I swear." Kushina insisted, shaking her head vehemently. No matter what, she wasn't going to admit it now. She wasn't about to let them gossip about her. All right, I'll stop." Mito relented, seeing Kushina practically bristling. She chuckled and said, "If you want him to join, that's fine. It's a good opportunity to build goodwill. With his talent in medical ninjutsu, he's worth the investment." Over the past few days, Mito had heard endless praise for Kaido's abilities from Tsunade. "Yay! I'll tell him tomorrow." Kushina cheered, her happiness evident. Tsunade, grinning, chimed in, "So you're planning to use shadow clones for school? Perfect. That means I'll have more time to exchange medical knowledge with Kaido. Maybe I'll even have him use a shadow clone to study with me." She added, smirking. "I should have thought of this sooner. I've wasted days of potential learning." Mito had no objections. She was eager for Tsunade to learn as much as possible from Kaido, enhancing her already impressive medical skills. The next morning, Kaido, I talked to my grandma, and she agreed. Kushina announced excitedly when she saw him at school. When should we start learning? How about today? Kaido replied without hesitation. He had no intention of staying in school any longer than necessary. Minato just learned the shadow clone jutsu, too. Let's find a spot together and set up a training area, he suggested. For sealing techniques, shadow clones can handle most of the work. The real body should focus on physical training to strengthen itself, something clones can't replace. But today, let's meet Mito-sama in person and explain the plan to avoid any misunderstandings. He added. Spending excessive time personally learning sealing techniques wasn't worth it. He had too much to accomplish each day to afford inefficiency. Additionally, he'd noticed the previous evening that Kushina's affection for him had increased significantly, reaching 81 points, the threshold for forming a contract. Kaido planned to bind both her and Minato soon, ensuring his secrets would remain safe. Once bound, he could invest more in them, sharing life essence enhancing technique, hockey training methods, and seeking meat to accelerate their growth. Huh? Physical training? Won't that be too hard? Kushina asked hesitantly. It's not that bad. Kaido reassured her with a smile. With the meat I prepared and the right techniques, it'll be manageable. Trust me. Alright, I trust you. Kushina said, looking into his eyes before quickly glancing away, her cheeks turning pink. Her heart raced as she thought to herself, he's so cool. Yesterday, Mito's words had made her see him differently, and now she couldn't stop noticing his charm. Strangely, she didn't mind the change. From a distance, Minato watched this interaction, feeling as though his heart had shattered. Kushina likes Kaido, doesn't she? He thought with certainty, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. His first love seemed over before it even began. However, he bore no ill will toward Kaido, recognizing that Kushina had initiated everything. For now, he could only sigh and move forward. Chapter 46, The Right Use of the Shadow Clones. Yo, Minato. Perfect timing. We were just talking about training. At that moment, Kaido noticed Minato's arrival and immediately raised his hand in greeting, motioning for him to join them. However, he quickly sensed that Minato seemed a bit downhearted. He wasn't slow-witted and, with a glance at Kushina, whose face still held a rosy flush, he quickly pieced things together. Out of curiosity, he checked Minato's favorability rating toward him and was surprised to find it hadn't dropped. It still stood at 84 points. Wow. Minato's character is seriously impressive. It makes me feel a bit guilty. Minato I don't need to test him any further. I should bind him and Kushina to me together soon. Kaido thought. He reflected that if it were him in Minato's position, seeing someone else take the person he liked, he wouldn't have been able to handle it without resentment. Minato, however, quickly adjusted his emotions, forcing himself not to dwell on his disappointment. Since Kushina had made her choice, he decided there was no point in clinging to the past. Walking forward, Minato asked, "So, what's the plan?" Kaido responded promptly, "First, I'll create a shadow clone to accompany you in finding a suitable secret training spot. My main body will go with Kushina to meet Lady Mito and explain our plan to use shadow clones to study sealing techniques with her. After that, Kushina and I will meet back up with you, and we'll draft a training schedule to officially begin our regimen. Of course, before we leave, we'll each leave a shadow clone at the academy. Are you okay with that?" "No problem." Minato nodded. "I practiced again last night and can maintain my shadow clones pretty well now." "Great. Then let's find a quiet spot to leave our clones before heading out." With that, Kaido led Minato and Kushina out of the classroom. They found an empty corner, each creating a shadow clone to attend school on their behalf, before sneaking out of the academy. On the way, Kaido made another shadow clone to accompany Minato in searching for a secret base. Meanwhile, his main body and Kushina headed to the Senju clan's compound, where they met Uzumaki Mito and explained their intentions. "Oh? You want to use shadow clones to study sealing techniques?" Mito didn't reject the idea outright but asked, "You do realize that sealing techniques require precise chakra control during study and practice? Are you sure you're up to the task?" "I am." Kaido nodded firmly. "In fact, I have a photographic memory. I've already memorized all the sealing techniques you shared with me days ago. These past few days, I've also dedicated some time, or used shadow clones, to practice sealing techniques. At this point, I've mastered over 10 beginner-level seals. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate." Without waiting for Mito's response, Kaido quickly formed hand seals and pressed his hand to the ground. In an instant, a soundproof barrier formed. Then, he performed several other seals, including detection barriers, 4-symbol sealing, and fire sealing. Both Mito and Kushina were amazed by his demonstrations. "You never fail to surprise me, child," Mito said, her expression complicated as she studied Kaido. Finally, she nodded. "Alright, I'll agree to your request. From now on, you may send shadow clones to study sealing techniques with me." She estimated that, given Kaido's talent, he could catch up to her level in sealing techniques within a few years even without her teaching. His talent in this area already surpassed hers. Since she had chosen to foster goodwill, she decided it wouldn't hurt to go the extra mile. Perhaps it would yield unexpected rewards in the future. "Thank you, Lady Mito." Kaido was elated and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandma." "Hee hee." Kushina chimed in with a bright smile. Mito cast her a sidelong glance. "I said Kaido passed. I didn't say you did." "Eh?" Kushina's smile froze instantly. She quickly ran over and began massaging Mito's shoulders, whining playfully, "Please agree? I want to train and get stronger with Kaido." "Hey." Mito chuckled and relented, but not without conditions. "Alright, I'll agree, but only if you meet my expectations every day during your training in sealing techniques. If you slack off, I'll revoke your privilege to use shadow clones for practice. Understood?" She was concerned that Kushina might get distracted and fail to properly master the techniques. As a potential Jinchuriki and a member of the Uzumaki clan, sealing techniques were crucial for her. Of course, given the current situation, Kushina might not end up as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But proper training was still essential, not just to appease the third Hokage but also for Kushina's safety. Her status as a Jinchuriki candidate ensured that the village valued and protected her, at least to some extent. "Got it." Though slightly hesitant, Kushina bit her lip and agreed. "Alright, that's settled. Leave your shadow clones with me and go on your way." Mito smiled warmly and waved them off. "Yes, ma'am." Kaido and Kushina immediately created shadow clones to stay behind before preparing to leave. As they turned to go, Mito called out to Kaido with a reminder, "Kaido, your chakra and vitality aren't as strong as Kushina's. Don't overuse shadow clones, it won't be good for your growth. Remember that." "Yes, ma'am." Kaito knew Mito's advice was well-meaning and respectfully bowed. "I'll be careful." If not for his diet of seeking meat to replenish nutrients and vitality, plus the support of the life force technique, he wouldn't dare maintain so many shadow clones at once. At the moment, he even had a shadow clone in the One Piece world studying medicine under Kira. Counting the ones at the academy, with Mito, and accompanying Minato, he had 4 active shadow clones, each maintained for extended periods. The strain was significant. "Good. As long as you're mindful. Off you go." Satisfied, Mito dismissed them and began teaching the shadow clones the fundamentals of sealing techniques. Despite having self-studied the basics, Kaido took his shadow clones training seriously. Although shadow clones didn't directly benefit from his diligence-based talent, his innate learning aptitude was high, ensuring effective results. When the shadow clones eventually dispelled, their accumulated experience and knowledge would return to his main body, triggering his talent for a second round of gains. Though not as efficient as his main body learning firsthand, it was still a cheat-like advantage. After leaving Mito's place, Kaido and Kushina headed toward the Naka River. Although this area wasn't yet part of the Uchiha clan's territory, their shrine was located nearby. As such, part of the region fell under Uchiha jurisdiction. Kaido planned to scout this area for a suitable secret base for their training. It didn't need to be overly secure, just secluded and quiet enough to avoid interruptions. Chapter 47, A Contract with Minato and Kushina. As Kaido Uchiha and Kushina approached the Naka River, Kaido suddenly stopped. A rush of information flooded into his mind. "What's wrong?" Kushina asked, her tone laced with concern. "It's nothing." Kaido replied with a faint smile. "The shadow clone I sent with Minato just dispelled, transferring its information to me. Our base has already been located. Let's go, it's this way." Digesting the information swiftly, he gestured for Kushina to follow. Within minutes, they ran over a kilometer, weaving through a dense forest along the Naka River, until they emerged in a clearing downstream. "Yo, Minato. We're here." Kaido called out cheerfully, raising a hand in greeting. Minato, already waiting, waved back with a warm smile. "Welcome. What do you think of this spot? Pretty good, right?" "Indeed." Kaido nodded in approval. Minato continued, a hint of uncertainty in his voice, "So, how should we begin training? I'm not entirely sure what to start." Despite his talent, Minato came from a civilian background and lacked guidance in advanced training methods. Most of what he knew came from the academy. Kaido didn't hesitate. "We'll start with hand signs, the foundational taijutsu training and chakra control. Ninjutsu can wait. Build a solid base first, it'll make everything else easier later." Minato looked puzzled. Hand sign training and taijutsu basics I understand, but chakra control? How do we even train that? Kaito smirked and shook his head. Not the stuff they teach at the academy. I'll explain chakra control later. I've developed a taijutsu training method inspired by my clan's foundational techniques. This has become mandatory for all Uchiha Academy students and younger children in the clan. Words won't be enough. Let me show you. Kaito began demonstrating the techniques, performing each movement slowly while explaining every detail. Kaito's mastery of the foundational taijutsu was evident, his movements precise and fluid. Over the past days, his training had brought him close to full mastery of this technique, a blend of Uchiha taijutsu fundamentals and elements of the six powers training methods. His innate talent, heaven rewards diligence, also played a part, constantly refining the technique as he practiced. Though it wasn't comparable to the breakthroughs from post-limit realizations, it still elevated the method to surpass traditional clan techniques in both efficiency and effectiveness. After his slow and meticulous demonstration, Kaito stopped and asked, "How much of that did you catch?" "All of it." Kushina and Minato answered in unison, their expressions earnest. Their sharp memories and understanding made it possible for them to grasp the details, especially with Kaito's deliberate pace and thorough explanations. "Good. Now try it yourselves. Let's see if you can put it into practice." The two began their attempts, but it was clear they hadn't fully grasped the essence. Understanding wasn't the same as practicing. Kaito, patient as ever, created a shadow clone to guide them through the training. Meanwhile, his original body moved to a corner to continue his own practice. For himself, the taijutsu training and the life force jutsu were his primary focuses. When paired with high-grade nutrient pills or seeking meat, the effects of the vitality technique were even more pronounced. Unlike the pills the Uchiha pharmacy had begun selling publicly, Kaito's personal supply contained only the highest purity extracts, with 90% derived from concentrated seeking essence. One pill equaled the benefits of a pound of seeking meat, making his regimen both effective and efficient. After 10 rounds, Kaito felt fatigue and soreness setting in. He paused to consume a nutrient pill. As the warm energy spread from his stomach, the exhaustion and soreness began to disappear, though it would take about 30 minutes for full recovery. He dismissed the shadow clone instructing Minato and Kushina and walked over to check their progress. Both had successfully grasped the basics, much to his satisfaction. "Not bad. It seems your comprehension and physical talent are excellent," he praised. "For the next few months, dedicate 1 to 2 hours every morning and afternoon to this training. Keep refining your bodies every day." Kushina groaned, visibly exhausted. "Every day? Morning and afternoon? You might as well kill me now. This training is brutal. Isn't there an easier way?" Minato chuckled at her complaints. "There's no shortcut to strengthening your body and training. Kaito's sharing such a valuable method with us is already an incredible gift. It's something I'd never have had access to before." Gratitude shone in Minato's eyes, and his goodwill toward Kaito increased yet again. Kushina rolled her eyes at his earnestness. "Seriously? You're such a goody two-shoes. Can't you tell I'm just venting?" Turning to Kaito, her eyes sparkled with hope. "Isn't there really a less grueling way?" Kaito smiled thoughtfully. "Well, there is. But it comes at a cost." Both Minato and Kushina stared at him, intrigued. "What kind of cost?" Kushina asked, clinging to his arm and looking up at him expectantly. Minato, more composed, simply observed. He had already resolved to focus entirely on his training, setting aside any personal feelings for Kushina. "It requires your complete trust in me," Kaito said seriously. "What I'm about to share involves one of my most closely guarded secrets. If you agree, you'll gain immense benefits but also be bound to me to some extent. If you're unwilling, we'll stick to the original training plan." The time had come to bind them through a contract. Their goodwill was already high enough, and while Minato had the determination to persist with traditional training, Kushina's temperament and lack of hardship made it unlikely she'd endure for long. "I agree," Kushina said without hesitation. Being bound to Kaito didn't bother her, her heart was already his. If it meant an easier path to power, why not? Minato, after a brief moment of thought, nodded firmly. "I trust you, Kaito. Let's do it." "Good," Kaito said, satisfied with their resolve. Concentrating, he summoned 2 intricate runes from his brow, sending them to hover before Minato and Kushina. "Touch these marks and choose to accept the contract in your mind." Without hesitation, both reached out. The runes dissolved into streams of light, entering their bodies and settling in their minds. As information surged into their consciousness, they closed their eyes to process it. Kaito had shared not only details about the time-space gate and the world of pirates but also glimpses of the future, including the impending destruction of the Uzumaki clan and the eventual threat posed by the Otsutsuki. These revelations were carefully chosen to instill urgency without overwhelming them. After 10 minutes, they opened their eyes, still reeling from the knowledge. Is this all real? Another world? Pirate world? Devil fruits? Sea kings? And the Uzumaki clan's future? Minato muttered, overwhelmed. The enormity of Kaido's secrets left him both awed and deeply grateful. Kushina, however, focused on her clan's disaster. Is the Uzumaki clan really doomed? How can this happen? Does Grandma know? Kaido placed a reassuring hand on her head. Don't worry. My mother and Lady Mito have already taken steps. Though the Uzumaki leader rejected the initial suggestion to relocate to Hidden Leaf Village, we'll intervene when the time comes. Really? Kushina asked, her hope rekindled. Yes. Kaido affirmed, though he added a caution. But keep this to yourself. Sharing it could compromise my secrets. Focus on training. If you're not strong enough, you won't be able to face future challenges. Remember, Lady Mito and others can't protect us forever. Turning to Minato, he added, the same goes for you. Don't waste your talent. I'll provide the tools, but the results depend on your effort. Minato nodded resolutely. I won't let you down, Kaido. I just want to ask, in the future there will be a race called Otsutsuki invading the ninja world and destroying the ninja world. Is this news true? Can you really see the future? Chapter 48, The Decision of Inoshikacho. That's right. I can. Kaito said firmly. This isn't just about the Sage of Six Paths, it also involves his mother, the moon goddess Kaguya. But now isn't the right time for you to learn about it. I'll tell you more secrets when the time is right in the future. I can catch glimpses of the future. He added, though it's far from complete. In reality, he couldn't see the future at all. Everything he claimed came from his past life's memories, but it was convincing enough to mislead others. I understand. Minato said, his expression turning serious. He nodded with determination. I'll train even harder to strengthen myself and face the crisis ahead. You don't have to carry this burden alone, Kaido. Minato said, his tone filled with resolve. As a ninja of this world, he felt it was his duty to help shoulder the responsibility. Just take it step by step. Kaido reassured him. Don't push yourself too hard, we still have time. With the combined resources of both worlds, I'm confident we'll become strong enough to handle any future crisis. He patted Minato on the shoulder to encourage him. Still, Kaido worried that Minato might take this too seriously and push himself to the point of exhaustion, ruining his talent. As for the Otsutsuki crisis, Kaito never considered it a real threat. There were still decades to prepare. With the resources from the pirate world, even if he relied solely on his talent and hard work, if he couldn't easily crush Momoshiki and the others decades from now, then he might as well knock himself out. For now, he was merely using the topic to motivate Minato and Kushina, giving them a sense of urgency to train harder. Understood. I won't act recklessly. Minato smiled warmly, sensing Kaido's genuine concern. He knew how to manage himself. I'll work hard too, Kaido. Kushina finally composed herself. With a determined look, she clenched her fists. I also won't let you bear all the pressure alone. I'll strive to be your partner. Haha. Alright. Kaido chuckled heartily and patted Kushina on the head. I'll be counting on you then. Oh, by the way. Kushina said, suddenly changing the topic. Kaido, you mentioned something about making taijutsu training easier. Were you talking about seeking meat? Earlier, Kaido had emphasized the incredible benefits of this meat for physical training in the information. He'd even cited examples of powerful taijutsu users from the pirate world. It was clear he was encouraging Kushina and Minato to recognize its value. That's correct. Kaido affirmed. Seeking meat contains high-quality nutrients and vitality. It's fantastic for improving physical strength and enhancing taijutsu training. I owe my recovery from congenital weaknesses largely to it. In addition, when paired with any life essence improving technique, its effects can be multiplied several times over. Alright, enough talk. I'll teach you the life force technique after we eat. Oh, and here's a meal made from seeking meat. Kaito said, pulling 3 large dishes from his spatial storage. Eat your fill, then we'll train. Wow. It smells amazing. Kushina eagerly accepted her portion, her eyes lighting up after a sniff. Her appetite surged, and she began eating right away. She'd been hungry from her earlier taijutsu training. Minato followed suit. Thanks. You're welcome. Kaido also dug in, and soon all 3 of them had finished their meals. Patting their full stomachs, both Minato and Kushina sighed with satisfaction. I'm so full. This meal is incredibly satisfying. Minato added, also, my stomach feels warm, and I can sense waves of warmth spreading through me. My cells seem to be eagerly absorbing it. This was far superior to any meat he'd eaten before. No wonder Kaito was so confident in its benefits. Same here. Kushina nodded repeatedly. That's normal. Kaito smiled knowingly and clapped his hands. Alright. Now that we've eaten, it's time to train in the life force technique. This will accelerate the digestion and absorption of the meat's nutrients and vitality. It will improve your physique, enhance your bones, boost vitality, and even extend your lifespan. Pay close attention. Kaido then began demonstrating the technique for them. After ensuring they'd memorized the routine, he continued guiding them through their practice. More than an hour later, once they'd mastered the basics of the life force technique and absorbed most of the seeking meat, Kaido moved them onto other training. He supervised as they practiced chakra control exercises like tree climbing and water walking. By the time they'd completed the full regimen, it was already noon. The afternoon followed the same pattern as the morning, eating seeking meals and repeating their training. Though the exercises weren't easy, neither Minato nor Kushina complained. Kushina, in particular, demonstrated a remarkable level of determination and resilience that even surprised Kaido. It seems the information about the future has truly motivated her, helping her mature a lot. Well, that's a good thing. Kaido thought with satisfaction. Meanwhile, earlier that morning on Hidden Leaf Village's busiest street near the police headquarters, the Uchiha Pharmacy officially opened its doors. Thanks to Kaido's advice, Naori Uchiha had already organized a discreet promotional campaign. The effectiveness of the pharmacy's products had already drawn significant attention. While many were skeptical, the Uchiha clan's reputation for honesty led many to check it out. As soon as the store opened, it was packed with customers. When the first wave of buyers confirmed that the product's effects were genuine, the place erupted in excitement. This nutrient pill is amazing. It's not only highly nutritious and easy to absorb, but it also strengthens the body over time. The body-strengthening potion works wonders. The recovery potion is a miracle. I feel like it cured several chronic ailments and even healed some old injuries I thought were untreatable. The crowd became even more frenzied. Ninjas scrambled to purchase the products, and despite the Uchiha's efforts to stockpile, the store sold out by the end of the day. The opening day's revenue exceeded 20 million ryo. Although the initial stock was large, future daily supplies would be much smaller unless Kaido developed better production methods or trained a reliable team of pharmacists. Even so, with consistent daily sales, the pharmacy could easily generate over 5 million ryo a day, equivalent to the reward for 5 S-rank missions. The Uchiha clan's financial troubles were effectively over. Naturally, this drew the attention of many, including the third Hokage, Denzo, and various ninja clans. Most clans and shinobi focused on the product's remarkable efficacy. The Inoshikacho trio, particularly the Akimaki clan, was especially intrigued by the nutrient pill's benefits. At the Akimaki household, the 3 clan leaders gathered. Try these, Shikayama and Yuaya. Akimaki Torafu handed each of his companions a nutrient pill. These are from the Uchiha Pharmacy. Their nutritional value surpasses our clan's best secret military ration pills by 30%. More importantly, they have virtually no side effects, perfectly replenishing the body's needs and being easily absorbed. On top of that, they contain a faint trace of vitality. If taken regularly, they won't harm the body. Instead, they'll enhance physical growth and vitality over time. These are extraordinary. I can't imagine how the Uchiha managed to create this. Though the pills were expensive, Torafu considered them worth every ryo. Nara Shikayama and Yamanaka Yuaya, impressed by Torafu's praise, each swallowed a pill. Moments later, they were astonished. Unbelievable. This really is incredible. The vitality boost alone makes it priceless. Usually, only rare medicinal herbs have this kind of effect. How did the Uchiha achieve this? Torafu shook his head. The creator of these pills is an expert beyond anything we've seen. Even our clan's top pharmacologists couldn't identify the main ingredients or refine the formula. Nara Shikayama smiled knowingly. The Uchiha must have prepared thoroughly before releasing these products. We should establish a long-term purchase agreement with them before demand skyrockets and supply becomes scarce. It's always better to act early, be the first to taste the crab and claim the benefits before others catch on. As for the other ninja clans missing out on the shares later, well, that was none of the Inoshikacho trio's concern. Akimaki Torafu, agreed. Yamanaka Yuaya, no objections, alright. I'll personally deliver the invitation shortly to the Uchiha. I hope we can meet soon, said Nara Shikayama decisively with a nod. Then we'll trouble you with this, Shikayama. Neither Akimaki Torafu nor Yamanaka Yuaya had any disagreements. However, Torafu suddenly chuckled mischievously. I predict that just from this alone, the daily income of Uchiha will be no less than a few million ryo. With this alone, the Uchiha won't be short on money anymore. Haha. Some people are going to have headaches over this. Even though both sides were students of the second Hokage, there were significant differences between them. Over the years, Akimeki Torafu had kept a low profile, not only because he lacked personal ambition but also because the Inoshikacho clans practiced humility. Additionally, they had been subtly suppressed by the third Hokage and his faction. Torafu saw through their true colors, which was why he chose to step back. The Inoshikacho trio even gifted the Sarutobi clan earrings symbolizing a brotherly alliance to show their loyalty and submission to the third Hokage. Yet, despite these efforts, their clan still faced covert oppression and targeted measures over the years. The intent to weaken their strength was all too clear. One glaring example was when a third allowed Denzo to forcibly recruit talents from their clans into his so-called root organization. Once recruited, these individuals were essentially cut off from their clans entirely, akin to being declared dead. This left the Inoshikacho clans feeling both furious and helpless. Currently, the third Hokage's faction held the most power, so enduring was the only option. Endurance, however, did not equate to being without temper. Compared to the Inoshikacho trio, the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly the third's greatest enemy. Well, at least, they used to be second only to the Senju clan. But now, the Senju clan had almost been eradicated. The Uchiha's recent reforms in the police force and their clan academy were already causing headaches for the third Hokage's faction. Following their police force reforms, the Uchiha had delegated minor civil disputes to the newly established 3rd Police Unit, freeing themselves to focus on more critical matters. As a result, the Uchiha's reputation among villagers and even smaller ninja clans had begun to improve. Currently, the effects were not yet obvious due to the short time, but Torafu and the others could foresee that the Uchiha's reputation would only grow stronger in the future. Now that the Uchiha had secured a new source of revenue, it was clear that the third Hokage and his allies would feel even more stifled. To make matters worse for them, the Uchiha leader, Naori Uchiha had recovered, and her peak power had returned. This left the third Hokage's faction hesitant to act against them, even afraid to. This isn't a bad thing, is it? Shikayama smiled faintly. The once dominant Uchiha may not align with our best interests, but compared to allowing the third Hokage's faction to oppress us and watch the Sarutobi and Shimura clans drain the blood of ninja clans and civilians to strengthen their own, I'd rather see the Uchiha rise. At least the Uchiha won't stoop to such shameless measures to crush us. If there was such a thing as regret medicine, Shikayama would never have supported the third Hokage's rise to power in the first place. It's hard to truly know someone's heart. Agreed. Torafu and Yuya nodded in unison. Alright, let's not waste time. I'll deliver the invitation now before it's too late. With that, Shikayama stood and headed out. Meanwhile, in the Senju clan territory, wow, Grandma, look at this. My apprentice is amazing. They even managed to mass-produce such a nutritional pill. I bet this is a weaker version of the life-restoring medicine he gave you. Tsunade said excitedly after taking one of the pills, marveling at its effects. At this time, Kaido and Kushina had just finished their sealing technique training and dispelled their shadow clones. Isn't it obvious? Uzumaki Mito smiled lightly. If they can create such amazing life-restoring potions, it's only natural that they can produce better nutritional pills. But this is already good enough. Mito added. Any better, and it would attract too much attention. If that happens, even Naori Uchiha not be able to protect it. So, let's not mention this again in the future. This version is enough to restore my daily energy loss. It might even gradually strengthen my body. Maybe I should take up physical training again? If her physique could be further enhanced, it would not only boost her strength but might also slightly extend her lifespan and peak performance. True. Tsunade nodded seriously. I'll keep this a secret. After all, this is my apprentice and our benefactor. Although the treatment for Uzumaki Mito was an exchange between both parties, neither Tsunade nor Mito viewed it as merely a transaction. Still, I bet that monkey and his allies are going to have a headache. Haha. I'm looking forward to see their useless reaction. Mito chuckled with narrowed eyes. She wasn't one to forget grudges easily. Haha, isn't that for the best? Tsunade smirked coldly. Chapter 49, Uchiha Soaring Status. By the way. Uzumaki Mito suddenly turned to Tsunade. Later, go to the Uchiha clan and find Naori Uchiha. Arrange a long-term contract to purchase nutrition pills and body-tempering potions. Huh? Tsunade was confused. Why? If we need them, we can just buy them directly from Kaido. It's different. Uzumaki Mito explained, shaking her head. Those are extras. We need to secure an open, consistent supply for ourselves. First, it keeps our dealings with Kaido hidden, so others won't know we're buying extra nutrition pills. Second, we need to reserve enough supplies for the Senju and the Uzumaki clans, who will inevitably join in the future. Do you think they don't need these pills to enhance their strength? If we don't take our share, someone else will. Sacrificing their own benefits to strengthen others was foolish. That's right. Realizing this, Tsunade stuck out her tongue sheepishly. I forgot about that. I'll head there right now. You need to start taking family matters seriously. You can't keep slacking off like this. Uzumaki Mito shook her head helplessly. Tsunade had been too well protected. She never needed to worry about family affairs, which made her overlook such important issues. He. Isn't that what I have you for, Grandma? I'll be off. Tsunade quickly fled, sensing trouble. These kinds of things were better left to Nawaki. Her grandmother should teach Nawaki how to handle family responsibilities. Tsunade believed in her foolish younger brother. This would help him grow wiser and less naive. Meanwhile, other prominent ninja clans, like the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka, had varying reactions, but one thing was clear, they all coveted these medicines. In the Hokage's office, damn it. I'd heard the Uchiha were planning to open a pharmacy, but I didn't pay much attention at the time. I didn't expect it to be this successful. They've hidden their capabilities too well. Yutain Koharu was furious. Seeing the enemy make a fortune felt as bad as losing money herself. More than that, the Uchiha had something so valuable in their hands. She wished she could take it for herself and earn the profits. Beside her, Mikoto Hamura frowned deeply and said, everything changed when Naori Uchiha returned. Ever since then, we've been in the dark. To this day, we still don't understand what caused the Uchiha's sudden transformation. All we know is that it's tied to Naori Uchiha, but beyond that, we have no clue. It's a complete failure on our part. Previously, they had reliable spies providing insight into Uchiha affairs. Recently, though, it was as if they'd gone blind. They couldn't uncover anything about what was happening inside the Uchiha clan. Even those they had swayed or brainwashed seemed to waver, and the intel they provided was unreliable. It was frustrating. Sigh. You think I don't know that? But what can we do? We have no way to deal with the Uchiha right now. The third Hokage, Sarutobe Hiruzen, sighed heavily as he puffed on his pipe. This situation was an ongoing source of frustration for him. Hiruzen, we can't let this continue. Denzo finally spoke up, his voice cold and stern. From what I see, that pharmacy earns the Uchiha a fortune every single day. If this goes on, they'll never lack money again. The stronger they become, the harder it will be to control or suppress them. Their arrogance will only grow. We should simply shut down their shop and force them, under the village's name, to hand over the medicine formulas. After all, these medicines can be considered strategic resources. How can such vital assets remain in the hands of a single clan? If you agree, I can take action. Denzo's words shocked Koharu and Hamura. They immediately tried to dissuade him. Denzo, calm down. You can't act recklessly. That's right. Hiruzen also nodded, his face serious as he looked at Denzo. We can't do that. It's unjustifiable. If we try to force the Uchiha to hand over their formulas for such a flimsy reason, they'll never agree. The other clans won't stand for it either. If we use such an absurd excuse against the Uchiha today, what's stopping us from demanding other clans hand over their secret techniques tomorrow? We can't open that door. If they did, the backlash from the village's other ninja clans would be catastrophic. The Uchiha might not be able to defy the entire village, but could Hiruzen's Sarutobi clan and the other three clans withstand that pressure? Then what's the plan? Are we just going to sit back and watch the Uchiha grow stronger by the day? Denzo growled in frustration. He thought Hiruzen was being far too conservative and hesitant. If they combined the power of their four clans, along with the Anbu and the Root, they could easily deal with the Uchiha. They could even use the profits from the medicines to lure other clans to their side. Instead of spending enormous sums to buy medicines from the Uchiha every month, wouldn't it be better to take the formulas outright? Unfortunately for Denzo, no one else supported his idea. Enough. That's not an option. We'll think of another way. Hiruzen saw that Denzo was still trying to persuade him, so he firmly rejected the idea, his face stern. You. Denzo glared at Hiruzen angrily, at a loss for words. In the end, he turned his back on Hiruzen and sulked in silence. At this time, Denzo was not yet the embodiment of the darkness of the ninja world. Otherwise, he might have said something like, Hiruzen, you'll regret this. And then stormed out of the room. Koharu broke the silence. Hiruzen, while Denzo's methods are extreme, he's not entirely wrong. We can't just sit back and watch the Uchiha grow unchecked. We need to think of a way to suppress their expansion. Otherwise, wouldn't we be betraying our teacher's efforts all those years ago? Of course, this was just surface-level reasoning. The real issue was profits. Hidden Leaf Village's market, and its resources were finite. If the Uchiha monopolized the profits from the medicine business, what would be left for the others? In the past, this type of work was often left to the Uchiha, the Senju, or even cannon fodder ninja from civilian families. The higher-ups and their clans would never bother with such thankless tasks. Just wait. The opportunity will come soon. Hiruzen spoke slowly, his voice heavy. In the past 2 years, the other major villages have been recovering their strength. Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Stones Village, and even Hidden Sand Village are beginning to stir. The hawkish factions in those villages are on the rise. They're no longer content with the status quo. A new war is on its way. And during wartime, our authority will be at its peak. When war breaks out, we'll have legitimate and irrefutable reasons to command any clan's ninja to complete any mission. Even if the missions fail and people die, it doesn't matter. It will all be seen as a glorious sacrifice for the village. These things are impossible to achieve during peacetime. Don't you agree? Hiruzen didn't like war. He preferred peace and resolving conflicts through dialogue rather than violence. The death of his teacher had left a deep shadow on his heart. It had made him fearful of war. He dreaded losing himself or his clan members on the battlefield. But if war was inevitable, he could only prepare. But now, his thoughts had changed. Maybe he wouldn't need to step onto the battlefield himself. He could simply send others to fight in his stead. Isn't the Uchiha clan strong? Don't they want to make a name for themselves and claim the Hokage position? Fine, I'll give them that chance. Let them prove themselves on the battlefield. As long as they come back alive. Hey! Is that? Yutain Koharu and Mikoto Hamura were stunned after hearing this. Their brows furrowed tightly. Hamura voiced his concern. Hiruzen, is another war really coming? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodded solemnly. From all the signs, it certainly looks that way. In the short term, 1 or 2 years. At most, 3 to 5 years, it will definitely break out. The recent crisis in the land of whirlpools is actually another sign that war is approaching. The war hawks in various villages are trying to obtain powerful sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, or suitable Jinchuriki candidates. They want to successfully seal tailed beasts, creating perfect Jinchuriki to serve as weapons of war. There are countless other indications as well. Many of the events you've handled yourselves, so you can't deny this. Don't hold on to false hope. At the same time, wasn't this war also an opportunity? Haha. Hiruzen, you've finally come around. Shimura Denzo turned around at some point, a sinister grin on his face. Dealing with the Uchiha requires these kinds of extreme methods. That's right. War will be the best tool to weaken the Uchiha and other ninja clans. As long as we remain in power, they will have no choice but to obey the orders we issue during wartime. Just like last time. Back then, the Senju clan was at its peak. Many people opposed their control and rejected Sarutobi's Hokage appointment. If Uzumaki Mito hadn't supported them, they would have never managed to secure their position or establish authority. But look at the Senju clan now. Their glory days were long gone. The clan's elite forces had been almost entirely wiped out during the last war. The remaining branches had been systematically absorbed into the civilian integration plan initiated by the second Hokage, completely disbanding the clan. Many of the Senju clan's loyalists were quietly eliminated during dangerous wartime and peacetime missions. Now, how much power or prestige does the Senju clan still hold in the village? The problem was that the Senju were too straightforward. Their minds were filled with nothing but the glory of Hidden Leaf Village. They viewed Hidden Leaf Village as the Senju clan's private legacy. All you had to do was use for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village as an excuse, and they'd willingly throw their lives away on suicidal missions. This time, they could simply replicate the strategies from the first Great Ninja War to target the Uchiha clan, as well as any remnants of the Senju. Denzo even found Uzumaki Mito herself to be an obstacle. Why hasn't she just died already? He thought maliciously. Once she was gone, he could quietly manipulate or kidnap the remaining Senju descendants to conduct his long-awaited wood-style experiments. If he could recreate wood-style, Hidden Leaf Village would reign supreme over all other villages. If he mastered wood-style, wouldn't the Hokage seat be his for the taking? Denzo. Although Hiruzen internally agreed with Denzo's logic, he still maintained a stern facade. Don't say things that undermine unity. Everything we do is for Hidden Leaf Village, not for personal gain. Ha ha ha. Denzo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sure. Everything is for Hidden Leaf Village. Everything is for Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen, you're far more ruthless and hypocritical than I am. Denzo had always been blunt about his actions. But Hiruzen Sarutobi? He was a master of hypocrisy. He'd always play the righteous role while secretly acting just as ruthlessly. Maybe that's why you became Hokage back then, Hiruzen. You're insidious enough. I guess I'll have to learn from you, starting with waving the banner of for Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo smirked coldly to himself. Time passed quickly, and 5 days went by. During these days, the third Hokage and the others made no major moves. However, the various ninja clans couldn't sit still. One after another, they visited Naori-Uchiha to negotiate for shares of the Uchiha's medicines. At Kaido's current production capacity, there was no way to meet everyone's demands. Still, each clan managed to secure at least a small share. Among them, the Inoshikacho trio and Tsunade, who had the best relationship with Kaido, secured the largest portions. However, Naori-Uchiha didn't allocate all of the medicine supply to the ninja clans. She reserved 30% to continue selling at the Uchiha pharmacy. Even though most of these medicines were still bought up by members of the major clans, strict purchase limits ensured that smaller clans and even civilian ninja could buy some as well. For these buyers, items like the restorative potions were too precious to use during training. Instead, they carefully saved them for life or death moments during dangerous missions. Because of Naori-Uchiha's orders, Kaido had no choice but to ask Kureha to help produce more medicines every day to increase output. Of course, as payment, he offered top-quality plum wine and regular shipments of medical texts. To avoid increasing Kureha's workload further, Kaido sighed inwardly and agreed. Maybe I should hire some pharmaceutical doctors from Drum Island to help with production? The idea suddenly struck Kaido. After all, even if those doctors learned the formulas, the medicines they produced would be weaker versions, so it wouldn't matter. Besides, with the abundant resources of the One Piece world, similar medicines could easily be made. For example, the single-effect nutritional pills wouldn't sell well in this world. They were too expensive and impractical. For the same price, you could just buy a few pounds of sea king meat, which offered better results. With this idea in mind, Kaido discussed it with Kureha. Haha. Kureha laughed heartily after hearing his plan. You should have done this ages ago. You could open a pharmaceutical factory in a nearby town specifically for producing these medicines. That way, you wouldn't have to trouble me, this busy person. Hee hee. Kaido chuckled awkwardly and rubbed his hands together. But as you know, I don't have much influence here. Starting a factory might require your name to smooth things over and hire some pharmaceutical workers. I'm willing to pay you with 500 bottles of top-quality plum wine and 10 kilograms of gold as compensation. What do you say? Kaido wasn't oblivious to Kureha's influence in this country. The average citizen might not know her well, but the kingdom's upper echelon certainly did. In fact, Kaido suspected that even the king of Drum Island feared her. Otherwise, after Wapol's eventual downfall, how else could Kureha so easily occupy the royal palace as her residence? Oh? Kureha raised her eyebrows slightly, clearly intrigued. You're pretty generous. Fine. To make our lives easier later, I'll agree to this. But you better not skimp on the payment. Also, purchasing land, building the factory, hiring workers, and setting up supply channels all require money. Are you sure you have enough funds for this? Chapter 50, Uchiha and Senju Ninja Force. Yes, you can just wait a few days, Kaido said decisively. I'll get the funding needed soon. In his view, exchanging a large amount of gold for paper currency in the ninja world to get the money needed was quite troublesome. He'd have to travel to the Fire Nation's capital and negotiate with the daimyo or the higher-ups of the Fire Nation since those resources were essentially under their control. The gold was crucial for stabilizing their currency. Now that he had a flying mount, Ninja Hawk, which could fly tens of thousands of meters up, reaching the Sky Island was no problem. He could easily carve out time to travel there with his mother, collect a batch of gold, and solve their immediate funding needs. At this time, Sky Island's golden city was still buried beneath the clouds. Neither the Sky Islanders nor the Shandians paid much attention to it and hadn't bothered to retrieve it. In fact, they were probably still embroiled in their war. Getting gold would be much easier now compared to Enel's reign. While I'm at it, I should also search for the Thunder Fruit and secure it. If Enel is easy to manipulate, I might even be able to win him over and build his loyalty. He'd make a great henchman in the future. After all, that guy had impressive talent. He was worth cultivating, if he could be persuaded. Do as you like. Just let me know when you're ready to go. But be quick. I'm sick of brewing these low-quality potions for you every day. Speaking of which, Kureha sneered. What exactly are you making these for? You're not up to anything shady, are you? Ha. Kureha teased. Ha. Of course not. Kaido scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Sure, he was making a lot of money off the potions, but it wasn't like he was ripping anyone off, right? The Hidden Leaf villagers were practically begging for them. They even thought the Uchiha clan was considerate for offering such helpful products. Let's just say, different worlds had different national conditions. That same day, Kaido returned home and shared his plans with his mother. Alright, let's go to Sky Island tomorrow and collect the gold. Naori Uchiha had no objections. After all, you could never have too much money. The sooner that gold was secured, the more at ease she would feel. Moreover, she was quite curious about devil fruits, especially the thunder fruit, which was supposedly the strongest of the Logia-type fruits. She wanted to see it for herself. As for whether she would eat it or not, that could be decided later. Alright. Kaito nodded in satisfaction. Oh, right. At that moment, Naori Uchiha looked at Kaito and asked, I've been busy recently and haven't checked in on you. Mikoto mentioned you've already bonded with Uzumaki Kushina and even Minato no Mikaze? That was quick. You've only been at school for a few days, and you've already maxed out their favorability? Kushina was understandable. She was a member of the Uzumaki clan and had exceptional talent. But Minato no Mikaze? If she remembered correctly, Kaito once told her Minato was supposed to become the fourth Hokage in the original timeline. She had to admit, her son worked fast. Of course, for favorability to increase this quickly, effort was essential. Yep. Kaito grinned. They're kids, so their minds are relatively simple. It's easier to raise favorability. Kushina wasn't too hard to bond with since Mikoto helped me, and Lady Mito offered her support. As for Minato, even though he's from a civilian background, his talent is extraordinary. I see great potential in him. Besides, Minato is an honest person. He knows how to be grateful, which made his favorability skyrocket. Naori Uchiha nodded in understanding. Since you've bonded with them, train them well. They'll become valuable allies for you in the future. Bring them over to our home sometime. Oh, have you taken them to the pirate world yet? Not yet. Kaito shook his head. These past few days, I've been teaching them basic taijutsu, chakra control, and how to train with life force jutsu. I haven't had time. I'll take them soon. Good. Naori Uchiha was about to say something more. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Naori Uchiha paused, her expression growing serious as she used her observation haki. It's Shichidai Uchiha, she said, rising to open the door. What's the matter, Shichidai? Elder. Shichidai said urgently, our spies in Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Mist Village, and Hidden Stones Village have all sent back troubling reports. A group of elite ninja has disappeared from all three villages. Especially in Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Mist Village, the Raikage and Mizukage have been missing for an entire day. On top of that, our operatives in the Land of Whirlpools report that enemy spies and saboteurs have suddenly disappeared as well. My team and I believe these three villages are mobilizing their forces to attack the Land of Whirlpools. The sudden quiet within Whirlpool country must be the calm before the storm. They're likely trying to lull the Uzumaki into a false sense of security before launching a surprise attack. Shichidai's expression was grave as he relayed his report. This was a top priority task Naori Uchiha had assigned to him. He dared not slack off. Naori Uchiha frowned. Your assessment sounds accurate. They're preparing to strike. I'll go speak to Uzumaki Mito immediately to coordinate a response. Shichidai, send word to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th elders to gather at the clan grounds. Also, issue orders for the 1st and 2nd Elite Police Divisions to assemble at once and stand ready for deployment. The Elite Police Divisions consisted of 364 Mon units, 192 of the Uchiha clan's top fighters. The weakest among them were Chunin with 2 Tomoe Sharingan. Those who couldn't meet that standard didn't qualify for the elite ranks. A full 30% of the force were Jonin or even Elite Jonin. The strength of the Uchiha this time was undeniable. Yes. Shichidai Uchiha accepted the orders and hurried off. Naori Uchiha turned back to Kaito and Mikoto. There's trouble brewing in the Land of Whirlpools. I'll leave immediately to meet with Lady Mito. We'll likely mobilize to assist soon. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I'll leave behind a shadow clone. If anything happens, contact the clone, and I'll teleport back immediately. Until I return, stay within the clan grounds. Don't leave for school or venture outside the area. If you need to go anywhere safe, head to the pirate world. Still, I won't give those rats lurking in the dark any chance to harm you. Naori Uchiha clearly wasn't going to give Denzo or anyone else any openings. Understood. Kaito and Mikoto nodded firmly. I'll also leave Uchiha in charge of the 3rd Elite Division to patrol the clan grounds. He'll ensure no one has the opportunity to spy on us. Lastly, close the pharmacy for now. Stockpile the potions, and we'll sell them all at once when I return. Kaito and Mikoto, got it. Alright, that's settled. I'm off. After reviewing her plan and confirming there were no oversights, Naori Uchiha created a shadow clone and disappeared into the night. However, Kaido thought for a moment and decided against it. Wait. Mom, you're about to head to battle, and you might face the third Raikage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage. It's better not to divide your chakra unnecessarily. I have a better way for us to stay in contact. Kaido explained calmly. The third Raikage and third Tsuchikage weren't easy opponents. It was better for his mother to conserve her strength as much as possible. Oh? What way? Naori Uchiha paused in her actions, curiosity lighting up her face. It's a unique way of using the space-time door. Kaido smiled knowingly and elaborated. I can divide a small area within the space-time door specifically for communication purposes. I'll create a space where we can send messages directly, kind of like a mail system. If we need to send notes or letters to someone we're connected to, we just place the message in their respective space. Once that's done, they'll automatically receive an alert through the space-time door's mental imprint in their consciousness. For Kaido, who had complete control over the space-time door, this setup was a piece of cake. Wait, it can do that? That's actually brilliant. Both Naori Uchiha and Mikoto's eyes lit up at this novel idea. They never imagined a space-time door could have such an application. Alright, let's set it up and test it now. Naori Uchiha urged eagerly. Got it. Kaido focused his mind and quickly partitioned the space-time door. He created several small mailbox spaces within, labeling the top 5 with their names for clarity. After setting up the alert function, Kaido turned to his mother and said, "It's ready. Give it a try." Alright. Naori Uchiha tested the system, and unsurprisingly, it worked perfectly. Good, then we'll use this. No need for me to leave a shadow clone behind at home. Stay safe. I'm heading out now. With that, Naori Uchiha flickered out of sight, rushing towards the Senju compound. Left behind, Kaido and Mikoto exchanged glances. Ugh. We're too young and not strong enough yet. Kaido said with a sigh of frustration. If we were stronger, Mom wouldn't have to worry so much. Always relying on his mother wasn't ideal for him in the long run. Don't overthink it. Mikoto smiled and pinched Kaido's cheeks playfully. You said it yourself, we're still kids. We just need to keep training hard. When we're older, we'll be able to help Aunt Naori too. Besides, you're not doing nothing here. If it weren't for you, Aunt wouldn't have recovered, and the Uchiha wouldn't have become as united and strong as they are now. Even I wouldn't have the strength I do today without you. You've done plenty already. Don't rush to grow up. Just take it one step at a time. She had watched the family's transformation over the past month firsthand. Day by day, the clan had changed. The previously divided factions, hawks, doves, and moderates, had all came together as one. Now, those divisions were virtually non-existent. This was in no small part due to Kaido. Alright. Kaido pushed Mikoto's hand away from his face, looking slightly helpless. For some reason, he felt a certain maternal glow in Mikoto's expression and tone, leaving him a bit speechless. Ah, the curse of being young. Meanwhile, Naori Uchiha arrived at the Senju compound at top speed. After being announced, she quickly met Uzumaki Mito. Naori? You seem in a hurry. What happened? Uzumaki Mito asked, puzzled. Hey, it seems the Senju clan's intelligence network isn't what it used to be. I wonder if the village even knows yet. Naori Uchiha teased lightly, then her expression turned serious. Let's get straight to it. My clan has just received some alarming news regarding the other villages and the land of whirlpools. She quickly explained the situation in detail, summarizing the intelligence received from their spies. My judgment is that the 3 major ninja villages, Cloud, Mist, and Stone, have dispatched elite forces to the land of whirlpools to strike. What? Uzumaki Mito's expression changed drastically. She immediately stood up,